We have torches at the State House.
Dab bar at the State House. There's even a porta-john. We're fancy now. There was no fancy when I was here before.
Wheelchair accessible.
That's amazing.
Crapper.
Of course there is. Lefty, if it wasn't, we would have to give you shit.
I'd have to give myself torches at the State House.
Lefty, you're not ADA compliant. A step is a wall.
A step is a wall. A step is a wall. A step is a wall. All right. I'm going to try to get out there and meet each and every one of you because I'm always behind here doing crazy stuff and in the weeds, literally in the weeds. So I'm going to try to get out there. Bongholio, don't start your journey without stopping here first, please. Start your journey of dabbing people out. Can I be one of your first stops?
Bongholio is going on a journey.
Whenever you're ready to... Here, hold on.
He's going to journey around and dab people out on the State House lawn. Oh, I fumbled my phone.
Can I interview you, Bongholio?
Thank you very much.
We're live at the State House. Medical Cannabis Patient Appreciation Day. It'd be nice if I got it right. It's National Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. Let's get this right.
You should get it right since you're writing it.
Dimitri just came over here and got me stoned right in the middle of my setting up. So thanks, Dimitri. Thank you. No, seriously, thank you. But yeah, I have an excuse now for when I screw up. I am super stoned already. I can't. And Bongholio's going to run around dabbing you out, playing you a song, giving you weed. We got weed for you to give out. We have dabs. Mikey, look. These are the dabs you can give to people. That's
There's even selections. Choose your poison.
What'd you say?
Who's this from?
Where'd I get all these dabs from? I forgot. This is from Urban Hippie. These are from Urban Hippie. Right? Yeah, these two dabs are from Urban Hippie. Thank you, Urban Hippie. Shout out to Urban Hippie.
I know.
Oh, we just lost a speaker. That's great. Still alive? Yeah, they took a pretty good lick. Nice. It's Cannabis Appreciation Day. Cannabis Patient Appreciation Day. Set this up. Roll them up. Mike Crawford in the house. Still setting up, man. Give me a second. I have to share this to Facebook. Can you say it on the? Can you say it here? No. All right. Hold on. Already on, yeah. So, yep. Let's go. Give it to me. Oh my God! People are just dropping stuff on the table here. Oh my goodness. Glazy Confused just dropped off some fresh juice, lemonade, 65 milligrams. Oh boy. Oh my. Tony, grab that mic. Any mic. Here, grab this mic. Oh my goodness. There's a nice tangle for you. I love it.
Oh, Tangles.
The tangles.
Call him Philly Tangles.
What are you doing in New Jersey, man?
I came to see you, Lefty.
Yes. Yes.
Lefty was like, I'm going to do this event on 7/10. And then I looked around and was like, well, Phil and Friends is playing on the 4th of July and Dead and Company and Mo playing on the 10th at night. How can I not come see Lefty? And look, and then I'm going to drink this lemonade tea and never go home.
All right, Tony, we got Mike Crawford on the line. Can you hold on, Mike? Hi,
Mr. Miller.
Let me turn this down here. Okay.
It is me. I snuck in.
There's Mike. Can you hear me, Mike?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me, Lefty?
Yes, sir.
No, the real doppelganger is here today.
Welcome to Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. Yes.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you, Lefty. Thank you, Jim Miller. I see on the screen, too.
Yeah, Jim Miller's here.
That's what he said. He said cheese.
You guys are the legends there. I love it. You're in New Jersey right now, and I feel like I'm part of the party in Jersey.
Can you move that plant over to the middle so we can see it on camera? Yeah, please hang that right in the middle. Yeah, please. That's just amazing. Let it cure. Let it cure as we party around it. Oh, this is great. Look at this. Look at this, Mike. Here it comes. It's not a party.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. That looks nice. Bring that over to me in Massachusetts.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right there. That's the perfect spot. That's beautiful. There you go. Oh, that's just great.
That's a real Christmas tree.
So, Mike, what are some of the problems you have in your state with medical cannabis, and what do patients need in your state? What's going on?
Oh, we need a lot. Thank God for Maine. I mean, people like myself that are fortunate enough to have a card in Massachusetts and drive up to Maine, that's been a big savior for us. But beyond that, it's what a lot of states are looking at. In the East Coast, corporations, big money rule the medical cannabis field in Massachusetts. And, basically us patients have been drowned out, with the money and the voices, back in the day. It would be often that I would be quoted in the newspapers. Today, that just doesn't happen. The more you see corporate cannabis, the more you're going to see real patient voices get shut out for corporate cannabis. So that's what I would say is coming to any of the East Coast states that have recently legalized cannabis or starting to see the industry take root. Is you're going to be marginalized more and more and more unless you get organized, unless you start your own group like you're doing, like Sativa Cross, like, you're doing in New Jersey, like we do in Massachusetts with the Young Jerks. And you a lot of times you can't rely on the standby patient groups that you think you can, because oftentimes they're infiltrated and they're being paid off by the same dispensary. So you have to really make sure that you're doing it yourself as a patient. That's my big advice for Massachusetts to everyone else on the East Coast.
What can we do to best serve patients? Well, in your state, what can be best done in your state?
Well, we're lucky that we do have grow your own. You can grow cannabis. So that obviously needs more.
I'm jealous. How many plants?
Up to it's 6 per, but it depends on if we're talking medical or recreational. Recreational adult use, you can grow 6 plants per person, up to 2 people in the household. So you can actually have 12 plants in the house if you have 2 adults in the house. It has to be at home, has to, certain requirements, has to be secure, private, can't, have it out in the street. But that's part of it. You also have medical cannabis can also grow too, with a license. We also have new caregivers. So I think the big thing for us is education, and to maybe get a little more organized on some of that, because a lot of patients are still being left out. They're being driven to big cannabis the MSOs, and they're getting gouged for a product that really is not quality. It's not great product. And I think the biggest thing we need is education that there are other options. Number one, Maine, that there is also grow your own legally in Massachusetts. So I think those options need to be pursued and made, patients need to be made aware that it's not just big cannabis that's the only option, and what the difference is, and what you're missing out on if you're just going to big cannabis every week and getting gouged. I think that's kind of what we need in Massachusetts. We also need some laws changed. We have a governor of Massachusetts, a Republican governor, who is about to leave office. And his big thing is now he wants to give everyone a tax rebate because we have so much money from the gasoline tax. The gasoline taxes have made a lot of states very rich. Massachusetts has a big surplus now. And I'm saying, give it to cannabis consumers. We have one of the highest tax rates, and it's really restricting the cannabis industry. It's making it only about big money who can afford it. And even the big money folks are struggling in Massachusetts. So if even the rich people, the richest ones, can't afford the industry, why don't we just cut the taxes, number one? And let's look at other things that we can do to cut cost, especially for the smaller producers. We have micro growers who can't afford the industry. They're always telling me that they're about to go out of business, and we want more of that. So, we have to continue to fight at the State House. That's the other part of it, is we need to organize and fight at the State House to change laws and make it better for patients.
Next year, we're going to do it a little better, and we want to have every state house in America involved in this. And actually at the State House, rallying, protesting with signs.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, Oregon's going to be on there this year, which is great.
I make my declaration today. Now I have 1 year's notice. I'll have Sacramento set up.
Sacramento. I think Sacramento's going. It's going to be involved, right? There, Mystery is going there, maybe, or
Mystery's calling in from California, but I don't know that he's going to actually get to Sacramento.
Okay.
I don't want to lie to the people.
Okay.
But you didn't give me enough notice.
Blame me.
Yeah, it's your fault.
It is. It always is.
I had enough time to get an airplane and come here.
I know
so.
you should.
But Mystery will call in from California, and he's got a good PTSD veteran story for everybody. And then next year, 1 year from now, we'll actually be set up in Sacramento.
Right on.
Because now I'll have enough notice.
And I believe California just cut some taxes too on cannabis, didn't they?
Did a little bit. The market out there is just kind of wild right now. It's almost like this weird backwards Old West. But the taxes are coming down a little bit, but they're still obnoxious.
I think every state has to be screaming less taxes on cannabis right now, especially if you're a high tax state. It's just a lot of states now have money. So like if they're going to cut taxes, cannabis needs to be number one.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially for patients. As long as patients are still using it, they shouldn't be taxed at all.
New Jersey just got rid of their tax finally on patients.
Oh, you did fight
finally, like 2 weeks ago, right? That was great. Wasn't it great? Aren't we happy?
Interestingly, New Jersey's been ahead of the curve on certain things. It's it sounds crazy to say that, but the opiate use disorder on the medical program was early forerunner, and cut the taxes for the patients. That's a good one. You still can't grow a plant though.
What's that, Mikey?
So opiate use disorder was a big one.
That was a big one.
I think it was first, wasn't it? I think New Jersey was first.
I want to say yes, they were.
Maybe Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania had something in there that was kind of fell under that.
Right.
If I remember correctly.
That's right. We're taking it. We got it first.
We got the first one.
That was my petition.
Yeah.
My doctor and I both petitioned for that.
Right on.
Is Lefty also running the cameras?
Yes.
He does everything.
He's the sound. He's the sound guy extraordinaire.
He's doing a lot.
He does everything.
He touches the buttons.
I want to have fun today. So
I just carry the speakers.
I'm going to just disappear for a while, and you're not going to see me, and everything's going to go crazy, but I'm going to have fun.
Yeah.
I hope. I'll be watching all day.
We have a sound guy in the house, so we can take over the board.
I feel like a good employee at work that hides every 15 minutes.
I want to get high with Bongholio today.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, man.
It's a party now.
Christian in the house.
One by one, the crew rolls in.
Hey, this is the Cannabis Cup table, just so you know. Whatever you want to put there. If it's for the Cannabis Cup, absolutely, we'll take it.
I got magazines.
Magazines. You can put those probably on the free table. There's a free table out there with free
Get
stuff.
your free doobies.
Northeast Leaf mag.
Nice.
Actually got Mario featured in there.
Grab
Oh,
Yeah, Mario's
awesome.
featured in
Grab
there.
that.
Nice.
Oh, okay. I just want to get you on mic. I can't hear you. That's all. That's all. Mario?
Yeah.
We got a
Okay.
free Northeast Leaf magazine.
Yes.
Feature story Weed Warriors Mario Ramos that will be joining us on the podcast today. Shout out to him. It's the equity issue because we all deserve some cannabis in our life, right? Cannabis don't discriminate, people do. Remember that.
Yo, that's a fair statement.
That's a bumper sticker right there.
Yeah.
We got some CBD boxes.
You got CBD boxes? Okay. Yeah, there's so much cannabis here. So, oh my God. Dimitri gave me a little pill here and I'm scared to take it.
Take it. Don't be
jagged-
scared.
Take
It's
it.
a jagged little pill.
Take it. Take it.
I'll take it for you.
Take it. You need it for your
I
back
sacrificed
pain.
myself to take this pill for you.
I do this for all of you.
Take it for the back pain that you're going to have in an hour.
I'm going to have back pain.
Yeah.
I'm high on adrenaline right now.
That's what I'm saying.
I can remember entire podcast when we're doing them over here or at the stairs. Like he just laid down and he'd like reach up, like the whole entire day. He'd just be laying on his back and he'd just reach up and twitch the buttons a little bit once in a while.
That was bad. Those were bad days. That was, I think my neck was really bothering me back then too.
No, it was all pre-surgery for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I ate it. Oh boy.
That a boy.
Folks, he put it in his mouth
He did actually swallow it.
and it
I
looks
saw.
like he swallowed it.
Lefty swallowed.
Jim Miller, can we have a few words?
Jim Miller on the
Jim
mic.
Miller.
Let me hand it off to this gentleman.
A few words.
Do you know Mike Crawford? Well, Mike is up in Massachusetts right now.
Yeah.
What town?
I would know of each other. We might have met at one of the
Freedom Rally.
Yes.
Yeah, Freedom Rally.
You guys met.
I think so. I think so. Even if I haven't, I know Jim because I've been
Mike,
following him for
yeah.
years. And Cheryl, definitely. I love what you do.
Well, you set quite an example with your podcast and your straight towards it attitude. You know, I love it. You know, it's exhilarating. It keeps me in the game with people like you more regular than I've ever been. You know, I'm kind of hit or miss, but how long you been doing that podcast, Mike?
I think it's 8 years now. And before that, we had another show called The Two Hotheads. But yeah, it's been
Remember that too.
it's been a number of years. It's funny because I don't feel like I do it as much. I feel like I'm hit or miss lately, but I'm starting to come back. But to hear you say that is just amazing to me, Jim. I've looked up to you and Cheryl for so many years. It's just you are the man. So thank you so much.
Oh wow.
So sorry about that. I had to give up the mic to wind myself around.
You got to run around the pot plant. You ran around the pot plant. That should be a game.
Priorities.
Really,
Bring around the pot plant.
that is some odor emanating from that right there. You know, got it hanging up by its feet.
I don't know where you guys are putting it.
Hung by its feet.
Yeah. So anyway, Mike, I'm glad.
Where are
glad
we
to get to talk to
keeping
you.
the rolled?
It's a work
joints
in
for the
progress here. Whenever
contest?
this begins,
Just holding on to them. I guess this is the first
it's an
bit.
interesting event.
I
Keep it going.
I love the table of medicine. I'm jealous I'm not there.
I don't know. They're
I
giving it
gotta
away.
say,
It's free.
the generosity displayed by people that have cannabis and work with it, the generosity that they display here, making sure everybody has some of their product, whether or not they have any money or care to purchase anything. Oh man, by another hour and a half, this crowd is going to be cumulatively really up there, and it makes it a good event. It's you know, when Lefty started doing when we started doing the weekly Thursday podcast in front of the State House in 2014, I believe it was, patients had to walk across the street to use their medicine because the side of the street the State House is on is state property. The other side of the street is patrolled by Trenton police. So basically, we were just passed on to where we weren't the state police problem. But it always seemed wrong for people who physically had a hard time moving to be made to go that much further to not be bothered by police. And then when patients started having their medicine widely available, patients would be the first ones up to a Trenton police car saying that everybody got cards here, and 2 or 3 patients would walk up and they get tired.
Card.
People.
Right.
But now, well, with it legal for adults to possess, and with it legal to them to transfer what they possess to somebody else if it's not being sold, with the legalities that we have, we own the street today, and nobody's going to stop and say boo. So I think sometimes for me, I don't know how you feel about this, but it's the longer you do this, the more you develop an appreciation for the steps that have been taken. And when people feel like 2 or 3 years ago is a long time when they got involved, they don't remember going across.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. It's for me, 2008 in Massachusetts, when we decrimmed,
yeah,
that was such a big change. That was it. Like, I know that we've gone to medical and legal, but when I wasn't going to be arrested anymore, that was just so amazing, because we saw in the 90s and the 2000s, just every year the cops would come into the Freedom Rally and bust people, and even friends of ours and artists and speakers. And, every year I was afraid I was going to get busted while I was helping organize that Boston Freedom Rally. And then 2008, we voted on it, and it was just like overnight. And you saw the crowds come back. It even hurt the event, the Boston Freedom Rally. For a while, people forget about this, that it was huge from the beginning, and then it kind of died down. People stopped going because they didn't want to get arrested. When you arrest a couple hundred people every year, you say it's 200 people a year times 10 friends, right? That's 2,000 people who won't come back, because they tell their 10 friends, you're going to get arrested. And when
I don't really blame them, because a lot of people
who wants to go get hassled.
Don't worry, just smoke it anyway. It's like, well, I can't afford to get in trouble legally. I mean, the money spent, it's
that's
like
right.
But now that
there's so much freedom,
it's in such a better state here. It's night and day. You wouldn't recognize it from 8 years ago, and yet still there are way more complaints than there is satisfaction, because there is so much still to be done, basically based around home grow for adults and or for patients, whether it's separately or together. But there's a problem with that, because other states don't have that problem, and that is our problem. It's not like we even need to make an argument beyond why are we an outlier. It's the burden becomes on others to tell us why we aren't, rather than for us to tell them why we should be. It's like, just tell me why we're an outlier. I mean, when you are in the state that has legal cannabis and medical, we are the only state, I believe, that has both, that doesn't have home grow for either.
Yeah. That's brutal.
But
I gotta tell you, Jim, living in a home grow state, it doesn't solve the issue, at least in Massachusetts, because so many of our population are renters, or like where I live, I'm in a condo. We own this place, but we can't even grow in our condo that we own, so like, because of the condo association. And so many people in Massachusetts are in dorm rooms or campus housing, or like I said, rentals, and you can't grow in those legally.
We haven't gotten to that yet, but you're absolutely right that I believe patients have a very good chance on getting home grow this year for multiple reasons.
I hope so, for the ones it helps, but I feel like it's same thing with us too. We have Maine, I go to Maine, and I think a lot of people go to Maine, which helps a lot of folks like me that have a car and have the ability to get up to Maine. But I feel like a lot of people are still left behind, because a lot of folks in Boston, they don't have cars. They're not going to be able to drive up to Maine. So there's always people being left behind. And I think the biggest issue for me is seeing the corporate cannabis, how they treat their employees, how they treat the patients, the products that they put out. it's frightening to me. It's like like you said, we're so happy about the freedoms that we have, but there's also drawbacks to it.
What would solve or at least mitigate the problem of living in a condo, as an example? I mean, would it be a tougher task to actually have a law to protect them somehow, which would really be going pretty deep?
Yeah, and that's not going to happen. It's like it's just
right.
not.
That's what
we have a group called the Mass Municipal Association, and then there's another group. There's a few groups, the real estate group. It's just not going to. I mean, unless you put it on a ballot initiative, and I don't even think it would pass there.
No cooperative possibilities. Like if you do live in housing like that, could there not be a cooperative where, basically you're going to be covered for your participation for your plan? Not like you need to go grow your own,
right?
But somebody else could grow your own.
That would be a great option. It doesn't seem available right now in Mass. And again, it's like,
wouldn't it be easier to go for that, or would it be easier to go for that?
Oh, I think that is actually something that would be doable. That you wouldn't have as much opposition to it.
Well, it's sort of like you've given me cause to look beyond when patients get home grow provisions here. And oddly enough, the thing that's going to get it for him, in my mind, is Senate President made it very clear he's not going to consider any bills for discussion even that involve adult home grow, if it includes that in the bill. So with a bill that includes both patients and adults, it's never going to get a hearing. The bill, it's called like a lifeboat bill. It's called a lifeboat bill by me, for senators who will support home grow for patients, but not at this time for adults, because the program isn't up and running. Nick Scutari says, "Oh
my God, that's
until the program's up and running." But here's
what that should be.
That's our doorway.
It's bad. That's so ass backwards is what I'm trying to say. Because it's like, if the program's not running, that's even more why you should have home grow.
Okay, but if he said the program is running, and the reply is the medical program's been running for over a decade, he can't apply that to it. So the fact that that's his reason for not going for it with adults, it doesn't apply to patients. It's a good window, an opening that patients can definitely take advantage of. And my hope is that adults will start to realize that without their help, patients may not get it again. But if they really go at it, even though it won't help them, it will next session, and it will give them information as to what other senators might think of home grow for adults. As an example, I had a pilot program last year where my problem with people saying, write your legislator a letter, email him. What people do is they act like they're never going to talk to him again, and they get a 4 or 5 page email telling them everything you can think of to want to say, as if you're not going to get a chance to. And that gives them so many weeds to hide in. They'll deal with one thing they think they like.
Yeah, right.
But when you're right and somebody else is wrong, they're not going to want to have a discussion about it. And what we do wrong, I think, is patients write your legislator. Guess what? That legislator has probably already gotten that same letter from a dozen other patients, starting at the beginning. I'm a patient. Here's why I think you should support this bill. If you wanted to know about legislators' emails to and from other constituents, where would you go to find that? There's nowhere, but there could be. It's as simple as somebody having a dedicated website to tracking quotes in the media and actual emails from constituents, patients or otherwise. And you could go there, because you're probably well aware that after 2 or 3 exchanges, a letter, you're going to get the letter. It's like a Dear John letter. I've tried to explain my position over multiple exchanges. I've done the best I could. I think I've addressed your concerns, but I have 200,000 other constituents, and I can't get to all of them as it is. So if anything else comes before you, get a hold of me. But until then, I will keep your views in mind. It's the I will keep your views in mind letter, the Dear John letter. So at that point, you've been cut off. But why should a patient who's a first-time contact not know that? Because if they did know where that trail ended, they could pick it up themselves from the beginning, because legislators don't like to ignore a first-time contact from a constituent. And then when they do ignore, he always ignores me, I never get a letter back. Prove it. You can't. But if there was a website you could go to. Anyway, short thing is last year we picked up a couple of things with 12 people that let me write their initial letters to their legislators. I wrote them and they copied and pasted them as if they were their own. And, you know, that one started with, I don't need to meet with you. I don't need an appointment with you or anybody on your staff. Never gotten a letter saying I don't need to meet with you right out the gate. So it kind of gets your attention, you know. And what happened was the 12 people that trusted me enough to do that, one picked up immediate co-sponsorship from a Republican senator, which made it more bipartisan than it was. And more importantly, a constituent of Senator Gopal was going back and forth with him on Facebook, on his Facebook page about this. And Senator Gopal said, instead of trolling me here on Facebook, why don't you hit me up legit at my office and we can talk? To which he got to reply for all his Facebook friends to see something like, well, Jim Miller said that might happen. So the letters that I did write, 2 emails that haven't been answered, are posted on letpatientsgrowNJ.com. To which 10 minutes later, he
Got a response?
Oh, he not only got a response, fast forward to the end, Senator Gopal is the guy that introduced and wrote the Home Grow for Adults bill.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So
it's so funny because I hear from these national journalists that harassing politicians on Twitter doesn't work. Apparently it does work.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's sort of like it's offering transparency, saying I didn't get them, and then everybody has something in their pocket probably right now they could reach for, and with little fancy thumb work could come up with it if they went to like patients out of patients or something, you know, something you can remember. You go to it and you show the man in his office, you send it to him, you put it on Facebook, and it's transparency. It's like, look, there's 2 unreturned emails. And then this one, when he did return, it's the form letter that he sent to people asking different questions. If you mention marijuana, you got this form letter. There's a lot to be learned still about cannabis before you blah, blah, blah. So when you read the trail, the letter written, the answer, how long it took, the next letter written, no answer. Well, no wonder he couldn't answer that question probably. It becomes visible, it offers transparency, and I'm hoping it'll keep things to a minimum of answers like, I'm sorry, you're taking that out of context. Couple clicks of a button and you have the original context for anybody to see. Now, if you're a reporter and you want to interview somebody about home grow for patients, a legislator, and you knew there was a website you could go to see how he's been handling it, wouldn't you go there?
Oh, yeah.
Now, wouldn't you be worried as a legislator when you found out, oh man, I had my dick in a sling there. She asked me about that. And I didn't know where she got the information. And then she quoted me from a letter that I'd written to another constituent. She quoted it. That would worry them. That's transparency. And that's all I'm after right now. And the bitch of it all is it's not to get the law passed. It's secondary reason is to get co-sponsorship, and that was the primary reason. But the first reason now is just to get the bill posted for an informational hearing. It was denied that last session, and I believe the reason was that leadership isn't on board. Well, leadership is the now Senate president, the guy that got the original bill passed, the guy that got home grow passed in 2009 in the original bill. and he's running out of reasons. So I'm hoping the transparency is going to get people, senators, to actually ask him if it could just have an informational hearing. You can't ask a senator, what do you think of this bill, and deny an informational hearing on it. You see
That's
the
right.
the
Just
ban-
ask for the hearing. I that 100%. Just
So-
ask for the hearing. And that's like democracy 101. Like
Sure it
I
is.
know so many people in my activism over the years where sometimes they didn't even agree on the cannabis issue, but in instances like this, it was about democracy, and they were like, you got to give them a hearing. I mean, that's
Hearing. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
so many ways it becomes a fight against information. Listen,
right.
I grew up in the Cold War era, and it was all about, my God, these people that live in Russia don't even know that Khrushchev's dead, and I've known for 3 weeks. And you'd find out, well, TASS doesn't tell them that, and that's the only news. It was the keeping information away that really frightened me as a kid. And now to be saying that there's no interest in the Senate, it's the interest is based on what the guy's grandmother told him when he was a kid. I mean, what? It's not coming from informational hearings, and it's not like informational hearings don't bring out the cockroaches that want to come out and talk about, reefer madness or whatever, which now, of course, works in our favor because it's pretty much absurd. But the information comes for and against. There'll be police organizations, rehab organizations, they're going to come out and say why it shouldn't happen. So the information comes from all sides. Then you take your pick, you pick a side of the fence, and you work that way. But to say we don't want well-informed decisions. We want you to make a decision before an informational hearing on how you feel about that. And I can't do that anymore. And I'm one of these guys. You hear about tireless activists. I'm tired. I'm real tired. It's been 3 decades. I can barely get up sometimes when I know I got to fight people for this. So this is absolutely the last thing I'm going to initiate. I'll follow you and somebody with a good plan anywhere. But this is my last plan. And if I can't get that going this year, I'm going to fade. But
I hope you get it done, Jim. You've done so much, and you should get that hearing. It's just it's ridiculous that they won't even have a hearing on something that's so popular with their constituents.
I didn't have enough help last time from people who say they want this done. I didn't have enough people from help who do contact their legislator because I've already contacted them. How am I going to say, yeah, but you didn't get the job done because you gave them room to hide. You weren't direct. You weren't focused on one point. The letter that goes out for people that I will be writing starting next week now starts, I would not presume to be able to convince you to co-sponsor a bill that one of your Senate colleagues from your side of the aisle could not convince you to co-sponsor. Therefore, my request is that you talk to any co-sponsor of S342 from your side of the aisle about his or her co-sponsorship of this bill. Then get back to me. Tell me where you think that your colleague is wrong. Tell me where you think he is right, and tell me where you need more information. That's the request. Talk to your colleague. Basically, it's whatever. Do your job. It's a way of saying do your job without saying it. And what then? They have to have the conversation, and if they don't, if he's not willing to do it, well, he already made up his mind before an informational hearing. So it's starting like that now. Simply talk to your colleague. It's the hardest thing I can think of for a legislator to say he will not do. I will not talk to a colleague about this bill. I figure my job's done by then. He's a throwaway at that point, and then you get to have some real fun. So
that's the best part for me, the real fun.
Yep. Well, I got to admit it is.
It is.
It's sometimes the simple parts. And one last thing before I get pulled away, not Lefty here, but he's happier than
your Lefty looks happy right now. He looks very happy.
It's really good,
I love Lefty.
But I want to leave you with one last tactic that I like that I try to spread around is when you're in an office and you hear, I'm sorry, you're going to have to leave now. We're done. You're going to have to leave. Whatever. I imagine you've heard that more than once. What I like to do is look around and then look at them and go, apparently you're wrong. I'm still here. I'm going to have to call security or police, whichever the case may be, if you don't leave. And I say, well, it looks like you are. Then when the police or security comes and they tell me to leave, I go, okay. And then let the record show that this office had me kicked out
And call the cops.
because it didn't want to ask questions. So it's fun because when you go, okay, they realize they just did exactly what I wanted. And it's really never failed. But what I really like is you tell that to somebody before just saying, I'm not going to leave, and say, here's how it's going to go. You tell me to leave. I say no. You tell me again. I say no. Call security, police. They're going to come and tell me. I'm going to say yes. And the record's going to show that you had the wife of a dying multiple sclerosis patient kicked out of your office because he asked you, and then whatever the question was. And that has never, not once, failed to get me at least a talk with somebody on staff where I was getting kicked out minutes before. So, it works. It's fun. You do seem to go with adversity and better than I do. I got to compliment you on that. It doesn't put you off. And I don't know.
I grew up in a neighborhood. We enjoyed fighting.
Yeah.
Been a lot of fist fights when I was young.
Yeah, I grew up in a neighborhood with a lot of running to keep from fighting. So I guess we handled
We
that.
were probably running from we were actually running from the police, I think.
When your street
and our
fight-
parents.
when your street fight record is 0-1, you generally don't take another match.
Yeah. Well, I remember in like was it 5th or 6th grade, I went to school with 2 black eyes. And we told the teacher what happened, and they didn't believe me. And they went to my family to investigate because they thought my parents did it. And it was like, no, it was the kid next door. They got in a fist fight. Like, I had 2 black eyes, not 1, but 2.
No.
And it wasn't my parents. It was not my parents. It was the next door neighbor. We had gotten a fist fight.
Yeah, that happens. It happens for you, for sure. Listen,
my parents actually did say something to that kid too. My stepdad, I think, might have threatened that kid. Oh, that was funny. But go ahead. We're getting off topic here. I'm sorry, Jim.
Stuff like that, that gets us where we are. And I'm going to put this down because I hope somebody learned something by our brief conversation. If not, I guess I don't care that much because it was just fun talking to you.
Well, I loved hearing your stories, and especially the one about how to leave the office when they want to kick you out, and the 2 ways it can go. If you actually want to continue the conversation.
It's so much fun when you get to say, let me tell you how this is going to go. It's like you're verbally putting your finger in that person's chest, poking them while you say that, and dare them. So I like that one. It works for anybody. And I think either the older or the more non-threatening you are, the worse it looks for them, because they can't say, she might be 92, but she was aggressive. It doesn't work.
I feared for my life.
So, and he kicked me out. All I did was say, where did you get your information? And you refused to tell me, things I don't like to answer.
Yeah. All
right. Listen, man, good talking to you, Mike. Enjoy
too.
the rest of your day. And man, I appreciate what you've been doing for a long time. Really do.
Thank you. And what, if you want, I just want to bring up one thing, since we're talking about politicians and cops. There is a guy who's running for U.S. Congress in Massachusetts as a Republican. And the one time I went out to ask him about cannabis, about him blocking a veteran microgrow from opening an industrial park, he called the cops on me. And I knew he was gonna, and I got it all on video. So if anyone wants to check it out, his name's Bob May, midnightmass.substack.com.
Yeah.
Always find that, or just look me up. But Bob May for Congress. He called the cops on us for asking questions, and the cops laughed at him.
Found out he called the cops. What was your first initial reaction?
Well, first, when he was calling, he was calling, he was texting, and it's funny because I don't think he actually, I don't know, he might have gotten on the phone and talked to him, but I wasn't sure, but I had an idea. And I was like, are you phoning a friend? What are you doing here, Bob? phoning a friend, texted a friend, calling the cops, and then the cops. And then actually a few minutes later, I was suffering. I have a bad back, like Lefty. I have a lot of pain. And it was one of those mornings when I had a real spasm, and I was really hurting. So I was wearing grubby clothes because I didn't even change all my clothes to get there. Like I was hurting. I was in real pain, and I still had to do this. I had to be there. I wanted to get this guy on video, and I kind of knew this was going to happen actually. So when he phoned a friend, a couple minutes went by and my back was hurting. He was actually giving me a hard time. He said I was shaking, and I told him why. And I said, I got to go because my back's hurting. And he's like, no, stay a few minutes longer. And that's when I knew he had called the cops. And so I said, oh, you want me to wait for the cops? Okay, I'll wait for the cops. Yeah. And so the cops showed up, and, and I was cool with the cops, of course, just like you. It was just like at the point when the cops showed up and I started talking to the cops, you could tell Bob May was just like you're saying just like you. He knew that he had played right into my hands, that I was so happy the cops came and got it all on video. And the cops were wicked cool with me because I'm a nice guy and I'm not going to start shit with cops ever.
One addendum on that's fun to do is have the police that they would be calling, have that number right on your phone, ready to go. Because when I was picketing the Republican Ocean County headquarters on election day, because that's a great day, everybody in the county party goes to their headquarters. They got to walk right by you, the power, everybody. So, it was awesome. But when a little mean guy that came out of the office came out, and he was right in my face and telling me he's going to call the cops, I took out the phone, I beat him to it. It's like, here, you can use my phone. And it really is the cops. And that puts a little water on their fire. When they threaten to do something and you hit a button, hand them your phone and say, go ahead, it's them. They know that you've got it handled, or you wouldn't do that. And you'll see the fear, it's, I don't know. That's always, I think that is cannabis consumers' greatest benefit of pot is they think more outside the box than other
squares. The squares, the guy running for Congress that hates gay folks, hates cannabis, hates everyone.
Well,
calls the cops on me for asking questions. He apparently is not about free speech.
Well, I'll tell you, I got the guy sitting right here who is absolutely at the top of the list and thinking out of the box. I got two of them here. I mean, between Lefty and Mike, El Rampador and Bongholio,
I love them.
You got to think out of the box to be a human-sized bong that people can actually smoke.
Oh, yes.
That. But yesterday, a couple days ago, Lefty was at a Belmore police station with a ramp, that you could use to get up a certain amount of stairs at less of an angle. It hooks on the top and it's sturdy. And it was just.
Do we need a ramp over there? Because we have a ramp.
I said ramp.
You always bring the ramp.
We have a ramp. If you want to ramp, we have a ramp on the other side, and we can put one on this side if you'd like to.
Anyway, that's a good
no
place
problem.
to hand,
Let's do that.
Mike
Let's
back.
do that.
He's amazing. I was telling my girlfriend about the ramp. It's just you guys are amazing.
Ramp over there.
Well, listen, Mike, good talking.
Mikey,
you too, Jim
Mikey,
Miller.
can you put that ramp?
It's
over
an
there?
honor.
That ramp. Did you bring a ramp? Can you put that ramp right there? Yeah, because we had a patient that already needed it right there. So sure enough, we needed that ramp. So we have a ramp by the Porta-John, and we have a ramp to get on and off the property here. So now we have two ramps actually for Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. Just so you know, we're taking care of patients today. So there it is. Sorry to interrupt you, but that was a situation we need to handle.
That's a PSA.
There it is. Right on. Thank you, Mikey.
Thank you. I guess it's an honor to be around you today, Lefty, and Bongholio and Jim Miller and your whole crew over there. I really thank you for having me on today.
Mute or unmute. What's up? Yeah. Cannabis Patient Awareness Day. Mikey, do you? All right, here's the deal. We have joints being rolled here on the table here. I know you can see this. There's a pot plant here, and they're rolling a bunch of weed here for the cannabis cup. Can I interview? What's going on over there? Hey, give me this mic. What are you doing Wednesday? Did I just kill them? No. Plug it back in there. That's all. There you go. There you go.
9.
Hi, Wednesday.
Hi, everybody. We're here at the State House. We're hosting our Cannabis Cup. We have 15 submissions.
Wow, 15?
15 submissions.
15?
We have 7 judges. We're rolling 7 joints each. The crowd gets to finish off what's left over. And we have a nice scorecard here. So we're hoping to be able to bestow the award. Last year it was New Jersey Madman. He won with Lucky Power Plant. He's supposed to be coming up here today with his submission. So that might make number 16.
16 submissions.
That might make 16 submissions this year. Do you remember how many I had last year?
7, 6.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Look at us grow.
More than double.
Can we grow? Hi,
We're New
Jason.
Jersey. We have to grow. We don't have a choice.
Jason is.
Hey, what's up, guys?
there.
Jason Cordero here, treasurer for Sativa Cross.
Right on.
So I wanted to talk a little bit today about access and tell you the story of a medical patient, namely myself. So I suffer from Crohn's disease. And about 5-6 years ago, it got really bad to the point where every day was basically like a waking nightmare. I couldn't sleep due to pain. I was up all night long, running back and forth from the bathroom, then would spend all mornings incapable of moving from the cramping. I would get like an hour or 2 of usable time in the afternoons every night. And then it would all just start again. This happened for about 6 months. And coming from the cannabis industry, I had known about RSO and known about FICO. I just didn't really, I was lazy about it and I didn't do anything. So I decided to take the plunge and I started to make my own RSO. And once I made it, took about 2-3 minutes. And it was the first time in 6 months that I had felt any kind of relief. It completely changed my life and changed my mission in life. Like getting this into the public hands is why I joined Sativa Cross. So now we currently make it and we get donation pounds and we turn that into medicine and then turn that into healing. The big problem for me with access is stuff like there was no way that I could have healed myself if I had to buy weed legally. This state is absolutely ridiculous when it comes to how much weed costs. Like it would literally be costing me thousands of dollars a day to take the dose that I needed. I took 3 grams of RSO every day for the course of 4 months. Like if you boil down the numbers, like it would have been over $100,000 from New Jersey dispensaries. Not to mention, even if I could afford it, let's say money was no object, that would be way over my legal limit, as at the time I was only allowed 1 ounce a month. So having zero access to it and restricting this does nothing but hurt patients.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I think it's stories like this that people don't realize. Like, you know, a lot of people see like, oh, medicinal, that guy's just smoking a fucking joint. And it's like, nah, that's not all it is. You know, like literally, like I went from I had no quality of life, absolutely zero, to being like a full functioning human again. Like I was on every single medication there was. Every single medication. I was taking $10,000 shots every week in my stomach for months. Nothing helped. 2 minutes. 2 minutes after taking my first dose of RSO, I wasn't in pain anymore. And now I know I changed my diet. I can't eat garlic and onions. I cut that out completely. No more spicy foods. And that in a regimen of RSO every night. I can't tell you the last time I got sick. Like it's been years and years. So like, it's just, you know, this amazing plant that gets this stigma that, you know, we fight to break, and why we're having this day here. Take back 710. Lefty's little brainchild here, and now we're fulfilling it.
Take back 710. Patience over profits. Make that a bumper sticker.
Hell yeah. I mean, there's no reason why, if you have a medical condition, it shouldn't be affordable. Like what? Like, I mean, imagine if you went to the store and like, hey, your doctor told you to get this medicine, and your insurance doesn't pay for it. It's taxed out the butt, and you know what? You could just grow it yourself. You know, it's not like, you know, oh, well, I need to have a lab in my basement to make my hamster shots for my stomach. Nah, man, I can go out back and use the sun, grow myself some medicine, and heal myself. Like, that's what it's all about.
Jason, a cancer patient really needs about a pound of weed a month, right? For the correct amount of FICO.
Yeah, I'd say it's around a pound.
Is that affordable in New Jersey? Is that realistic?
I mean, if you don't know someone personally, no, it's not. Like, for a lot of people, like that's not realistic. You know, if you don't know someone that's either giving it to you at cost or giving it to you at like a dealer's price, even going through the black market, like that's a hefty fee. So, you know, I'm thankful enough that my circle knows what I do with the medicine, and, you know, hey, I need, you know, a very low cost specific pound, and they know that, and they sell it to me. And, you know, this is something that they would make a profit on, but they see like, oh man, you know, I know my uncle had that disease, or, oh man, you know, my mom had endometriosis, or, you know, all sorts of things where it's, you know, everybody knows someone that could benefit from this. Like, there's no reason why we shouldn't all have access.
And like you said, even if you're a billionaire, you still couldn't buy that amount legally. Even in Massachusetts, you can't go into a medical or recreational and buy pounds. It's not an option.
Yeah, exactly.
So even if you were Mark Cuban, you couldn't do it. So, I mean, you guys need another option, no doubt about it.
So like, and I'm all for like, yo, if you want to make money in rec, go for it. Like, go for it. There is a place for that. You know, big alcohol is allowed to be around. Cannabis should be too. You know, that's not what we're saying. But like, you know, put the last first. That's our thing. Like, there's people in need, and they don't need to suffer. Like, it breaks my heart when I see people, you know, suffering from something that, like, you know, they could be helping themselves, but either they're afraid to get into it because of legality issues. They're afraid to get into it. Like, oh man, like, I don't know. I don't want to join like a government program to have to get that stuff. Oh man, like, I don't want to be on a list to have this. Like, you know, I would do it, but like, I have to work. I have to go to my job. And it's like, look, dude, what came first? Quality of life or your job? Like, you put your job first, and that's what you get. So like, one of the things I do for people too is I am more than happy to fill out a LOA for someone and teach you how to use a leave of absence so that you can use RSO to heal yourself. Like, there is legal ways to actually do this that, like, I can't say it. So people will get mad at me for teaching people how to do this because, no, well, their job needs that worker. And it's like, nah, man, this person needs to live. Like, we in America have a very skewed view of what a person's worth is. And if you can't work, you have no worth. And I think one of the easiest ways that I noticed that is my wife is German, and going to Germany, I remember going to, like, you know, a Quick Mart or any kind of, like, you know, 7-Eleven comparable store, and the cashier was sitting down. And I turned to my wife and goes, what the hell is that? She's sitting. I couldn't believe it. And Elisa's like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, she's sitting. Like, shouldn't she be standing? And that's my American intuition there that says, like, oh, no, they're not working. Well, in Germany, if you're at your job, you're working. Like, there is no, like, oh, well, you can't sit. No, like, you have an actual quality of life from your employer. Like, I'm sure, you know, people overstep bounds and stuff in every country, but like, here, it takes it to another level. You know, people don't feel like they can treat themselves or take something or even take time off for themselves because of how we've, like, grown our economy here. Like, it's scary.
True. Very true. It's like you got a great party going on there, Lefty.
It's pretty nuts here. I'm still setting up. I'm still getting ready.
What time did you show up today, Lefty?
I was here about 9:15.
Okay, that's pretty early. I got here like 10:30.
Yeah, we baked and baked. My first thing I was happy about was seeing the Porta-John here. The disabled, wheelchair accessible Porta-John was here. I was like, thank you.
Oh, that was a lifesaver.
Yes.
As the rest exit on the way down was closed, so I had to do the last 20 minutes. Oh, am I gonna make it?
So shout out to Demiglio Septic for the crapper, the handy crapper. Yes, I want to thank our sponsor, Cannasense, cannasense.com. You can get your California card with Cannasense. I should have the commercial here somewhere. Let's see if I have it. Let's see. No. Maybe. Yes, I do.
Medical cannabis is now legal by telemedicine. Get the medicine you need by getting reviewed for a medical cannabis card. Contactless appointments available at cannasense.com. For as low as $39, you can get reviewed for a medical cannabis card. That's cannasense.com for a licensed medical cannabis doctor review. Cannasense.com has all the information you need to get connected with a doctor. That's cannasense.com. Cannasense is common sense.
Let me get you one. Let me get one of you smellers.
Smelling the weeds.
I love this.
That's a wonderful picture right there. That is just wonderful. Everyone should take a picture with that. Hey, I wonder what Bong Holio could do with that. Can we hang that on Bong Holio? Oh, that's funny. We have to pick out the Bong Holio camp too.
So when are we planning on starting the Cannabis Cup?
Yeah, let's ask over here. The Cannabis Cup is right here, so let's ask them. We have Chris. Can you give Wednesday that microphone and ask her what's she doing over here? We're doing a Cannabis Cup, right?
Yeah, Wednesday.
What's happening with the Cannabis Cup? What time do you think is the ETA?
We're
today?
rolling. We have about 3 strains left to roll in completion,
Okay, right
and then
on.
we can sit people down and start testing them. Yeah, we're about done. We're
All right,
almost out of here.
Just checking in with you.
Got about
Okay.
15 minutes, I'd say.
Ooh, about 15
20
minutes, guys.
Of rolling, of just rolling.
I can't wait to use
Rolling,
the bullhorn to
rolling,
announce
rolling.
it.
This is great. So I believe Ken Wolski is going to be our next speaker.
Ken, come on, take a seat. Come on over here.
We have a seat here for you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming down. Thank you for being a part of this call. Thank you for smoking weed with us today.
Any shout outs? Anything you want to shout out?
Yeah, let's thank. So today's RSO donations are donated by a friend of ours, Jeff Barnes. Big ups for him. And that's about it. You know, that's yeah. Fuck yeah. Have a great 710, everyone. I'm gonna get back to this. I gotta roll some more joints, and I gotta host a Cannabis Cup.
You too.
So I'm getting on top of it. Later, guys. Come on over.
Jason Cordero, thank you, sir. Awesome. Here's a man who needs no introduction, but I'll give him one anyway. It's the leader of CMMNJ. He's been at the State House for many years with us, and he lobbies and he goes all over the state and fights for your patients out there. Ken Wolski, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, Ken.
Hello, Lefty. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Happy to be here on 710, which of course, upside down is oil. And we're celebrating the cannabis concentrate consuming community. Celebrate the cannabis concentrate consuming community.
Yay.
Actually, concentrate's a little strong for me. I'm a flower guy. I've always been a flower guy.
Are they amalgamated? Is this a union? Is there a union of oil lovers?
From being a flower child in the 60s.
You are a flower child. I'm an oil child.
Yeah. Well, different generations, different strokes for different.
I'm a little younger than you, not too
much. They call me one of the OGs here, so cannabis OG. Been at it since 1966. I smoked my first joint and did my first research on cannabis when I was a senior at Trenton High School in 1966, and I've been an advocate for reform ever since. Now I'm one of the founding members of the American Cannabis Nurses Association. I've been an RN since 1976, 10 years later, and with a wide variety of clinical experiences. I'm probably will be on the board of Normal, New Jersey when we finally incorporate again as an organization. Was a former board member of Normal, New Jersey. But Jim Miller and I founded the Coalition for Medical Marijuana New Jersey in March of 2003. So this March, Jim, it's going to be 20 years. Is our 20-year anniversary for CMMNJ is coming up. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, in 2005, we were instrumental in getting the original medical marijuana bill introduced into the New Jersey legislature, where it sat for 5 years, going through various hearings before Governor Corzine finally signed it into law on his last day in office in January of 2010. And then in 2014, we endorsed legalization of cannabis. 7 years later, that became law when Governor Murphy signed the cannabis legalization law. And of course, just this past April, adult use sales began in New Jersey, and we're very happy about that. I'm very hopeful that the Cannabis Regulatory Commission will be true to its mission and establish this industry with social justice at its core. And I think we're very lucky to have the Cannabis Regulatory Commission and the people in it starting this industry because, well, I was a state employee for 25 years, worked in state institutions for 25 years, and I kind of know how the state works. I also got my master's degree in public administration while I was working for the state, so I really studied it at the same time. And these executive branch agencies and departments, they work at the will of the governor, and we have one of the most powerful governors in the country with Governor Murphy, and we're lucky to have a governor who has campaigned on legalizing cannabis in the state of New Jersey, and who has, in his first day in office, his first week in office, he instituted a program to ease and expand the cannabis medical marijuana program. So now we have some post-legalization goals. Post-legalization goals, of course, is home cultivation is a post-legalization goal. Home cultivation will reduce the price for patients, will ensure that there are specific strains of cannabis available for patients. Oftentimes the alternative treatment centers run out of the cannabis that is most effective for a patient's condition. So it's very important that these patients have what works best for them, and they can guarantee that they have it if they if they grow their own. And also it empowers patients. It puts patients back in the center of the healthcare industry. You know, it's not the pharmaceutical industry or the health insurance industry.
Do you think that'll work?
It's the
It's on the
it puts the patients back at the center of the healthcare industry. Another one of our post-legalization goals is insurance coverage.
Yeah, that's it.
We think that we may have insurance coverage before we have home cultivation here in New Jersey. Bill S313, it passed through a Senate Health Committee unanimously. I testified to that. And it also passed through a Assembly Health Committee. So really, it's been referred to two other committees in the legislature. So it has to pass through two more committees before it will go for votes in the Senate and the Assembly. But we're certainly hopeful that insurance coverage will become a reality.
I have a question, Ken, a quick question.
Yeah.
The company Cannabis, have you been following them? Have you been following the company Cannabis? They are like a company that's going to help the insured with their costs by like doing like a group sign up at the dispensary.
Yes, Wednesday, we have been following Cannabis. Ann Davis was one of the leaders of this, and she reached out to us. She said that anybody who signs up for Cannabis and mentions Coalition for Medical Marijuana New Jersey will they will send us a small donation for.
Oh,
for
that's
them
great.
doing
I'm
so.
glad I
Yeah.
asked then.
Now, Benebis is not really a insurance company, but they will.
Correct.
They will be helping people in the same kind of concept. They'll be giving you discounts if you sign up for Benebis.
Yes,
coverage.
and I believe that the botanist just came on board.
Yes. Yeah.
And also Harmony. So they're the two, but I think all dispensaries will follow suit in turn and getting on the Benebis program to offer the patients a discount. It's
Yes.
nice. It's a nice idea. It's like a good RX card.
Oh, yeah.
I want to. That's what I like in it. So I almost took that job.
Oh, what job?
I would be the person that goes to the dispensaries and gets them to sign up.
Oh,
I was almost on that. That was almost that person.
Yeah, great. Well, I mean, I think the world of benefits. It's a innovative way to make cannabis more affordable for patients. And
yeah, that's why I wanted to ask, because I know there's people out there listening that haven't heard of it. So you can go to Benebis, BENNABIS.com to look up more information for that.
Or is it benebishealth.com or benebishealth.com or benebis.com?
You might be more right. I've smoked.
Yeah, it's been a little while since I saw it. It's either benebis.com or benebishealth.com. But until we get full insurance coverage, this is the alternative that we have right now. But imagine paying a copay for an ounce of marijuana from premium buds from the alternative treatment center, for a $15 copay instead of what they currently charge. And also, insurance coverage really means that it's here we are, Benebis Health. It is benebishealth.com. Yeah. All right, excellent. Someone just came up to me with a card for Benebis Health, and basic membership includes access to reliable educational content, webinars, and expert support by our team of medical professionals for an introductory rate of $29 a year. And no medical cannabis card is needed for basic membership. So it is benebishealth.com, www. So additional post-legalization goals for the Coalition for Medical Marijuana New Jersey includes fully implementing the Jay Koenig Law. Governor Murphy signed the Jay Koenig Law in July of 2019, and he actually invited me and several other members to the signing ceremony. And it was very nice that this law eased and expanded access to medical cannabis in a number of ways. It did some really great things. It went into effect immediately, and it included institutional caregivers. Now, an institutional caregiver is a employee of a healthcare organization who will go to the alternative treatment centers, get the marijuana, and bring it back for the patients in that healthcare facility for the patients to use. Now, it's a wonderful idea, and I don't believe it's actually started in any of the healthcare facilities so far. So, that's unfortunate. We need them to fully implement this Jay Koenig law, including institutional caregivers. Right now, if you go to a hospital and you're, you may be suffering from a seizure condition, and if you go to a hospital for a different reason, they won't let you take your medicine that keeps you alive, and seizure free. So this is a very dangerous situation that needs to be rectified. Patients need access to all of their medicine when they are in a healthcare facility. The Jay Koenig law also called for education for physicians on the endocannabinoid system. These educational programs exist; they're all over the place. But, why hasn't the state adopted any of the educational programs on the endocannabinoid system? The endocannabinoid system is not being taught in medical schools and nursing schools, and yet here is a newly discovered system in the human body. It takes its place next to the circulatory system, the respiratory system, the musculoskeletal system, the digestive system, all the other systems in the human body that everyone studies. And here is a newly discovered system, and nobody is studying it. It is outrageous. And this endocannabinoid system, the role of it is to produce homeostasis or balance in the other bodily systems. So to ignore this is just completely irresponsible for healthcare professionals. Endocannabinoid system researchers say that the endocannabinoid system may well play a role in all disease processes. So we need to really encourage the physicians to learn about this endocannabinoid system. In fact, if it was up to me, I would say that anyone with prescriptive privileges in the state of New Jersey should be mandated to learn at least 1 or 2 hours a year about the endocannabinoid system as a condition for continued licensure in the state of New Jersey. That will get their attention. You either learn about this system or you're no longer able to prescribe any drugs in New Jersey. The J. Koenig law also called for dosing and administration guidelines for prescribers in New Jersey. Now, these dosing and administration guidelines, they already exist. There a number of organizations have developed the dosing and administration guidelines, and yet the J. Koenig law called for them in July of 2019, and we still haven't adopted them here in the state of New Jersey. And finally, I worked in state institutions for 25 years, including a psychiatric hospital right down the street, Trenton Psychiatric Hospital, and 22 years in the New Jersey Department of Corrections, including New Jersey State Prison in the other direction for 4 years, and every maximum security prison in the state I've worked in. And I know that these patients in these hospitals and these inmates in these institutions, they suffer from conditions that would qualify them for medical cannabis. They would do better. They would have a more stable condition if they had access to medical cannabis. And there's no reason why these patients should not have access to medical cannabis who are in institutions, who are wards of the state. Anywhere where a patient is a ward of the state should have access to medical cannabis. Nursing homes, group homes, anywhere. Finally, I want to talk about Dan Brady. Dan Brady he would be here today if he wasn't suddenly admitted to a nursing home in South Jersey. Dan had his cancer finally caught up to him. It ate through one of his backbones, one of his bones in his spinal column, and he's now paralyzed from the waist down. He's in a great deal of pain, and he's in a hospice in South Jersey. And he can't get access to medical marijuana. He used medical marijuana frequently, but trying to get access to medical cannabis is a real problem here in the state of New Jersey, especially if you're in a nursing home or any kind of healthcare facility. And yet the law says that a hospice patient is entitled to an unlimited amount of medical cannabis in the state of New Jersey. Whatever a hospice patient needs, that hospice patient should get. And the reality is, how can Dan get any kind of medical cannabis in this nursing home that he's in? And it's a real problem, and it's something that really needs to be solved. So anyway, I want to thank you all for the opportunity. If there's any questions, I'm going to be around to stop. Just want to let you know too that the oils, I was invited to testify at the Cannabis Regulatory Commission a number of times. And one of the issues that I testified about was cannabis oils. And, there was some intent to ban cannabis oils because they thought, well, if it's stronger cannabis, it must be more dangerous, just completely continuing on the stigma associated with cannabis. But what I said was that anything that's available now, a patient should use. Cannabis treatment is highly individualized, and there is no reason to ban any type of product that might help a patient. So that's what I said, and hopefully the Cannabis Regulatory Commission will adopt my recommendations in this regard. So thank you very much, Lefty, for inviting me here today. We have a table over there at the CMMNJ table. We have T-shirts for sale and marijuana buttons and some free literature, and we're happy to talk to you. So thanks again, Lefty.
Thank you, Ken, for all your support over the years, man. You guys rock.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it'll be 20 years in March. 20 years, Lefty. So that we've had our organization going, the Coalition for Medical Marijuana in New Jersey. We became a incorporated in 2006, and we became a 501c3 nonprofit educational organization in 2007. So donations to CMM&J are income tax deductible.
What'd you put in that box, Tony? Cookie? Oh, thank you. Ken, would you like a cookie?
I'd like a cookie for later. I don't eat cookies during the day.
Nice. Nice.
So I understand this is going out to several states. So are we on Zoom now? Lefty?
Yeah, we're on Zoom. Mike Crawford was just on from Massachusetts, and we're currently waiting for Oregon to jump on.
No, Paul Stanford's not on yet? Yeah.
No.
Paul and I go way back. So anyway, I've been following Paul Stanford and his great work in Oregon for decades. Been to a lot of conferences together out on the West Coast and whatnot.
Okay, so Chris Goldstein's on his way, and just checking here. He had fun last year. They dumped all the weed out on the table. That was crazy. We're not doing that again this year. Bongholio is going to give you some weed when you need it. Bongholio is your mobile dab bar, and I'm not sure when he's going to get in there, but Hugh Giordano in the house, UFCW, Local 152.
Ready?
Well, Hugh's got a lot of fans here.
You ready to go?
Hugh, I'd love to talk to Hugh.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. If you need me, I'll be over on my table.
Sure. When Paul jumps on, you can just jump back over here because you and Paul know a lot. You guys are really smart people. I like to have smarter people than me on the podcast. Go ahead.
While we have a minute in between guests here, I just want to say that from on the steps down yonder with like 6 of us to today is an incredible transformation. Incredible, Lefty. You're an incredible being.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier where I was talking, Tony, like, well, is it better than what you left it?
It's better and grown and exponentially. So I think y'all have done well.
Yeah, and that's the most important part, is just taking it to the next level and keep, informing and getting more of us together.
That's absolutely it. Why we say plateaus and pinnacles. Get to the pinnacle, then climb up the next plateau, then get to the next pinnacle, then climb up the next plateau. This is pinnacling right here. You're doing very well. Now you have to upgrade. Love you guys. Hugh, nice to see you.
Always.
Huey G.
What's up, Hugh?
Huey G-O-G.
What's up?
Huey G-O-G. Is that strain yet? Do they have a strain yet?
I think
we need it.
I think they're working on it.
It's over here. It might be number 7 or 8. We don't know. Which one's Huey G-O-G? That's great. Oh, man. Did you actually bring an entry for the Cannabis Cup? Or are you going to be here for a judge? You'll be a judge.
I was going to be a judge.
You'll be a judge. Okay, you're a judge. Hugh's a judge for the Cannabis Cup. All right. This is going to be fun. We got professional judges here today.
And I'll be honest.
You ain't messing around.
That's a guarantee.
Try to pull no crap here. And I'll take the crap. If you have any crap, I'll smoke it.
I mean, I will too. I'm not going to say no.
Anything that's thrown away, I'll take it.
Hey, look, the fact that anybody takes some time, especially for anybody that's here from the legacy industry or the micro world, you're going to get a thumbs up from me for even giving it a shot, right? I mean, it's tough shit, so.
Yeah, it's the beginning too, so
that's right.
Can only get better from here.
Clap for everybody. Everybody's a winner track. You're trying. Now, 10 years from now, then we can have real discussions, right? Because now there's an excuse to have made great shit.
Definitely. I'm even surprised we got a THC tester over here.
Oh,
yeah, they're serious. He's got a kit.
Yeah, dude.
He's got a kit.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, don't mess around here. He's got a testing kit, ladies and
Talk
gentlemen.
about levels.
We leveled up. You didn't think we were messing around today. Yeah, Dimitri came in with loaded. I'm loving it. And we have to interview Dimitri too, so don't let him get away.
Yeah, this is great though. This is great.
It's a nice day. Nice event.
So what's up, Hugh? How are you? Congratulations on everything you've done this year.
Thank you.
And our friends from Sacramento is on.
Sacramento.
What's going on, buddy? I'm gonna mute you guys for now until you get that fixed over there. But we got California on the line now, which is great. So hang in there, California. Can you hear me? We're gonna get with you in a minute. Can you hear me, California? Matthew, Mr. E, Mr. E. I think yeah. I'll let him get it.
All right.
There you go. Yeah, you got a little feedback there. I think you have to turn our volume down. Maybe that's what it is.
Okay.
That might be it. So we're here with Hugh Giordano of the UFCW. He has a huge fan base here. I love it. Why are people so happy with you, Hugh? Is it because you fight for the working class and you fight for the people that really need it? Is that why?
Well,
yes.
I hope that's part of it. Yes. It's the fight for workers is a fight for patients too. And I think that's how we've kind of worked that, right? Working people are part of the patient base. And the hope is that by having good standards for workers, that's going to spill over to patients and other social activist groups that are part of this conversation. This is a movement of allies, right? So, look, I believe in what I do. I'm honest about it. I think workers should come first. Owners get when I say owners, big MSOs, they get all the time and press. And I think working people, and that includes micro and small business owners. I look at small business owners and micro owners as working people. They're not a Jeff Bezos where they have 30 lawyers at their disposal to do their bidding. They're on the ground too, doing the same hard work next to their bud tenders or cultivators. So, the working class movement is important. So we just want to make sure that we do the right thing. And it's an issue. It's an issue of social equity and economic justice. The governor, the Senate, and the Assembly made that very clear that economic justice and social justice were the top priority for legalization. So if workers aren't considered part of that conversation, then it's a fallacy. And there's no other way to look at it. So, and I love being a patient and I love working with the patients. So the biggest advocates for workers have been the patient base. I mean, you were the first ones, Sativa Cross and Coalition of Medical Marijuana were the first patient groups to say that, yes, we support unionization of the workers. So if it wasn't for the patients, working class people sticking up for other working class people, we wouldn't be where we are today. So thank you.
A lot of patients are union members.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, so it makes even more sense. And we're going to be doing things more with the dispensaries, where if you're a union member, you get a union discount for shopping at union facilities. Doesn't matter what union you're part of. If you're a union member and you show your union card, you'll get a discount at union facilities. That's the best way to working class people supporting working class people, right? Patients supporting patients. That's what's about.
What are some of the problems in other states that you've seen? Because you travel all over the place with the UFCW. You've seen patients' issues all over. What are some of the most glaring issues you've seen around?
Quality, consistency, right? I think it's the same thing we're seeing here. Quality, consistency, price, access, being treated as second-class citizens once adult use comes into play. It's all the same thing. And then also worrying about making sure that your facilities that you're buying your cannabis from aren't riddled with mold, mildew, and mites. There's lots of companies that, aren't taking medical cannabis seriously. So, it's the same things we're seeing, and the same issues with workers. Workers are seeing the same issues too, not being paid appropriately or treated fairly, unsafe working conditions. So that's why a fight, doing the right thing here in New Jersey is so important, because I think that we have an opportunity to set the standards for what a robust, successful, and just an industry of justice. We can do that here in New Jersey if we stick together. We can't just because we have what we have in front of us doesn't mean that this fight's over, and that's just the honest truth, especially for patients.
A lot of patients don't know it's illegal to grow cannabis. I'm serious. A lot of people don't know that. When I'm protesting, actually, all right, my encouragement rally outside Scutari's office, the senators, we encourage him to put this up for a vote. And we have this sign that says home grow. Where's that home grow sign? It's right here. And I have this sign and people come up to you and they're like, what's with the sign? What are you protesting? It's legal. I'm like, no, it's not legal. You're going to go to jail if you grow weed in New Jersey. They're like, no, I voted for this. I'm like, no, man, you don't get it. Honk for home grow. So you don't get it, bro. We're going to jail. And so they're creating a whole new Jim Crow here in New Jersey. Jim Crow. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
It's funny that you mentioned that again because recently I've been getting more questions about, oh yeah, I thought we were already growing. And no, so I know a couple people that just leave them outside and they don't even know. And then, and I'm just like, no, dude, just get them inside or do something because outside is not. It's not.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah.
That's what gets you busted when you start blabbing your mouth. Don't tell nobody. Just grow your weed. Don't tell nobody.
Don't be a rat.
Don't tell on yourself. Don't rat on yourself.
No self snitching.
No, that's the worst. Friendly fire. Stop it. Stop snitching on yourselves, people.
No, and I think that's a big problem. I mean, that's one of the biggest problems I think we have in legislation is that there was no home grow, right? Every other state has some form of medical or adult use home grow. And people that are, again, everybody thought that when we voted for it, that it was legal, right? That's it. It's over. Boom. And unfortunately, there's people that are going to get nabbed because they're growing a couple plants.
And that's what everybody thought.
Be like, what?
Everybody said legalization and they thought it was, full-blown legal, like, growing and everything that comes with it.
So that's something that we still have to fight for. I mean, what it comes down to is we just have to, the allies that you have around you now have to be the allies talking about that stuff. You have to. It's a patient's rights issue. It's freedom issue.
And like, I feel more confident because, just having a conversation with Tony, we were talking about how when he used to come do it, there was only like 7 people. And then come back now, a couple years later, we have, decent amount of people,
Yes.
We got a grill. Shout out to the food vendors.
Yes.
We got a grill out here, We got a lot of donations in, to, give out and, be able to, even educate, and be able to give. And that's what we do.
Well, I have to give a big shout out to, Sativa Cross and Coalition of Medical Marijuana, because there's lots of other patients' rights activists that are trying to do events and they get shut down. And the fact that you have worked so hard over the years to make allies here, and just in Trenton, even with elected officials, and you can sit here and have the freedom to speak and medicate. It's pretty amazing. I mean, and that comes from hard work. I mean, you guys have really stood up to the plate and done the right thing. So you should be proud of yourselves that you're even being able to do this.
Well, Hugh, back in the day, it cost me $1,600 to be able to smoke weed in public. To get my card was $1,600, and I had to wait a year with my back pain. I had to wait on opiates for a year. At the time, you had to wait a year at the doctor. $1,600. And then when a cop told me that he was going to arrest me for using medical cannabis, I'm like, no. I couldn't believe it. So that's when we started going to police stations. Because I'm like, no, if you're going to arrest me, I'm coming to you and I'm going to just get you on camera arresting me then, because I just paid a bunch of money for this stupid card. And that's not even going to work. Like, really? And that pissed me off. I can't. And me and Chuck did it as a joke one day. We just went up to a cop like, hey, where do we smoke weed around here? He's like, no, I'm going to arrest your ass. We're like, what? You're going to arrest me after $1,600 and waiting a year? You're going to, no. So that's what started it. And we've been to hundreds of police stations, smoking weed at police stations, educating the police, because the attorney general at the time did not do their job by disseminating the guidelines to all their departments, not like they do now. Now the departments get memos like, oh, you guys, you can smoke weed on the weekends now. I like those guidelines. Cops should smoke weed on the weekends. Chill out, bro.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's, we have a lot of elected officials, and now you have the local level, like our friends in Ocean City, who were the first ones to ban police from utilizing cannabis.
Ocean City. I remember that town. Very non-compassionate town.
I do too.
Yeah. Yeah, they hate disabled vets in that town, right? That's right. Yeah. They don't respect them, that's for sure. No. How far do you expect a disabled vet to take their wheelchair and go to get weed if it's not in your town? They can go get the pharmacy stuff. They can go to get fentanyl and Oxycontin, no problem. They can wheel themselves there. But to get medical cannabis, they got to go to another town. That's how you treat our troops. Chris Goldstein, how are you, sir? Grab one.
How are you? It's good to see y'all. It's good to see everybody. It's good to see you, man. Hugh, what's up, man? We had a nice chat. We gotta follow up on those labor peace agreements. Remember we were talking about that last time, labor peace agreements?
Yes.
That was an interesting thing. That's still happening out there.
It is.
So you guys are talking about home grow.
Yeah.
You saw the mushroom home grow bill, right?
Yes.
That I mean, everybody's like, hey, Chris, I was sailing. By the way, there's only dudes at this. There's only dudes on the mic right now. And I was sailing with this French captain, and he told me in France, when dudes are hanging out, they call it between balls. They go when the dudes are hanging out, when it's like bros hanging out, they call it between balls. I thought that was great. So we started an Instagram for the boat called Between Hulls. So yeah, I thought he was saying between bulls, but it's between balls, which is
Jason. Come back, Jason. What's going on, buddy? And Jason's here too. He's our compliance officer for the day. So you guys are in real trouble. We got a tester and a compliance officer here to judge your weed. So there you go.
Man. Are you going to do a Ganjier program? No, it's okay. I don't need to take your seat. You should do. Have you heard about the Ganjier program?
There you go.
Oh, that's nice. Quality awards. I like that.
So yeah, we had the first NJ Gallo Awards this year, right? But there needs to be a bigger focus on product quality and public health, right?
Yeah.
So it's been social equity on the left and, safety and security on the right.
Hey, Ken.
Let's get some quality awards going. Nicest product,
I like that.
Most sustainable, most
It's tough.
eco-friendly.
You talked about quality and public safety. Pennsylvania's program had a big recall on concentrates. But then they went back and fought back the recall in court, and all the recalled products are now for sale again in the dispensaries. And I started looking around, and I actually found that there hasn't been a product safety recall by a cannabis regulatory agency that has stuck. They fought them all in court. And in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, they got to sell moldy weed back to patients. And yes, they fought to sell moldy weed. Now, it has to have a label that says it was moldy. But in Pennsylvania, they passed a law last year saying they could, if they found moldy weed, they could turn it into oil and sell it as a vape pen cart as long as it had a label that said it was mitigated. It was moldy mitigated.
It's still that experience, right? Like the optics are everything in this industry. Optics are half the battle, right? And
that's my question. So like if you're doing quality testing, like, and you're setting it up, do you do like a category for reclaimed vape carts and moldy weed? Like what is the best moldy weed?
So there's a good point. There's a lot of stuff you can do with it, right? We talked about hempcrete and biomass. And
that's true.
There's other things that it can be put into, right? For sustainability and your business plan can take that into account, but you have to push for that in the regs.
Yeah.
So, these are things that state by state, it's the whole distribution model is going to be in flux as interstate commerce picks up. All these things around recalls and recall management, Metric's got a recall management software component in their functionality.
That's good.
And that needs to integrate with every other point of sale system and everything else that's going on, because the supply chain and the recall management, it's going to be a shit show. It's going to be a shit show. And if you're a retailer, the biggest risk I tell people, if you're a retailer, is not your operation. It's nothing you're doing, because you can control that internally. It's every cultivator, manufacturer, tester who thinks they may or may not do things well. And we'll find out over the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, I think as far as the testing and stuff like that goes, we've seen so much number shopping. I know, the executive director of the CRC, Jeff Brown's talked about that. He's tried to structure the lab testing stuff so they can't. In Pennsylvania, there's only 4 laboratories for the entire medical marijuana program. And if they don't like the numbers from one, they could go to another one. So they can number shop on a lot of these products. And there's very little confidence. I mean, patients look at the numbers and they look at the labels, but there's very little confidence in the numbers on the labels.
Yeah, lab shopping's, if there's one thing we can take away from the West Coast, right, it's the lab shopping. But there is some value to round robin testing, right?
Sure.
And that round robin model, holds the other labs accountable as we develop the standards, as we ensure we're trying to get consistent, right? So for the first couple of years, you want to ensure that your testing and your methodologies and your proficiency testing, the ISO 17025, partner with other labs. Say, hey, we're testing this, you test it, let's make sure we get the same shit.
What
right?
about lab transparency? Like, wouldn't it be great if every laboratory published every test result so that the public could see it?
I think that you probably have some hurdles, right? Especially in
the entire industry would not be cool with that, I'm sure.
Well, to an effect, it put the power in the patient's hands, right? We're here for patient advocacy.
You can look around.
Whatnot,
That's true.
Right. And at the end of the day, we're talking about what the patients want. It's a consumer experience. And, people play their cards close to their chest, but at the end of the day, if you really want to stand out, you want a competitive advantage. I'm a quality compliance company. My superpower is transparency.
Yeah.
Period.
And if you could post all those results, that's the whole point. So like if your company's doing really well and you're getting results, even if you got a bad test and it showed it amongst a lot of good tests, it would still maintain your integrity. You know what I mean? It doesn't hurt your integrity if you have one bad test out of 100 good ones. It hurts your integrity if you have 99 bad tests in a row. That's where, and the public should see that. You know what I mean? If they're getting all these bad tests and they never have to say anything to anybody, they don't even need to tell the regulators at that point. They're just getting bad test batches.
Here's the thing. Everyone needs to know that the state and everyone else in the industry knows that you're going to mess up. You're going to have mishaps.
Yeah.
And we expect you to. We're in this transitional legacy to legal or, corporate to cannabis,
Nothing's
whatever.
perfect. Yeah.
Nothing's perfect. Even the state doesn't expect you to operate perfectly. And the biggest thing, like when we talk about legacy, right? Would you ever ask a carpenter to stop hammering a nail and perfecting his trade? Right? No, we still need to enable these people to get better, to improve their quality, perfect their genetics. And that's the gray area. That's the hard part that the state is in between a rock and a hard spot with.
Oh, they can do that though. The problem is the space to do it. That's the thing. Small business owners would love to participate in that level of stuff, I'm sure.
100%.
But they just can't find the space to do anything in it right now.
I want to see a legacy lab pop off testing black market before it comes to the
I would love to see that.
Legacy labs, black labs. What a
Yeah.
great name for a lab.
Well, even if a laboratory was able to walk up and I could test anything for $5 or $25, you know what I mean? If anybody was doing any underground home grow, just for curiosity's sake, to know what the THC level is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the practice. Getting in that mindset of testing, I used to grow. I grew for 20 years. I had to stop when play dates got weird and people came over to pick up my kids. But at the end of the day, I'm also ex-Pfizer and faced off the FDA. So it's this, you need the ability to perfect your craft. You need to be able to continue to grow, but you also need to be able to have that transparency in your testing operations so that the industry can learn from it.
And third-party testing, like the idea of having testing after testing of products that are already on the shelf, like pulling, having patients bring in samples so that you could see if the label that's already there is accurate.
CRC should do that as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know what I mean? The CRC doesn't have a lab.
There should be secret shopping. And that's something that should be formulated, right? I mean, they should create a lab. There should be some type of structure of standard.
Yeah.
And the best person to do that is the state. I mean, if they're gonna, it's one thing to talk about, it's nothing to be about it, right? So maybe more regulatory scheme in that way would protect patients too. Another layer.
True.
Just another layer. It doesn't mean it's perfect, but another layer of that.
Some states actually do that, Hugh. So Michigan's regulatory department will publish lab results and things like that. And that they do it more on the lines of, how the health department does with restaurant, secret shopping, like you say. So yeah, I want to see that. I think that these guys, at least the current medical/adult use operators, have been treated with kid gloves as far as consumer safety goes.
Great. I agree with that. And we're talking about spaces too. One of the things that we're trying to do is create an apprenticeship program here in New Jersey for cannabis directly.
Nice.
So just like the building trades do, you brought the carpenters, just like the IBEWs does. We want to do the same exact thing, and we're actually working on that as we speak.
Nice.
So it would be good to have, and since we're going to have the seed to sale component of training, right? Set those standards, work with MSOs, work with micros, but also within that work with laboratories, right? Because that's part of it. There's chemistry. There's a lot going on here, right?
Well, but the
So-
laboratories, laboratories themselves have been a weird market. There is the American Chemical Society does have a standard for cannabis labs, but the states themselves, there's been no confab conference among state regulators to set a laboratory standard across states. So like, again, in Pennsylvania, I would say that the laboratory standards are really relaxed compared to what the CRC has created here in New Jersey.
Sure. And maybe that's something we can do is work with, since we are going to work with the Department of Labor, then we have direct conversations with the state. And then maybe we're the ones that start that conversation of setting what the standard should be.
Well, it is a question too. That's also a big question is workplace safety for employees.
Sure.
So we talked before about labor peace agreements and things like that. This is something that you can't take to a lab and test for. Like somebody asked me the other day, like, should I go get a job at one of the dispensaries? And I was like, in a real way, it's not a great job. Like they don't treat their employees very well. There's been tip theft, at least with some of the operators across the industry.
Yes.
They've fought a lot of unionization too. I mean, they have fought unionization in their
Tooth
shop.
and nail.
So,
Tooth and nail. And
the idea that it's, well, and it's really not, I mean, they're paying just above minimum wage in most of the places. So it's not a great job. So most of the job itself is just handing packages over a counter. It's not very exciting. You know what I mean? Either.
You bring up a great point. So, and you mentioned the apprenticeship program, right? So we're kicking off a legacy apprenticeship program.
For labs.
Nope. So first of all, I've completely gotten away from seed to sale. It's research to recall. Because product liability doesn't stop after the sale. And we just talked about the recall, right?
Yeah.
So I've been pushing that term because it's research to recall. And when I went back and I talked about the, real focus of the program, we're missing out on this public health and product quality. And it should really be the first master's program in the US, in New Jersey. So ultimately, I think I'm a judge. I got to go in 2 seconds, but I'll leave you with this.
Judge it up, man.
Wow, really?
You're absolutely on point with the people coming into the workforce. So we're working with the schools, Stockton, Rowan, Ryder, and developing this and pushing for this to be a master's class because it's all about what's going into our body.
That's right.
I've got 8 million people that are my customers. I get paid by my clients, but 8 million people are the voice of what they want to see.
Sure.
And when you think about the career path, compliance and quality is the highest paying salaried job in cannabis, period. So you have people coming out and bud trimming and try to get a job in the dispensary. I always say the same thing. I'm like, no, because I'll pay people $50 an hour and do a shadow job, put a junior and a senior person on in the apprenticeship style, train them to be the compliance officers of tomorrow. And if I do my job right, they're all self-sufficient. Yeah. They're all self-sufficient. They'll still need me. They'll need to train their -1s. Then they'll need to build out their entire compliance and quality organization.
And I will say this too is,
I'm going to go judge.
Go judge.
There's been, you're absolutely right.
I'm not
Chris,
judging.
in regards to wages and benefits of working in the cannabis industry, because they portray themselves as when they try to get approved for a license. Our workers are professionals. They're medical professionals.
Yeah.
But then when it comes to paying them like professionals,
right? That's a big issue.
That's a whole nother thing, right?
They're not getting paid like doctors. Daniel is here from Hetty, New Jersey, everybody, so that we know who's on the microphone.
Hey, everybody, it is me, Daniel Lowe, editor of HettyNJ.com.
Hell yeah!
I like your t-shirt.
News. Thank you.
It looks great.
Thank you.
It really does.
Yeah, yeah, we're selling them so.
Yeah, man.
But hopefully, workers are going to be the ones that have to change that, right? Because
that's a big issue.
The state's not going to be the one, although they'll support legislation, they're not going to actively be on the ground saying workers matter first.
No,
right?
I hear that, but
so it has to be the workers that come together first. And
even
push those
managers,
wages
though.
up.
I've talked to managers at these dispensaries. I have friends who worked at these places for the last couple of years. It's not they hang on to it because it's a unique place to work. But they're not there and they have lost every bit of their enthusiasm, and that's a problem.
Because
you know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah,
all of it, not even like a little bit. Oh wow!
Right, and I'll tell you.
So I work at a dispensary currently.
Oh yeah,
I do. I work at a dispensary currently in Philadelphia, and we are merely regulated sales of retail of regular. We're retail sales of regulated goods. That's it.
Packages over a counter.
That is it.
Packages
That's
over
it.
a counter.
Packages
Yeah.
over a counter. I'm finding that I'm disappointed more and more in my MSO every day.
Oh.
When I first took the job, it was a
You were
dream
excited.
job.
I remember.
I was so
I
excited.
remember how
but
excited you were.
I'm
Yeah, no
disillusioned
doubt.
and
I remember.
I get paid pretty good. I will say I make
Okay, good.
$16.45 an hour.
That's good.
Plus tips.
That's
So
great.
it brings
I mean,
me to about $20 an hour. On
and
the
keep in
regular.
mind, folks, the minimum wage in Pennsylvania is still $7.25.
That's right. And
So
that's why
that is
they
a
feel-
huge
Christ.
That's why they feel like they're paying us a magnanimous amount of money. Though.
Well, but it's
You
living
know.
wage in New Jersey. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
they're going to come up to that. Pennsylvania is going to eventually get there. But yeah, that's true.
So
$16 is
one of
way
the
better than
perks of
most.
working there would be a 25% discount off juicy products
Yeah.
and 40% off of juicy products.
Huh.
I do not get to
Juicy.
participate in that.
How
Really?
come? Because
I'm
you're
a
not
New
a
Jersey
Pennsylvania
resident.
patient.
And
Right.
I'm not a
Wait.
Pennsylvania
Right.
patient.
There's no reciprocity. So
No, there's not. So that actually is a big perk of the job.
Do they
you can
have-
buy up to $2,000 a month in products.
wow.
Well, what do you think these people are making $16.45 an
Yeah,
hour? are
yeah,
getting
yeah, yeah.
$2,000 in product. That's their entire check.
That's right.
Well, let me ask you this. So do they have a dispensary in New Jersey? Like, do they have a corporate
No,
brand
Juicy
or-
currently does not.
They don't.
They won a
Okay,
license.
Oh,
They've
they won a
definitely won a
license.
license.
They've
yeah, but not
actually-
for
Seen the name.
medical, for
They've-
adult use.
Yes.
I forget what
Yeah.
kind.
Yeah, for adult use, they
For adult
actually
use.
made an inquiry. I'm working with an applicant down in Camden County.
Gotcha.
And they made a offer.
Oh yeah. Was Michael Nutter involved with that? I hear he works for.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't know.
That
I
sounds
didn't
about
get any
right.
specific names.
Michael Nutter's former mayor of Philadelphia, who now is a lobbyist for one of the Camden-based
Right, the whole
marijuana
thing is
Oh, of
political.
course.
Right, not the whole
Where's the
thing.
money?
Yeah.
Where's the
Right.
money?
It's
Oh,
like right, the whole legalization thing of all these like political people getting in one way or another, and myself included. I remember you guys being like, "Wait, are they smoking weed by the state house?" when I came here in a pre-cannabis life. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, so I even got roped into everything business related. I'm helping out with a. So I told Lefty about this, but this will be like one of the first public announcements of this, and I'm going to contact you separately about this. But we're doing a cannabis consumer convention in Edison, New Jersey, at the convention center up there, which is also the most accessible convention
awesome.
center in New Jersey, by the way, because they have the accessibility.
Yeah, it's really
conference
big.
there.
They got a lot of space. It's like the Jabs. You could have multiple going at the same time.
Well,
Nice. When is it?
It is going to be September 16th,
Oh,
17th,
you're
and
the guy
18th.
for that. You're right. I've been in
Yes.
contact. I've seen that.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
on the calendar. Yo.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
right. Because I'm doing an event 9/25, so right afterwards.
Oh yeah, and also too, Weedstock is right after that in Delaware. So, but anyway,
Oh, Weedstock.
this thing in Edison.
Weedstock
So
again.
check this out. This is going to be the
119.
first openly advertised bring your own cannabis event in New Jersey.
Oh wow, this will be like the one guy who's going to try to do like a B2C
So-
convention.
So we are having a BYOC Cannabis
Or
Consumer Convention.
It's the one
No
convention.
sales, no CBD,
No
no Delta
sales.
8, no cannabis will be sold. But if you're a cannabis brand in New Jersey, this is a golden opportunity because we're gonna have like 15,000 consumers through the convention center. So if
Oh
you're
wow,
a
that's pretty
brand,
scale. You said no. Oh man, go see putting up ambition
yeah,
here,
man.
y'all.
No, just
I'm
a
gonna hold
little
you to
bit,
that,
just
y'all.
a
I
little
want to
bit,
see your
just a little
total,
bit. You
yo.
wanna see
Day
that
after, I'm
15
gonna see your total,
see
yo. I'm
that
coming
15
out for it, yo.
grand. See that
That's a
15
lot
grand.
of people, yo. That's a lot of names, yo.
I do think that the trade show producers who put this up already do a convention there.
Oh,
every
there
year.
you go. Yeah.
For 16 years they've done
Right,
it.
you get a lot of these guys. Like, it's one thing, like, even in cannabis, like, if you're a serial entrepreneur, this is just like another pivot for you. It's
Well,
easier.
you know what,
Versus, like, if you're an activist or like a journalist trying to get into like a business.
Yeah, good luck. You know what I mean? So yeah, and that's what's funny.
No,
'cause
that makes
I've-
sense. Yeah, there you go.
Well, I mean,
right,
I
so like
think,
to them, like that's the old hat or like the routine.
right. Well, but also too, they've had more and more of their other trade shows turn into cannabis sections. So, like, you know what I mean? So like, hey, I'll see you soon.
Right, like I went to like
And-
a new age convention like in Edison that started having like a CBD
Yes.
stuff, right? And I just
Yes.
get roped into talking about business when I'm
Yes.
off work. It's like a
Yes.
whole lifestyle of
Yes.
cannabis, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're not having any of that at this show. It's going to be a straight consumer show, like more for this crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Friday night is going to be free for all medical marijuana patients, no matter what state your card is from. Saturday will be a discount for medical marijuana patients, but Saturday is the day we're going to have like celebrities through.
Who's
And we're
coming?
coming?
Well, I'm going to announce that when the ink is signed on the contract, but we do have contracts out for celebrities. And once I can announce it,
rappers, comedians.
Extremely famous actor, comedian who is like legendary stoner.
Oh, man. Now we got to do a process of elimination.
Also,
Who could be?
Also possible hip hop people from New Jersey who are
Redman.
from up there. So,
no,
yeah,
it's Redman.
You know, it's so
Redman's getting around, y'all.
Well, you know, so anyway, these guys, the first BYOC is going to mean that you can bring. So we met with the police and the convention center.
Oh, shit. You're kidding me.
And so we were like, hey, so the law says that you can bring an ounce. And they're like, no, sir. The law says you can bring 6 ounces. And I was like, okay, we chose the right town. So, and there, when I walked up, you guys were talking about some of the towns
center, right? Because they've done like the Cannabis Insider at the Edison.
Well, also too, we got the parking lot.
Consumption.
The parking lot is huge, right? So what we're gonna do is have the parking lot be really the area where you can have most fun. And I've been saying that it's sort of like
tents and shit.
Well, and also
depending on the weather, that's a hell of a thing.
Also 14 food trucks that are being pulled in, like famous, like also diversely owned businesses from New York and New Jersey, like really well-known food trucks are going to be there. So
that's well-known food truck.
Yeah, well-known food trucks. 14 well-known food trucks.
14 well-known. Are there 14 well-known brands?
Yes. 14 well-known food trucks.
This is like halal guys.
Well, maybe actually half is going to be
vegetarian. One of them is going to be halal.
Half's going to be vegetarian. So we're going to have half
vegetarian
tacos.
food.
So what's that?
Will there be tacos?
There will be tacos. There's 14.
There will be tacos.
14 tacos.
And there's going to be a truck with nothing but
kinds of tacos.
Sweet stuff. They like have these pump things with cookie dough. So it's like a cookie dough truck. So that should be fun for stoners. And so anyway, bring your own cannabis convention is. We're not going to be the last, but we're going to be the first to pull it off. And now everybody's going to want to do it.
Wait, so what is your involvement then with this convention?
I have been hired as like a consultant to these guys who've never done a cannabis trade show, but have done trade shows their whole lives to help them create a consumer show. When they came to me, they were like, so we've got 16 years of doing events in Edison. The convention center loves us. They said we can have 4/20, 2023. We can have this date in September. How do we create a cannabis consumer show? And I was like, all right, first of all, don't make it a B2B. Don't make it a business convention.
Right, that'd be hilarious. If you put on a B2B, the whole thing's over.
I'm ready to do a B2B, right? Yeah.
If you were putting together a B2B MSO-centric convention.
I know. Well, what I said was we're offering, what we are going to do is offer like aggressive discounts for vending space to any minority woman-owned small business brand that has a conditional permit from the CRC that wants to have brand awareness at the event. You know what I mean? But like, as far as anything else goes, like I said, the event guys were like, oh, great. So we can sell some CBD. I was like, I won't do it. And they're like, okay. I was like, look, you don't understand. If we can't sell marijuana, we're not going to sell CBD or Delta 8 or anything else at the show. We're going to sell pipes and bongs and rolling papers, and we're going to sell food. We're going to sell so much food.
All right, that's interesting. Right, there'll be no product, and there won't be like CBD, D8 stuff. That's funny.
It'll be the place to bring your marijuana, like a dog park for stoners. You would drop off your grandparents an ounce of weed for the day, and they'll have an awesome time. That's what the point of the event is. And really, that's what is missing in New Jersey. You can get marijuana. You can get marijuana freaking everywhere, but you can't. There's no place to go with your marijuana. There's no place to go hang out. So
right, I need like a bar. Yeah, there's a number of reasons I need a bar. I don't drink. Yeah,
yo, totally.
Need like a place where like it's cheers, like everybody knows your name. Yeah,
it's so goofy, dude. I want to, you know,
it's awful. And it's awful. It took me a long time to find like a location for an event for this reason,
dude.
So we're doing that. So we're doing our event 9/25 in Ambassador Studios in South.
Okay,
nice.
Yeah,
judges to their stations.
Friendly lounge.
Nice.
It's just space. It's not a lounge.
I know you can't call it. Don't call it a lounge.
It's not a lounge. It's not a lounge. It's a very professional space.
It's also not a. It's not a recreation area of any sort. That's the funny thing about the rules. But I'll tell you what. There's no rule about. There is nothing in any state or municipal law that says you can't have an event where people bring their marijuana. There's nothing that says you can't bring your marijuana.
Breaking news. The cannabis. Breaking news. The Cannabis Cup has started. Cannabis Cup has started here. Breaking news.
I can smell the Cannabis Cup.
Are you guys smoking number one? Jason, can I ask you what's going on real quick? I just want to interrupt you for 1 minute. This is important.
You got to pass the
New Jersey's first Cannabis Cup at the State House. Well, actually second. Actually, second Cannabis Club. And the last time you were here, they just dumped a bunch of weed on the table. That was amazing, but we can't do that this year.
That was like That was like when the stoners turned into vulture
We can't do that again.
raptors, man.
We can't do that. Yeah, this is my brother.
Nice.
My twin.
I'm here, righty.
You look like a twin.
All right, so
Yeah, I showed up on
where's
tape.
that
Lefty was like, my
microphone?
doppelganger's here. Oh no.
Where's that yellow microphone? Oh, hold on.
Right, it's like the evil one or the good one.
Government sets a cloning.
Dan, let me see that mic for 1 minute, please. Yeah. Okay. Well, he went off. Tell him to come back. Jason, can I give you this microphone? And actually, the other Jason. Well, you can. I want to. Who are you, Jason? Who are you? And
Call me JT. I'll go by JT, and this will be
okay. And what do you work for?
Jason Thomas from Precision Quality Compliance.
Precision Quality Compliance. Okay, so you got a compliance officer here today judging your weed. So you better make sure you come correct.
Yeah, it's all about that quality control, guys.
And who are the other judges here? Let's introduce the judges.
Ex-Pfizer here.
Okay, Tony, Tony's a judge here.
How do you become a judge?
You show up in Trenton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really now.
Who else is a judge?
We got Anthony. Anthony's a judge over here. Anthony, we have Anthony over here. Did you get a paper, Anthony?
I did not get a paper. No.
Anthony needs his paper over here. He's gonna sit over here.
Lefty, how do you become a judge?
It's too late. Wednesday. Do you have another paper?
My shoes are too small to be pool, but I will be liberté.
We have sheets for Jason. Do you have sheets?
Mr. Poole, I stole your judgeship.
Yeah, Mr. Poole didn't make it.
So what are we on? This is the Catwoman?
Thank you, sir. No, this is for Anthony. Oh, got you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
You got one.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want a microphone? I want to hear. Yeah, why don't you announce this a little bit on?
So is everyone on Catwoman right now? Is everyone kind of?
Jimmy, I'm going to need help over here.
You can grab that mic and walk over there if you want, if you have to.
I'd come over here.
Okay, wherever you. That's a long cable, so you're good.
All right, so we're going to start the Cannabis Cup right now. All the judges have their first joints in their hands. What they're going to do is, let me see this real quick.
Yeah.
All right, so the judges are going to go over the course of 15 different strains: sativa, indica hybrid, aroma, taste, visual aesthetics, the high it gives, the ass flush and burlability, and then give it a final score. So
I feel pressure.
I think we have 7 judges here today. I'll have them come up and introduce themselves as the contest comes on. I feel like Tony, you have the mic right now. You've already kind of been talking, but
Hi, I'm Tony Liberti. I'm with Sativa Cross in Decrim, California. We're trying to legalize mushrooms in California, and I'm visiting my old friend Lefty. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah,
I like mushrooms.
I like mushrooms too.
It's Martians.
here you go, Lefty. Grab that.
Thank
Do
you.
I have to smoke this?
Yes, is that number
Is
one?
this number one?
It's number one.
We need a lighter.
Whoever's number one is, I'm taking bribes.
We have it all unanimous. So the people don't know what their strain is, and you won't know whose people it is.
Yeah, it's a blind study.
It's a blind taste test.
If this is some blind heavy indicator,
It's also anonymous.
I gotta go to bed. Am I gonna wake up? Wake up, go to bed. What is it? I gotta have a headache. What's going on?
Next year we got to do an inspection.
Inspection of the bud. Well, there's a bud in the.
All right. Our next judge introduces himself. This is Sean.
Yes, how you doing?
Wasn't there a bud in the cup to pass around?
For number one, there's not. No.
There's
So
not.
I forgot about that on the first one. So the first bud there is not. Sorry, first bud.
Oh, we didn't get to look at the bud?
Oh. Okay.
But we're not supposed to.
We're up to a rough start already now. I told you not to get everyone stoned before this
All right.
thing.
Hold on. I went like this. I sniffed the microphone instead of the jar.
All right. So how do you sniff that? I guess you can sniff it.
sniffed the
You can look.
microphone.
Oh
I
my
got this.
goodness. All right. All right.
All right, smells all right.
Oh. I hope one is dispensary weed.
Yeah.
I just hope for that. All right. Uh-oh. So who's here?
Is you're all smoking? I'm up here giving a pound of weed away today. Does anybody want some free weed?
Free
You
pounds.
should probably
Free
come up here and
pounds.
get some.
Yeah.
Everybody
Who said
get some
free weed?
weed.
Somebody
Free
said
weed.
free weed.
Someone
We got
ring the
free
bell.
dogs.
There's free
Uh-oh.
weed. Free weed.
Free weed.
The
got some
stoner
food for sale.
velociraptors are going to come out.
But we are giving away the smoke today.
Yeah, give Bong Holio a third of that. He'll walk around and smoke people up.
So I'd like to really shout out
The
the vendors who made
Bongholio
this
time.
possible today. We have the Urban Hippie who donated 6 strains
Yeah.
for our cup today. We have Dmitry Furov of Weedville came down. I'm sorry, I butchered that. Okay.
Somebody
We
tell
have
me what to
Dimitri from
try.
Weedville. He's a New Jersey native, but he came back to join us today for this prestigious event. I've got Ariel Collado, Big A's Rolling Loud. He's got a submission in today. Bottom
Yeah.
Dollar, Christopher Appleton. He's got a submission in today.
Nice.
And again, I've got a pound of free weed.
1
We're giving away
pound
today.
of free
1 pound
marijuana.
of free weed. Come
You
get
can't
some.
get it all at once, right? It's just a handful at a
1
time.
pound. Ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Imports.
So I was just up in Maine for the last 2 weeks, and I actually drove by the Cureleaf in Ellsworth, where they had a sign out that said special, all ounces, $60 today.
We are tested now. Number two.
$60 an ounce.
Purple Mac.
Couldn't quite believe it. So what's the best so far? Who can report?
I've only tried one.
Yeah?
They've
How
only
is
allowed
it?
me to try one.
Only one.
No, I've always.
Number 2.
No, I can't
Number
find
2 is out of the cup. What's the smell like? Tell me in the microphone.
It smells like weed.
Yeah. How about citrusy, cat pissy? What does it smell like?
There's a little touch of citrusy, not cat.
Okay, citrusy. So like I have like 5 categories when I taste test, or if I have to go buy a pound for somebody. You go look at it and you're like, does it smell like skunk? Does it smell like oranges? Does it smell like cat piss? Those are the things that give it the waft off. You know what I mean? Sometimes I like the stuff. Blue Dream, after it was stored for a while, used to smell like casks, the inside casks of like red wine. It'd have like a real wine kind of smell to it. It had that danky smell. So how's that? What does it smell like? I'll light it. I will start one. Here, hold that one.
Yeah, I started the last one. I like the middle better.
Okay.
For taste testing purposes.
No filter tips, so you get the roach taste with these.
Wow. That's wonderful.
No joy and no butt again.
Can you pass it this way next time, Tony?
Oh yeah. I thought you had your own.
No, I didn't have. I'm not in this contest.
So okay, at least I'm not the only person that ground up the nug before
Okay.
rolling their joints.
Okay, this is definitely citrusy. It's a little spicy. You can taste like a little black pepper mixed with orange. That's what I would say this one is. It's a little dry. It's a little dry on the cure.
Does anyone not have their number 2?
Yeah, definitely dry on the cure. A little harsh on a big toke. You know, you want the smoke to be smooth. You
Do we
want
have
that
anyone?
cure to be fresh.
Did every judge get number 2? Every judge get number 2?
I just lit it.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go hand this joint out. I'll be right back.
This is number 1.
Yeah, it smells.
Number 2 cup will
more,
come down the line.
Smells a lot more citrusy in the bud than it does in the joint. Yeah. When you smell the bud, it smells like real orangey, like tangerine, like a real bright. But when you're smoking it, the taste doesn't come across. Yeah, the pepper does. You're right. The pepper does. When you're smoking it, it's more spicy. You know what I mean? I don't mind that. I like that. You know, especially if you're eating hot food, you want some spicy weed. So it really lights up your tongue. Right after you eat the green and red chili, you smoke that spicy myrcene weed, man. It tastes so good. Oh, look at that.
This guy's got all the words.
That's a spicy myrcene.
Somebody smoking a number 2 I can try?
I just passed
number
it to
2?
this guy right here.
Awesome.
Yeah, go this way. Go this way. Go this way.
Number 2 that way. Over here after.
Yeah, like I said,
don't go away, Jason.
citrusy on the bud, but not on the smoke.
Lefty,
So-
I thought you quit.
You quit? You gave up.
I quit quitting. Well, say it on the mic. I
Weed
can't hear you.
tasting. What's the $1 million
idea? What's the idea?
So at the end of the day, we have oyster crackers, right, for wine tasting. but everyone's got fucking bad cotton mouth over there. So we need some moisture crackers.
Yeah.
Moisture crackers.
I think those are called what are those juice-filled fruit snacks? Gushers. Gushers, dude. Everybody needs Gushers and a gallon of water to do this competition today, man. 100%. And some mouthwash. You know what we need is like mint tea. There you go. Who had the lemon tea? Yeah, I like that. You know, you do need a palate cleanser when you're tasting marijuana. I actually suggest lime water. Just water with a little, squeeze a couple drops of lime into the water, and that's a nice palate cleanser. Yeah, I see the harsh choke. That's what I think too. You know, is super harsh.
All right, judges, are you all good with number 2?
I'm good. I'm good.
Anyone
Thank you.
still smoking on number 2? Ready to start number 3? All right, let's go hand out 3.
Wow. I didn't actually expect this part, but I'm enjoying it. Yeah. I see the squinty eyes at the table. We're definitely on number 3. So not yet. I see you, sir. I see the bright eyes. Did you take Vibrant? No. All right. It takes a lot. I'm well hydrated too. All you do is drink water. You know what I mean? Sativa all day. That's well, yeah. Drink water and smoke sativa, and your eyes will never be red.
Never ever.
Just a little secret from the super stoners here.
Can you get a microphone down to Adam or one of you guys?
Hey, that was a good high. Number 2 was a harsh smoke, but a good high.
Adam, yeah. What's going on down there, Adam? How do you feel about what you've been smoking so far?
All right, so I'm catching the runoff because I'm technically not a judge.
Okay,
but they're
catching the
all
runoff,
like sloppy seconds.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing over here.
God.
I'm loving being sloppy seconds here.
Oh God, you guys!
They're really tasty.
You guys, there's like 12 people at this table. You're not even second. You're like 14th.
Well, I mean, from the lighting of the particular joint.
It's.
But yeah. So some of them were. So the flavors that I got on, I think it was the second one, was was very starchy and sweet and fruity, kind of grapey. Also a little berry, one of those exotic type profiles.
It's harsh on the smoke though, I thought.
A little bit.
Yeah. It was like a little bit less. It was just dry.
Back in the bucket.
If it had been less dry, it would be great. You know what I mean?
This is number 3.
All right, number 3 is next.
That smells like a Gorilla Glue or something. You know what I mean? It smells like that hash plant kind of stuff.
There may be such a strain in our competition.
Let me see the bud. I'm really good at this. I'm like a human leafly on this shit. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, that's totally Gorilla Glue or something in the line of it. It's got to be GG mixed with something.
I think you got a good nose.
Yeah. It smells good. It's almost like really, really sticky. I don't mind that. Yeah, that's great.
Number 3. I'm going.
Smells good. It probably looks like it smokes good. It's got a good cure on the bud too.
I was happy to see the bud.
I just passed it. It was just coming around. Yeah. It was.
I'm just saying, I was nice to actually see it instead of just ground up.
Yeah, really good, sticky, really good cure on the bud.
Yeah, I like number 3 a lot.
All right, everyone's got number 3, right? We're all smoking on number 3 now, right? Yes. All right.
Number 3. Here's a number 3 right here.
Hugh, you want to say something about number 3? How you liking it, Hugh?
I'm chill.
Yeah,
I'm chilling. It's making me chill.
Hugh's chilling. He's good.
Thank you, Hugh. All right, number 4.
Dimitri,
let's check out number 4.
Dimitri's got a testing kit over there. Have you tested anything, Dimitri?
I'm not handing it out yet. I can cut the line. I am the line.
Whoa. Are we in a different show? Cutting lines?
Form a line.
Hey, wait a minute.
Which show are we at?
Everyone, please form a line for your free pound.
I said coca leaves. Coca leaves, guys.
If you form a line, there'll be a free pound.
Oh my God.
Dimitri, can we ask you a question? Here, give him a mic there.
Sorry.
Have you tested anything untoward yet, or anything really good, or any? You're testing THC levels?
Yeah. So the Purple Pro, and I'll let you go to purplescientific.com for you folks to take a look at it, was used to test THC potency for this particular contest, or event, we'll say. It tests moisture,
Yo, my
CBD, and
camera got
THC.
knocked out. You got to poke my camera in. Something happened. Where'd it
I'll
go?
tell you, the
Somebody kicked
highest tested was 24, and I believe the lowest was 20, 19, or the average was 19. So I handed in the results blind to Wednesday, and then she's going to be transposing them to the results after we check these. So the THC or the potential THC level is a factor, I guess, or may not be a factor in this particular event. So we're going by a couple of or several different values, and the THC is, I think, purposely kept away from us so that we don't use it as a prejudgmental bias towards the bud while we're smoking it. So if you require me to use big words after this, I'm not doing it.
I can see it's setting in. I could see. I just tasted it. It tasted really good. It's got a sticky, kind of skunky flavor. It's the kind of weed that when you're keep going down that way, it's the kind of weed that you're smoking. Everybody around you knows that you're smoking weed. It's like broadcasting the smell. This is the smelliest weed so far. I'm sure that it's permeating the bricks of the State House right now, so that tomorrow some employees might come in on a Monday and smell it, like lick the wall a little bit, like, oh my God.
So far, my vote's on number 3. Number 3 is my favorite so far. Like whoever got that joint was lucky.
Yeah, it was good. I have to say, definitely really good bud structure. I got to see the buds too. Lots of crystals on the bud. Definitely great joint. Yeah, smoked perfectly too. Like a long, slow smoke. Every toke really satisfying. Nobody coughed.
All right. So, judges, are we done with 3? We can safely say we're good on 3.
Let's point out.
All right, let's start with number 4. I'm going to hand out number 4, and we'll get that one rolling.
I definitely feel the elevatedness.
Yeah, no, that's one of those joints that you smoke afterwards and you stare at the ashtray and you look at the joint and you're like, that was a really good one.
Is this a same one?
It's still going. Yeah, no, it's a slow burn on that. I mean, that's a good sign. I'm good.
Is it 2?
Is it? No, it couldn't be. The 2 burned out. Yeah, it's got to be 3.
This one tastes different than that one.
Yeah. Ooh, look at the bud structure on that. That's very tense. Yep. Ooh, that's like a rock hard bud. That's like rock hard. It takes a lot in the grinder. Not much, when you put it in the grinder, it looks like gravel kind of. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting smoke. That's more like the gravel kind of weed. When the bud is really sticky and it comes out of the grinder and it looks like gravelly. So it usually is good for a joint because it comes out as a nice even joint and it burns evenly.
The number 1 gave me a problem in the grinder. I had like a really antique grinder, and that one definitely, it gave me a little bit of trouble where I had to be like, okay, I can't jam pack it, and I couldn't actually grind with it. So like number 1 was super, super sticky.
When you say antique grinder, is it like do you have like a donkey or something attached to that thing?
It looked like it looked
yeah, there we go, like a sewing machine. I like that.
No, it looked like it came from a Grateful Dead concert. Like it had a Jerry Bear on top, I'm pretty sure, and like was tie-dye shaped or colored. I mean,
like something I might find under my daughter's like car seat or something like that. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, that's a lot brighter than the last one. Here, you want to try that?
Shout out to Beardfest.
Where is the cup at right now? Did that get? Oh, yeah, we're down there. Okay, when you're done with it, down on this end, Seth. When you're done with cup 4, flag me down and I'll bring it to Jason.
All right.
That is a bright sativa, I would say. Whatever that is a bright sativa. Woo! It feels like it, or maybe some mix, because it's bright.
Change the color a little.
It wakes you up.
Yeah,
even though we just smoked a joint that took. Yeah.
Bringing it back up, huh?
Yeah,
nice.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Let me get some of that 4 then.
That is the biggest smile I've seen on Hugh in front of the State House. I'm not kidding around.
He looks cheerily jolly over there.
He thinks he's riding a roller coaster.
Oh, he's on the Canna coaster today. It's like a carnival. Yeah, that's right. We should make that. That would be funny. Like just put like a green
Seth, can you
screen
pass that
and,
back
like,
down? Pass number 4
one
back
car.
down. Yeah, it's got to go to Jason now.
That would be funny.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
You gotta try number 4 though.
Oh yeah, that's uplifting. That was very uplifting. That was uplifting on the first toke.
Yeah, I
That's
have
nice.
to agree with you on that. Definitely have to agree with you.
That's a nice, whoever is putting these in order, either intentionally or accidentally, did a great job.
Wednesday, we can take Wednesday. So
Yeah.
round of
Thank you.
applause for Wednesday for putting together
Yeah,
the
right.
list.
Thank
The
you.
You picked
Thank
you
you.
picked a great selection
First
of
four doing well. Yeah,
strain
in a row.
orders.
Yeah, absolutely.
We just got followed with a nice up from a nice low.
Yeah, it really was a great pick. So yeah, that's very bright. Not too much sense.
Did
to it,
anyone
but,
not get 4? Does everyone have 4? Everyone saw 4, right?
I didn't see 4.
There you go. That's number 4.
Number 4.
All right, guys. What do we think about number 4? Everyone into it now? Awesome, because you have 11 more to go. Just remember that.
Breaking
so
news.
I gave everyone the advice. Just take a couple hits and then pass it on. The idea is, you don't want to waste the weed. Somebody gives you a joint, you're like, oh, well, I'm going to smoke it now. Well, once you hit like joint 4, after you've smoked 3 full joints, there's no enjoyment left at that point. Like this way, you just take a little bit from the top and then hand it on.
Number 4.
Hold on. I want to hear what he has to say. Breaking news: they're at the Oregon State House. They're gathering at the Oregon State House and smoking right now. So this is officially coast to coast.
Let's smoke one with Oregon, guys. If you have them, light them up, please.
Coast to coast.
Where's
All
our
right, you
friend?
guys.
I feel like
You guys
Art
ready
Bell.
for number 5, right? I see a lot of people not smoking. Let's get joints back in people's hands. Yeah. Hugh, your eyes are red. Your eyes are blasted, man. I love it.
I gotta survive this thing.
I see people tapping out.
All right, tap out. Gotta hand me
Honeybee, can you hear me? I want you to check in at least. That you can hear me. You're out there in Oregon smoking. We're doing a cannabis cup here. What, are you guys out in Oregon? Can you hear me? I don't know what they're doing out there.
Who wants to start this one?
Oh Jesus! Here, she hasn't started one yet.
There it is.
Number 5.
Can I hear Oregon? I'm trying to hear Oregon.
No, they're not talking.
This is
They're
like
not there.
I'm
Earth
listening
to
for the
Oregon.
ocean
It's not working.
in a seashell.
Oregon.
Can you
It's
hear
Oregon
the ocean?
in-
Can you hear the ocean? I can hear the ocean. I hear it. Don't you hear it?
I
hear
smell
it.
the sea foam.
No, I hear Oregon.
All right, we're starting the flower rotation on the other side this time.
We should do like a Fire Sign Theater on your show one time. Have you listened to Fire Sign Theater? Ever? Fire Sign Theater?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh God, you got to look up Fire Sign Theater. It's a great thing for stoners.
On Chris Goldstein's recommendation, I will.
That's all right. Tell him I sent you. Oh my
Sorry.
God.
Is the camera back?
Yes, we're good.
Okay.
Woo.
Am
That's
I
good.
live?
It is strong. That's like the gravelly weed.
Dense.
It's very strong.
Very dense.
Well, it's how it grinds up and then how you roll it. It's like, it's a strong hit.
We need background music.
I think that's Lefty's department.
Sound guy.
I could sing, but nobody wants
Stop
that.
giving me more work.
Karaoke.
I'm trying to get stoned over here.
Karaoke. Who's
Lefty, I
first?
heard you were making a food run for everyone.
Oh shit.
That's next. Yeah.
You can get pizza billed to your license plate now.
No. You pointed at the right person. I'm really about pizza.
Yeah, man. So just go find his license plate.
I mean, his car kind of stands out.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Domino's will deliver to a park bench now. I know they'll deliver to the State House now. And there's, what's his name? I can't remember the place. It's 2 blocks away. They'll deliver right here. You really want a pizza? Get some Trenton Prime.
I have to watch out. So I have Crohn's disease, and I can't eat onion and garlic anymore. Although in Germany, We were in Germany for 25 days in June, and I ate garlic in a pizza sauce for the first time in 6 years, and I did not get sick. So
that's awesome. You know, I had a lot of problems with garlic and onions too. A lot of GI issues. Now, like not necessarily specifically Crohn's disease, but I had given up a lot of that stuff and paprika. Things
Oh,
like that.
really?
Yeah, because it's a nightshade that I used to eat paprika. I used to flavor a lot of things with paprika, but then I stopped doing paprika. I stopped doing a lot of onions and garlic. But yeah, like you, after a while, you can have a little taste of it again. You know,
I find that so a lot of things actually in the US that I can't eat, I'm fine in Germany. Where
yeah.
like, so I think it has something to do with, so onion and garlic specifically pulls stuff out of the soil, like sulfur and other like chemicals and stuff. So like, depending on what pesticides you use, like that gets concentrated more in onions and garlic. So like,
well, also the fertilizers. I mean, we just spray pig shit on everything in the United States. They're like, hey, look, we're growing it. Let's spray some pig poo on it. That was the problem.
Go somewhere.
Well, and the underground marijuana and even the overground marijuana, the over-the-counter marijuana is a lot the same. Well, that's the thing.
Seth, when you're done with number 5, pass that down to me.
We were talking about laboratory testing and what standards before. Like, that's the question. What are we testing for? I'm a fisherman. They used to test
here you go, Tony.
for
number 5.
Plastics. Watch that cup if it's got any buds in it. It's rolling sideways. Okay, good. Anything left? All right. Is this the new one?
This is number 5.
Cows.
That's the one that you just smoked. There are 15.
Holy Jesus.
That's number 5 that you have.
How? I
yeah,
mean,
you just smoked 5.
Oh, I did 5 already.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to do a coffee run at like number 6. So
I don't know. It says on the cover.
I mean,
Oh, I did it.
woo, holy jeez. This really has a heavy scent to it, this one. It's
All right, let's get to number 6. We got number 6.
These are the buds from number 6.
Oh, number 6. Number 6 is nice. Now you have number 5 in your hand right now.
Oh, really? Man, this is really high scented. You know what I mean? Whew, no wonder.
All right, let's get to number 6. All right, and everyone smoke number 5. We're all good. You have no problem. Okay, number 6 coming around, guys. This one smells pretty good. I like this one.
Nice. Smell that
There's
from
a
here.
side pocket you can see.
Woo! I smell it from here.
It looks
Take
nice.
everything. Oh yeah, just stuff it.
Oh yeah.
Well, once we've gone through these, you can.
Love it.
Oh, cows. Oh, look at that.
Remember when you guys signed up and you were like, "Yeah, weed contest. That'll be fun." I want to do that.
Weed contest. We love weed contests. Here.
I didn't sign up for this. No one. This isn't in my contract.
If you watch like 3 episodes of the Great British Baking Show, you realize you don't want to judge that competition.
Well, I always find it funny. So like I've done a bunch of like judging of cups and stuff.
This
And-
is really woo.
And oh man, I forgot what I was going to say. How about that?
So we
Oh,
were
okay.
talking about like Iron Chefing it. Yeah, you know
no,
what
so
I
like
mean?
when you're as one of the judges, it sounds like a great idea because everyone
Oh,
has the
man.
like, oh, dude, I smoke weed.
Yeah,
I would
smell
also
that.
like to smoke your weed. And then you get a couple joints in, and it's just like, fuck.
Yeah.
You have how many more? Like everyone heard that there's 10 more joints left, and it's like,
yeah,
we didn't smoke 10 already. Like,
dude,
fuck.
people tapped out.
I
Dude,
forgot about
somebody
5
tapped
already.
out at number 3 around here. So yeah, I mean, I didn't expect this, but I'm ready. I've done these before.
Oh, there's Tony.
I'm ready to do Iron Chef judging on the marijuana. I mean, so the scent on that one. What does everybody think? That was like probably the most scenty so far.
Hi.
Yeah, number
Oh,
6
whoa,
definitely
whoa,
had.
that's
Hi, honeybee.
Oregon. Here. Do you want headphones?
Oh, we got someone in here. Yeah.
Eric, this is Honeybee Thomas and Matthew's in California right now. So we
Oh,
are
hi.
coast. What kind of problems are you guys having out in Oregon?
You know, we're not having any problems.
Yeah, you
Everything is going smooth.
you got $1 grams of weed out there.
What?
You got $10 grams of wax out there.
We got free weed. So
You got
I'm really
free weed. We got free weed
There's
here.
free weed here right now.
Yeah, welcome to Oregon. Here's your ounce of marijuana, huh?
You get it as you cross the border.
Why is Oregon so stingy?
Do they have a
we can hear
minimum
you.
entry fee for Oregon? Like you're not allowed to come to Oregon without 10 pounds of marijuana in your pocket or something? Like,
Right. Yeah, that's why we're really happy here. Oh, it looks like the lawnmower is going, but look I'm here at the state capitol here in Oregon. I got
I think that's a poster.
little station getting started up.
Nice.
And I'm here with Paul Stanford, and we're getting busy.
oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, say Chris Goldstein says hello to Paul.
Cool.
What did you say?
Me from all over the country.
Matthew, mute if you're going to talk.
Yeah, Honeybee, we're gonna get to you because Ken wants to talk to Paul, and so does Chris. So Matthew,
problem.
let's get
Okay,
to
well,
Matthew. Hold on,
He's
Honeybee.
getting ready right now, so we'll talk to you in a minute. I'm gonna put
Okay.
you on mute.
Thank you, Matthew. How you doing, brother?
I'm good.
What
Thank
are
you
some
for
good, man? What are some of the problems you're experiencing out in California?
You know, the market's changed a lot. Like I've spent a lot of years like helping cultivate and sharing medicine with different patients and whatnot. And it's just not what it used to be. You know, it's like been a passion of mine for years. I was barely even motivated to cultivate cannabis this year. It's just like kind of heartbreaking. But there's always medicine around, so we're pretty fortunate in California. I'm far from complaining, you know.
How many plants can you guys grow out there?
I like a regular average person is allowed 6 per person, and a household can typically have 2 persons of 12 plants, I believe.
Is that enough for, say, a pound of weed a month for someone with cancer who needs FICO?
No, I don't. I mean, honestly, I've had crazy months where I
Real
smoked
quick,
all-
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm going to hand out number 7, guys. Number 7's coming around. I do not have shake or a nug for this one at all. So someone got
survive.
very overzealous. I love it. I love it.
Matthew, we're right in the middle of the judgeship here.
Oh man.
So no, please continue. Now I'm coming around with number 7.
We're doing both here. So sorry, Matthew. You're in a Cannabis Cup with us. So you're live at the Cannabis Cup with us. So I wish we could smoke with you, but I'm sure you have something to smoke. You don't have an 8-foot bong though.
You're muted, Matthew.
Yeah, there's an 8-foot bong in the corner of the screen there. You'll see it, a little purple thing over there. And I need to get a picture. Hold on, that's a good picture.
That is a big bong.
Hold on, does that the specifications OSHA compliant? I don't know if that's OSHA compliant. No. Secret composite. Secret.
It's the heady composite.
Yeah, so Matthew, we're out in Jersey, so we're hurting out here. We have no home grow, no insurance coverage. I don't think you guys have insurance coverage.
No. Oh man, that would be a really brave insurance company. Actually, I think my one friend up in Kovla, I think he might actually have insurance on his weed.
Like on his the legal grows, he got insurance?
Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, I can see that in California.
Okay. Just like regular insurance, you just want to insure your weed,
Well,
right?
I don't think they insure if you fail the test. I think they're like, oh, sucks to be you.
Sucks to be you or unlucky lottery. Which one is it?
You know, does it have to be? Can't be both?
That's terrible.
Matthew, you're gonna do? Are you gonna give us a speech in the middle of the emerald in the middle of the cup here?
Yeah, you have your speech ready?
I do have my speech ready.
Let's do it, bro.
Right in the middle of
Let's do it.
right in the middle of the cannabis
Right
cup.
as they're
It's perfect.
judging. They're judging number 7.
All right.
Listen up, guy. This is a patient talking.
This is real talk here.
All right. Hello, my name is Matthew Ennis. Many call me Mystery. Thank you all. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to share some of my life story with the intent of helping others comprehend how essential of an aid cannabis is for coping and healing through PTSD. If it helps even one person, then I find this to be a valuable use of my time. Regardless of how much trauma I've been reliving, it is worth it. I'm a combat veteran diagnosed with PTSD, and honestly, my trauma runs much deeper than that. I started to run away from my stepfather's abuse at the age of 13 off of Lake Erie, and to be perfectly honest, I'm very uninterested in attempting to count how many nights I've spent alone in the snow, doing anything that I could to hide from abandonment issues and loneliness. Also, there were many nights that I've spent that were so cold, all I could do was walk until school would open, waiting to get warm. Sometimes the nights were below -10 degrees. There were also mornings when I would get to school doors and read a sign that said school was canceled because it was too cold for students to walk to school. Eventually, I was fortunate enough to meet Wayne, who became my mentor and my sensei. I lived with him for around 2 years, training as a student in Kempo, Kendo, and Taekwondo. He also helped me step away from abusing prescription drugs that I was using to hide from emotions. In spite of his best efforts, I was still making mistakes, which eventually led me to the Army, which may have saved my life. However, searching for improvised explosives between Northeast Baghdad and Sadar City, I had a multitude of experiences, many of which are my least favorite memories, like the sound of a bullet whizzing past your head, or the ringing that you get in your ears when mortar miraculously blows up above your guard post. And I thank creation for whatever it was that mortar hit, which saved our lives. After 10 to 20 minutes, the ringing subsided mostly, and some of my hearing returned, but I can still hear and feel that familiar ringing in my ear, thinking about it now. My least favorite memories of Baghdad are the small things that were key symbols of the devastation, such as the ever-constant stench of raw sewage due to treatment plants that the U.S. forces had blown up, paired with the ever-present linger of burnt gunpowder, the visual memories of young children playing on piles of trash or rubble. There were some rewarding memories from my service in Iraq, and I know Spirit directed me there. That doesn't alter the atonement I sought for healing and the obstacles I've been overcoming since that point. I flew to South Korea after the July 4th weekend of 2006, directly after Kim Jong-il was testing nuclear weapons over the Bay of Japan. It was the same week that IPCS to 2nd Infantry Division, training soldiers near the DMZ. Between the years of 2006-7, we were blowing up a lot of explosives, and it really is hard to explain the way your head feels watching the shockwave from 2,000 pounds of C4 blowing up at once. We can literally see a ring of force expand out in all directions of compressed sky. And we were doing a lot of explosives training. They definitely gave us enough opportunities to experience, though it's still so much trauma to fathom or describe. When I was released from the Army for medical discharge, I still wasn't even cognitive of the depth of my trauma or where to begin processing it, to the point that I was near suicidal. My depression spans across more than one stage of my life. It ended my relationship with my children and their mother. I was often distant, unapproachable, and very little soothed me at those times. I'm very interested in speaking as briefly as possible, particularly in regards to my trauma. It does seem significant to help people comprehend the amount of healing cannabis has facilitated with me. Dealing with so much pain in regards to the feelings of abandonment took quite a while. I was grateful to meet an elder named Dan, whose pure love and compassion that I trusted and respected. We would smoke a couple bowls in his office, and I could feel relaxed enough to be honest with myself. In my healing process, I've learned that the most fundamental role of ego is to aid in feeling grounded and secure with yourself. I also realized that ego is a part of our consciousness that prevents us from acknowledging truths, particularly truths around feelings of weakness and inadequacy. In instances of trauma and pain, obvious truths are easily ignored or overlooked. I learned that in cases of extreme trauma, when a certain trigger is activated or perceived, the mental and emotional path will act similar to a rep, including the fight or flight reaction that initially forged those experiences. Honestly, I learned about this reaction and process by learning to navigate into healing through this process, which wouldn't have been possible without the comforting benefits of cannabis. In fact, I was experiencing so much trauma and anxiety before my healing process that I wasn't able to interact in many situations, adding frustration, anger to the awkwardness. All of these colliding scenarios left me really grateful for the calming benefits of cannabis. Smoking a joint communally really aided my ability to stay comfortable and calm enough to interact with others, helping me stay still enough with others to allow reflections to set in, eventually giving me a basis of either what I was healing through as well as behaviors worth modeling. I emphatically believe that you can't heal what you don't feel. So cannabis is an essential tool enabling me to acknowledge the pain I feel, as well as understanding the source of the void I had been blindly attempting to fill with much less helpful distractions. Cannabis has also led me to other practices such as calming breathing practices that help me prevent some fight or flight reactions, enabling me to get to the heart of the trauma, which is now allowing me to live a much more satisfying quality of life. I appreciate all of your attention and patience. Speaking about my trauma is something that I usually shy away from. However, through much encouragement from people that I admire and appreciate, as well as the blessings of some calming cannabis, I'm able to put some of my story to words, share how meaningful of an aid cannabis is for me. I'm also realizing how helpful it can be for me to be able to smoke a joint and write some of these feelings down. It certainly is challenging, though I do find it helpful for processing my pain. Thank you, Sativa Cross, for the opportunity for me to be here. I'd like to thank Decriminalize California for making the connection, as well as the encouragement, and thank all of you for your time, patience, and attention.
Matthew, that was fabulous. I appreciate that you took the time, efforts to form that all together and then speak it here nationally to the world for everybody to hear. I don't think that there's anything better in the world right now.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Matthew. That was amazing.
Feel free to hang out for the judging ship if you feel like it. That's up to you.
Go ahead.
Hey, Matthew, thank you so much for sharing with us, man. Like, I really appreciate, I'm sure we all do, really appreciate like you going out on the ledge for us and like telling everyone about what happened to you and how you came back from it and like your journey through healing. Like, thank you so, so much, Matthew.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Matthew, you can hang out with us if you want. We're just going to have a cannabis cup here, and Honeybee is going to talk about what she's doing out there in Oregon at her state house. Unmute yourself, Honeybee, and tell us what's going on out there with Paul.
Hold on real quick.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Jason has an announcement.
So everyone's smoking 8 right now. Everyone's had a chance to look at it. Has everyone seen it and smelled it? 8, we're good. Anyone have a problem with 8?
8 is great.
8 is great. 8 is great. So let's go on to number 9 now. I'm going to hand out number 9 to our judges.
9.
And I'll come around with some of the 8s for the crowd in a minute. All right.
9.
Okay. Honeybee, can you hear?
I'm loving how everyone rolls a different style of joint in this. This is great. Every single cup has like a new treasure chest
Thank
of,
God I didn't have to
of
do
a
it.
joint in these.
Honeybee, you have to unmute.
I was just getting ready. Hi, everyone. Hi from Oregon. We're at the state capitol right now. We're just getting set up, and I'm got my crew here. There's Paul over there, Teresa, Stephen, Jose, and of course me. Plus, there's other people on their way, and that's just who's right here right now. So we're just having a great time.
Look at you with the tent on the State House.
Yeah, show me the table. Let me see the table.
Yeah, we
again.
want to see the table at the State House.
Look at you guys.
Okay. Well, hold on. This is gonna be.
You guys are rocking the State House. I love it. This is coast to coast. Yeah,
Okay, wait,
coast to
bye,
coast
Paul.
South. Woohoo!
There's Paul.
Paul Stanford.
There's Jose. Yep. There's.
Yeah.
Nice banner. You got a
Look at
banner
the
even.
Banner.
I got a
Look at that.
banner. Yeah, and we're making this official, dude.
You have a sound guy?
I'm here to change the world. Look at that.
That is nice. Your State
That's
House.
beautiful. You got a beautiful fountain there.
Pretty cool.
I dropped little Bongholio in the fountain here earlier.
I'm gonna mute you.
So, Honeybee, what are some of the problems you have out in Oregon? What do you need? What do you need for patients out there?
The lawnmower is mowing the lawn right now. So
Yeah. So you need a sound guy.
Wow.
Can you hear that? That's one of our problems today.
All right, we'll
They're
get back
mowing
to
the
you.
lawn.
Then. We'll get back to you. I want to get.
Yeah, why don't you get back to us after he's done? He's almost done.
Okay.
So we'll see you guys soon. Or we'll talk to you in a minute.
Honk for home grow.
Honk. Is it really a lawnmower, or is she just not set up and doesn't want to talk to you?
Probably both.
Oh my gosh, I heard that. It really is a lawnmower. I can hear you. Look, it's right there.
I heard it go by.
Go interview him.
Okay, now you can talk to him until he comes back. Okay, so Paul, are you ready to say a couple things? All right, here's Paul.
Hello.
Hey, Paul.
Hey.
Greetings.
Paul Stanford,
Thanks
everybody.
to Lefty and everybody else who's been organizing this. See, I got crazy hair here. Try to tap it down.
Hello.
Just been loading our tables in. You know, I don't know if you have anybody else on Pacific time, but about 11 a.m. here, so I think just almost a couple minutes. But we're here to acknowledge that patients have been neglected in these legalization states. Here in Oregon, a patient has to pay $200 annually for their permit, and it takes the state anywhere from 4 to 12 weeks to issue the permit. They give you a temporary 30-day permit if you pay online, but if you mail it in, you don't get that. And then if you name someone else as your caregiver, or if you can't grow at your house, but you want to grow somewhere else, there's an additional $200 fee. Then if your garden has more than 2 patients, then you have to report to the metric system. And to buy into the metric system costs $500 annually. Then you have to buy these little RFD tags and put them on all your plants and all your dried and harvested cannabis. And you have to make reports. For instance, if I am going to go give a patient cannabis, I have to file a report. I'm going to take this amount of cannabis. I'm going to go out on this road. I'm going to turn right on that road. I'm going to go. I have to say exactly the path I am going to take the cannabis to. Then I have to file a report that says I am taking it now. And then I have to file another report that says I have delivered it. And if I don't do it right, I'm subject to a very public fine process, along with every commercial marijuana grower in the state, run by the OLCC. Once you go from 2 to 3 or more patients in a garden, instead of reporting to the health division, you have to report to the recreational cannabis division. And both of them have authority over you. And once you get to that stage, they can, once you have more than 2 patients, they can inspect your garden anytime. So it makes it very difficult for patients to get caregivers. And
it sounds like, Paul, it sounds like what they did in Maine. They said that they were going to allow delivery, but they wanted the delivery car to be like, you ever see the show Cash Cab where they do the whole show like inside the car? Well, like every dispensary had to have 2 employees and 16 cameras per vehicle. And it basically they had to produce Cash Cab for the dispensary to run delivery, which is
I don't think Cash Cab has that many cameras. I don't think Cash Cab. I think maybe
right.
they have 5 or 6 cameras.
I know.
in Cash Cab.
I know.
I don't think they've got a trailer car.
Well, and they would be producing Cash Cab for the local police department because that's where the cameras go, which is kind of hilarious. It's like personal programming for the police, like entertainment almost. But the other thing is you said about the metric system.
Time and resources. It's just a waste.
Well, I agree with that.
But it doesn't stop diversion of cannabis to the black market. It has no effect on that.
When you talk about the metric system, I thought the metric system was free. I thought we just got that from Europe and Canada. The metric system you're talking about, though, is this is an operator that does the tracking and packing.
You have to, if you're a commercial garden, you have to have a full-time person working just on the metric system because it's so complicated and you have to file reports so often that you have to have someone who just specializes in that.
So this is the metrics of the cannabis, not the metric
Yeah.
system as in millimeters. That metric system is free, but it would be kind of funny to think that there's a metric system consultant making sure that everybody was keeping their ounces and millimeters in line. But anyway, so Paul, so in New Jersey, we still have no home grow. Senator Scutari has filed a bill for psilocybin mushrooms, but and you can grow them at home. But we still have no home grow cannabis in New Jersey.
Washington State is that way as well. Only if you have a medical permit, but they don't allow people to grow their own if they don't have a medical permit.
Yeah, even medical patients here in New Jersey are still restricted. We're only one of 2 states that it's just us and Illinois. Here you go, man.
Wow.
To be fair, hi, Paul. Ken Walski here.
Hey, nice to meet you.
To be fair, we New Jersey senators did introduce a bill to allow for home cultivation of psilocybin mushrooms, but that bill hasn't even had a hearing yet. And furthermore, the original bill that, well, I think it's going to pass, but it's going to take a while to pass. And whether or not home cultivation is going to be in the final version of the bill it remains to be seen, because Senator Scutari in 2005 also introduced, he was the first senator to introduce a medical marijuana bill.
Good point.
And that bill was a model bill from the Marijuana Policy Project at the time that did include home cultivation of 6 plants per patient. But home cultivation was taken out of that bill 4 years later, just before the bill passed into law in 2010. So anyway, I mean, we're evolving here in New Jersey. We don't have home delivery yet, except very rare instances from alternative treatment centers. They started home delivery, but I was arguing that we should have some kind of national company come into New Jersey and do home delivery throughout the state.
That's interesting.
So it seems
Like, who would do that though?
Ease.
Oh, okay. Like an existing company from another state, not necessarily like, Amazon or UPS. Well, I mean,
Amazon says they want to get into it. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
Amazon said that a couple of years ago, that they want to be able to deliver cannabis, and, they don't urine test their employees at least.
Well, they changed the rules in Pennsylvania and New Jersey so that dispensaries could register as a caregiver, essentially. In Pennsylvania, they did it during the pandemic, and this was said as a way to facilitate delivery. So basically, the dispensary employees registered as the caregivers for the patients and then walked the marijuana through the streets of Philadelphia to the apartment complex. And that's how it happened. What's weird, Paul, is that some of the places that did delivery during the pandemic stopped afterwards, even though they were given broad latitude to keep going. Ken mentioned the very rare ATC delivery that's happening. They were given permission for that like 3 years ago now. And they were like, oh, hey, if you want to do curbside pickup and delivery, like figure it out and do it. And they didn't. I just can't figure it out, man. Everybody wants their weed delivered to their front door. Come on.
Asked me to start making.
It's the way we used to do it. Yeah, I'm not sure why they were reluctant to jump into that too, Chris. Like you said, in 2019, the governor signed a bill that allowed for home cultivation. For home delivery. Home delivery for patients from the alternative treatment centers, but it just never really happened.
Well, I think the rising cost of the gas and insurance policies, including the repairs, everything jumped really crazy. So it is getting harder to do that as well, and keeping that price point at where it should be.
I don't have any more room.
I mean, Paul, you got to understand, Paul, seriously, I track the prices in New Jersey's medical and adult use program. So with some discounts, you can get an ounce in New Jersey at some places, not all of them, for about $220, $240. But most of the ounces in the medical program are over $300. I haven't seen an adult use eighth below $45. I think $43.86 was the best price I've seen so far for an eighth. So we're $320 an ounce.
And how is the quality on that though?
I can't afford to tell you. So
gotcha. Whenever we're buying something, like, so we'll do for different events or different reasons on the podcast. Okay, let's go buy from this place.
Yeah.
And every time we go, it's like, wait, fuck, how much? Wait, you want what? They're like, what tax do you want? And then you get it home. The last one that we bought on the first day of rec sale, I went to the one in Paramus. I don't even remember the fucking name.
Rise.
Ascend. Yeah, I went to Ascend. And you know what? To their credit, they got me right the fuck in really quickly, had my own line. Everything was taken care of. I told them like a really specific question that I wanted, and they delivered on that. But the weed was incredibly old and unsmokable. Like we rolled one joint, smoked half of it, and went, "Oh fuck, I don't want this." And now it just sits on my shelf as like a trophy of the. I bought that on the first day of rec.
Yeah, it's a shelf of shame.
For somebody, every once in a while, someone's like, "Yo, what is that?" Like, "Oh, it's rec weed." Like, can I smoke that? I'm like,
how much though?
Sure.
How much was it?
It ended up costing me $62.
Oh, I mean, for $62 an eighth, right? $62.
Yeah, I wanted to, I was like, I want to spend money. Like, give me the best sativa. It was on purpose. I wanted to see what they had to offer. So, like, I let them choose with my criteria. Said, I'm sure this will be great. I'm sure you know what you're talking about. And yeah, and I got something from another company. I don't even remember.
Look, for $60 an eighth, that marijuana should clean your bathroom while you smoke it. Okay, that's what $60 an eighth weed should do. You should take 2 tokes, and the weed should go in and clean your bathroom, and come back and roll itself into the rest of the joints for the rest of the day. Because $60 an eighth is $480 an ounce, and that is an obscene price for marijuana. I mean, it really is an obscene price for marijuana. Especially look, I have to say too, in the system, Paul, here in New Jersey, the only adult use sales are happening really from the medical dispensaries. So they'll sell it to patients cheaper for sure. But the idea that it's still the cheaper price is $45 an eighth, that still sucks.
There is a store just down the block from me for a while that had a sign out said, and it was a big chain of dispensaries that's vertically integrated called Nectar. They had a sign out closer to harvest season, said $19 an ounce. And that was the medical price. Now it's up to like $30 or $40 an ounce.
Still
in dispensaries, usually you can get an ounce of very good cannabis. There's a price range. Some people want to spend more, but you can get very good cannabis for $75 to $100 an ounce. I did not try the $19 ounces, but a friend of mine did. He said he went in and there was a choice of 4 different types, and one of them was pretty good, and he bought an ounce of that for $19. But I think now that it's summertime, they don't have that price right now. But
wow,
there's the people who are making money in the Oregon market are the dispensaries, because farmers they'll buy from farmers for $100, $200 a pound for outdoor cannabis. And then the dispensary owner will mark it up 300 or 400%, which is still that low price, but a lot of the dispensaries are vertically integrated, so they push their own grown cannabis.
It's like the lobster pound. It's like a lobster pound in Maine. You know what I mean? The lobster guys have their own place where the tourists come buy the $35 plate of pound lobster. You know what I mean? It works out very nice. But
I've been there and got a lobster roll on the waterfront in Portland. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah. In fact, I was in Maine. You talk about the $20 or $40 ounce. Dispensaries in Maine were about $60 an ounce, and I was floored by that. But to the same extent, it was a Curaleaf that had a $60 ounce, but they're still charging patients in New Jersey $480 ounce.
That's crazy.
Well, Paul, New Jersey is sort of like, with 12 or 15 dispensaries, it's sort of like they legalized marijuana. If we had done this at the end of alcohol prohibition, it'd be like every liquor store only sold $1,000 bottles of champagne. Yes, alcohol is legal, but there's no beer. There's only $1,000 bottles of champagne. Take your pick. So that's basically what the dispensaries are.
I see.
The weed in New Jersey gets a special like magic weed. That's why it costs so much money. It's magical. That's what they told me. Yeah.
Oh, it's Garden State magic. It's the Jersey magic.
You can only get it in the
Yes.
Garden State. Yeah.
Yes,
you can travel all over the world, but the Garden State Rec program
my
is
God.
clearly the most magical.
Each joint is personally
Hey, I
each joint in New Jersey is personally licked by the Bergen County prosecutor. That's had to go there. Little Sopranos reference. Yeah.
I see. I never watched that.
So Paul, in Oregon, so you were saying you can make it as a farmer. Like the question in New Jersey is, can you actually make it as a cannabis small business in a place like New Jersey, where, again, the real estate is really the thing that is hard to get, that is most expensive. That's the thing that big corporations have no problem getting. They'll throw down all kinds of money. In fact, we were on a call with Columbia Care last year in Delaware, and they were like, Chris, you don't want to make small businesses compete with us. We'll buy every piece of real estate in the Wilmington area that could be zoned for medical cannabis. You don't want us to have to do that, do you, Chris? And I was like, what? Jeez, guys, no pressure there, but that's how they play. And the real estate, it's sort of like McDonald's. If you ever watched the movie with Michael Keaton called The Founder, it's like medical marijuana dispensary networks have realized that part of their value is the real estate itself. I don't know if you know that, but that's the thing about McDonald's.
All right, let me jump in real quick, guys. All right, so we're on 13. Lucky number 13. I rolled these joints myself, so enjoy the fine rolling, and let's move this along. We got what, 4 left, 3 left, 3 left. Yeah, 3 left. There you go. I can count sometimes. So number 13, here we go.
We haven't started rolling here yet, but we're getting ready to. We do have a volcano as well. I'll show you a little panorama.
Oh, let me get one of those back.
It's legal. Now they can find me.
Amanda from Angels on High Street. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Awesome. I got you here. Okay. What do you got there? THC?
THCP.
THCP?
THCP.
What is THCP?
THCP is 33 times stronger than THC.
Oh my God.
Yes. Apparently, or not apparently, but I feel high up to like 5 hours just from a few dab hits.
Wow.
But just from a few dab hits, you're high anywhere from 5 hours up to 15. And it's a very euphoric high. So it comes on very nicely and you're not like real panicky or anything like that.
What is the process to making this THC?
So it's a blend. It has THCP is HHP, CBG, and this is 15% of the THCP. It goes all the way up to 99%. So this is only 15%.
Right. This is very helpful to patients.
Yeah, it's very nice. It'll help reduce. It's a tolerance reducer, as well as it helps with the pain.
Yeah, I was arguing before the Cannabis Regulatory Commission that anything that a patient needs should be available to them.
Absolutely.
So
anything that helps them with their pain and make them feel better.
Because cannabis treatment is incredibly individualized. Some people will react differently to the very same cannabis. So
absolutely.
So
and they do act differently to everybody.
Right.
But absolutely. If you guys want to try it, you're definitely able to try it. It's so smooth. It comes in 14 different flavors. Yep.
14 flavors. All the terps I need. I need.
We are very stoned.
Yeah, I need those terps.
Holly ganja.
Awesome. So, Paul, you still there? There you go. Gotcha.
I'm here. I muted it so we could talk amongst ourselves here a little bit. But I could leave the mic on if you want. This is Bonnie King with Salem News, a longtime cannabis supporter.
And patient.
And patient. I'm not supposed to tell people that.
Oh, I can say it though.
You can say it.
Yeah, it's not hearsay. Anyway, very glad to be here.
Well,
Hey guys, I want to remind everyone real quick. It is getting warm out. It is hot. Make sure you're drinking water, please. Make sure you stay hydrated. If you're in the sun, get out, run for your life, for the shade,
sure
just
you
for
water
like
your
5
plants.
minutes or so. Get a break. So yeah, stay hydrated, guys. Seriously, no one needs to be getting passed
Well, we're
out. or
blessed
nothing.
here in Oregon
If you need some
today.
water, come up here. We got some for you. Please. All right, let's continue. So these guys are smoking 13 still. I'm going to rush them. I'm going to cram number 14 down their throats really quickly.
We haven't even got
So,
to roll number
are you
1
guys
yet.
ready? You ready for 14? Let's go.
We got a big bag of weed sitting there.
They're 3 hours ahead of us, though.
Yeah.
Water your pot plants.
We are blessed. The temperature here today is just in the lower 70s, and tomorrow it's supposed to be 99. So this was the right day for us.
It's a great day to celebrate cannabis patients.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to set this phone down. If you just call out, and I'll come back if you want. Here, I'll turn it over to Honeybee.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Honeybee.
Hey,
Who's all on this call?
we've got a bunch of people here.
Tell me who's out there.
Oh, so Ken Walski here.
Oh, hi, Ken.
Hi, Honeybee. How are you?
Great.
We interviewed Honeybee on CMMNJ TV one time.
Yes, you did. Many moons ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Look at me now, Ken. I'm doing it.
I love your banner. Good.
Thank you. You like my shirt?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Amazing. Nice color.
Oh, thank you. So this is
14.
turning out to be a beautiful day. I'm so excited, even though this is our first one, we're letting people know that we're going to do this every year. And it's something that's going to just go like a wildfire. It's going to spread like crazy. I had a lot of challenges this year so far, a lot of good challenges. And I am happy to say that cannabis is helping me stay sober from alcohol. I'm 6 months sober from alcohol, and I haven't told anyone that, very many people that, but with cannabis, it's helping me do that. And there's the lawnmower. Can you hear it? No? Okay, well, there's the wind. So it's helped me with that, my diabetes, and my son had epilepsy that he passed from complications of epilepsy. And so I am so excited to help other patients. I just had a lady say, there's not very many patients here. That's right, because we are their voice. We are the voice of millions of patients that can't be here today. And so I'm happy, for next year and each year after this, because we showed up and we're doing it, and we're going to keep on doing it. We're learning. My first time going to my state capital, and I'm learning a lot. So next time it's going to get better and better. And so thanks for having me be on. We're going to roll some joints. So I'm going to let you look around, and then I'm going to roll some joints. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll be right here.
So yes, Honeybee, I had a hip replaced in February, and I managed to avoid most pharmaceutical drugs by having access to medical marijuana if you're from the alternative treatment centers. And I know a lot of people badmouth the alternative treatment center marijuana, but for me, I've been to a number of the alternative treatment centers, and I think if you if you can't find good premium bud at one of the alternative treatment centers, you're not trying that hard. because I've found very good bud there, and it's tightly regulated. That's what brings up the cost of the bud. It's got to be. It would qualify for organics if the federal government would let them use the organic label for what they grow in New Jersey. It's tested and it's accurately labeled, and so these are the kind of things that you pay for. And some of the there are a number of discounts. I myself qualify for a 30% discount. So it really brings it down to street level prices for some people. So anyway, I've been happy with the medical marijuana program in New Jersey, and now that we're expanding it and we're opening it up to entrepreneurs, the prices are going to come down, and it's still going to be regulated, tightly regulated. Everything about it's going to be regulated, but that's the state we live in. So anyway, good things are happening here, and more good things are in the works.
Right on. They're just giving out a pound of weed right now. Excuse me. If you don't have weed, just raise your hand if you have no weed. Someone will give you some weed. Some weed over here. Yeah, there you go. Just grab some of that. Give some to her. There you go. That's nice. I love free weed. Hey, man. We don't do bags anymore in Jersey. It's illegal. I don't want to break the law, bro. You have to use it more than once. I don't have a bag. You let it cure anyway. You wanted the air to hit it. Just put it in the shade. You want to put that bud in the shade. Oh, you're just cutting out buds for people. I love this. He's cutting buds for me. That's great. That's just great. Hey, can you get me a little piece of that too? Mikey, get yourself one. We'll share it. I want to try a piece with you later.
All right, guys. Number 15 right now. All right. This is the last one. All right.
Jason, is there any issues for our compliance officer today? Anything? No, this is the.
No, did you get a 15? I'll get it. But I'd like to take some home. So thanks. I was given that as a gift.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, you better. When you say free weed, they're like, "Oh, free weed. There you go. Here's the free weed over here. There's free weed over here." No.
Here, you can have this. All right.
There you go.
This week's taken out.
We lost your feed, honeybee. We lost your.
All right.
video.
So after 15, we'll tally them all up, and then we'll call the winner.
I'm curious to know who wins. I know. We're going to list all the entries also.
I hope number 3 wins. That's still number 3 was my favorite. That was the only one to drop me.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. There you go. 15.
15. We're up to 15.
I gotta get back to my table.
Ken, thank you again for everything. Awesome.
Thanks for doing this, Lefty.
Yeah, man.
Very nice. Very successful.
We'll see you for Thanksgiving. We'll be out here for Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah. Well, we've got events coming up before that. We've got the Northeast Can in September, so in Atlantic City, and then there's going to be the 420 Expo in Edison. It's going to be on September 16th weekend.
Yep. And then there's Can of One in October.
Shore Grow is having a fundraiser for us in August. That's coming up. So,
nice.
Yeah. So there's going to be a number of things happening, if anybody wants to keep involved with the Coalition for Medical Marijuana in New Jersey and our activities, go to our website, cmmnj.org, and give us your email address to join our mailing list, and we'll keep you informed. Send out a monthly email.
They can donate on the website there if they want to
Yes,
donate.
Absolutely. You can donate to it. And we're a 501c3 nonprofit educational organization, so donations are income tax deductible. Thank you, Lefty.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you for all you do and all your support.
You bet.
All right, can we maybe clean all these bottles off this table? This is not the garbage table, man. I gotta say. There you go, Slav. Have a seat. I'm gonna clean this up. I can't.
I'll help
This is my equipment here. Grab a mic. Hey, say something.
Oh, okay.
You got it. You got the mic.
Oil Day, my friends. How's everybody doing? Hello, 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 hello. Great seeing everybody here. It's a beautiful, shady, windy, not too windy, but perfect enough.
Start rolling.
Okay. Here's
Honeybee.
Hey.
Oh, hey, how you doing, love? It's good seeing you. How's it out there where you at?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's great.
It's perfect over here. It's a perfect day for us. You know, we're kicking it. We're loving it right now. We're loving life. We just did the Cannabis Cup. The entries are coming in. The winner's about to be, chosen. So it's exciting. It's a great historical day for New Jersey. All these beautiful people here today are amazing. There's a amazing turnout. We got probably 100 folks here. We got food, we got grub, we got vendors. We got it. We got our own Johnny on the spot. Woo! Finally, how long? Finally. That's cool. I'd love to hear some music, Lefty. If you could throw some.
So yeah, they opened up a little lock on that.
I'm not prepared to play any copyrighted music today because I'd like to not have this thing muted unless you have something, unless Bongholio wants to play.
Yeah.
What I got.
I see a guitar over here.
Look at your bud. Look at that big bud. Oh wow, they have big buds out in Oregon.
Big
Look at
buds.
That. Look at that.
This is nothing.
Look at those
You guys,
cola.
yeah.
Okay,
I'm gonna start
let's
rolling the
go.
Let's go. And then I got some really cool rolling papers. They're from Farmer Tom. Farmer Tom's rolling paper, brown leaves. So
Right on.
I'm gonna start rolling some joints so we can give out free weed. If you're in Oregon, stop on by the state capitol.
Medicaid the population.
Free weed in Oregon.
Heal the humans. We are all suffering from something nowadays, and cannabis is an open source medicine, ladies and gentlemen. We should be able to grow it. Come on, let's go. Let's go with a home grow. Let's go with a home grow. Let's go with home grow. It's time.
Yes, let's go with home grow.
Jeff's Law, let's not forget Jeff's efforts, his tireless efforts. He was an amazing advocate. He was an amazing activist. He was amazing. He passed away, unfortunately, and we do remember him. We love him very much. He did everything he possibly could, and what he did was, unforgettable. And it's days like these are days of both things, happiness and somber, but it's very important we understand what others did, what we're doing, and we gotta keep pushing on. That's all.
Dead air. I told Jim Miller that I'm going to start writing Scutari letters that say homegrown for my family now. Maybe I'll put please once in a while. I'm going to send like 2 a week, maybe 5 a week, maybe 10. What do you think, Lefty? Jim Miller said I should do it. Homegrown now.
Let's sick the Republicans on Scutari.
That's above my pay grade.
They have no problem doing that.
I just like to mail letters. Jim Miller told me I should mail letters, so I do.
Mail it to the Republicans. Because they're for home grow.
I'll just mail one to everybody then.
They're for home grow. Believe me. The dentist from Bergen County. What's his name?
I don't know.
He was a staunch enemy of medical cannabis for years. But since they legalized for everyone, he believed in home grow. If you legalize it, you should have home grow rights. And I voted on that anyway. I checked that box. When I checked that box, it said home grow, cultivation, constitutional right for cultivation. I checked it myself.
No home grow to legalization is like not having a ramp to that curb.
Oh, hurtful. Mikey, what? I can't hear you. What? Say what?
It's like you can't cook at home. You can only go out to restaurants and eat.
How come I can grow a tomato and brew my own beer?
Right?
And when you go out to eat on the menu, it's like hot dog with sauerkraut, and that's it. It's sad, but
and a stale or moldy bun.
Don't eat
Half
that. Remember, kids, make sure your food is good and don't eat bad food. It's
Who won the ridiculous competition?
Are they still tallying up numbers?
Are they tabulating?
Yeah. So how many strains were in the competition here?
13. I gave 17
15?
smiley faces.
15?
13? 15 strains. Wow.
All right. So we got
15
15
and I gave
strains
21
that are being
smiley
judged
faces.
here.
Jason, any problems with compliance in the any of the strains that you saw? Any compliance issues? Grab them. What?
I need somebody else to come QA my score.
All right, so
okay.
So everything I saw was pretty good.
Yeah.
I have my favorite. I'm rooting for number 3. Like I'm really pulling hard for number 3. That was my favorite. I have no idea what that is.
Out of all of them, you like 3?
3. Gorilla Glue, of course, it's fucking Gorilla Glue.
4 for the little perk me up at number 4.
But I had number 9. I think I like the flavor the best, but number 3 like got me really fucking high.
I lost all
right
change
after
after
that
that.
was a sativa.
Now, what are your feelings about the positioning of number 3 in terms of you judging 15 strains? The positioning has something to do with this.
So-
The ones that are up front in the beginning, or what?
I
What are
was
your thoughts?
to some degree, yes. But of all the weeds I smoked, like I smoke weed all day long. For it's kind of like a hobby, I guess. Like I have glaucoma and I have Crohn's disease. Like I'm like the perfect candidate, you know. So 3 was the only one that actually hit me right away. Like the other ones, like I was up and down, like, oh, this tastes good. Oh, I'm high. Obviously, I'm high. But like after I smoked 3, I was fucked up for like a couple of minutes. Like I was like really high. And I was worried that like, oh, wow, like if all of them are this strong, like I might have a problem. And I smoke a lot. Like,
Hey, Lefty, can we do some housekeeping?
Shout out to Glazed and Confused. I'm sorry, Glazed and Infused. Glazed and Infused. Shout out. This is amazing right here. Giving out these strawberries that are super stone berries.
Can I get one?
Super stone berries.
Lefty, can I make a PA announcement?
Certainly.
PA announcement. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. If you're
Housekeeping.
double parked on the city street,
Shout
can you
out to
please not
Glazed
do
and
that?
Infused.
Double parked on the sidewalk there, blocking people.
Oh, yeah, these are good. What's that? Oh, when you walk in front of a speaker event, that's what it is.
someone have a metal plate in their head?
I guess.
I have a fancy machine in my pocket.
All right, so you like number 3 the best? Everybody else, what's everybody else saying? Number 3, I guess.
I got 42. No, I like 17.
You like 17? Which one do you like the best?
I came out with
3? Yeah, 3. Yeah, that's a winner, I think there.
6 was number 2, tied with number 8. And I'm not on this list.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna have to tell.
How's it going, Sean? How are you adding them up?
Yeah.
I came out with cherry gelato. It was number 1.
Cherry gelato.
Number 1, huh? Oh no, which number? Like which one is gelato? The number 11? Okay, number 11. Yeah.
Give him the mic.
I can't. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why, but I'm a little disappointed that number 3 was Gorilla Glue. Now that I found out, it's just nothing against Gorilla Glue.
Why do you
It's
feel like a
just-
basic B?
No, that's the standard. It's gonna be great. But when Gorilla Glue is awesome, it's just extra. But I feel like people don't push it. That is a really good batch of it. People don't push it far enough. Gelato, huh? All right.
Right on.
Hugh, what about you? What do you got going on over there? Hold on, Hugh.
Hugh, hold on.
Talking to Mike.
Mikey, give Jason that mic.
The Soul Fire really got me fired up. I can tell you that. I like that
Is this one on?
See, the Soul Fire is the one you smoke before you go into a meeting with management.
Was that number 4? What number was that?
Yeah, huh?
What number was that?
That was number 4.
Say yeah, number 4.
Good on that one.
That number 4 brought me back from the abyss today.
Yes.
Number three shot me down. Number 4 picked me right the fuck back up.
Number 3 and 5 were nice, chill. Strains. What else we got here?
All good.
Give you one more. One thing I can say. There was a lot of sweet strains. I felt like there were a lot of sweet strains.
I feel like that's the thing right now. Like cookies hit the market, and then just absolutely nailed down the market as far as like that's what the trend is. It's got to be a little bit purple, and it's got to be like have that little bit of sherbet or cookie flavor to it. But that's kind of the same thing. Like I'm looking to at this point, I'm waiting for the next new thing. Like I want something mintier. Oh yeah, we did. We tested all the THCs here. Wednesday, take the mic. Why don't you read the testing to us, please?
Yeah, so testing was done on each strain. So we have a THC percentage and a CBD percentage for each one.
Yes, we do. So number 1, which was the Catwoman, which was a much longer name, but I couldn't fit it in the little box. Came in at 24%. It was could be less than 2% of THC. And is that less than? Could be less than a little bit of CBD in there. And it says 10.1%. And what's the last score, Dimitri? Is he still here? Oh, yeah. Okay, so I won't even go into whatever that score was. Number 2, the Purple Mac came in at 19% with less than 2% CBD. Number 3, the GG came in also at 19%. And I'll say a lot of these strains came in at 19% with less than 2% of CBD. Number 4 came in same 23% CBD. And that was the Mac 1. Number 6 came in at 19, less than 2. 7, the Platinum Punch came in at a surprising 18% because it got very good aesthetics.
Wait, what was the Gorilla Glue number 3? I spaced out. 19%.
I'd have to agree with that. Number 8 is 22%. That was the Animal Face. Number 9 came in at 23, the Royal Haze. And the number 9, I'm surprised that didn't have a little more. That's a sativa. Number 8 was Animal Face, 22%. Number 9, 23% at the Royal Haze. The London Pound Cake tested at number 10, 23%. Wow. Number 11, 20% on the Black Cherry Gelato. These all came in at less than 2% THC, so none of these tested high for THC. Number 12, 19%. Number 2, 22%. Oh, 12. I'm so high, sorry. 12 was 19%, and 13 came in at 22%. That was Wet Dream. That's what Dimitri brought. He didn't want to judge that one. Number 14, Tropicana, was a surprise last minute entry. I I don't know who that guy is. He's not here. 21%. I think he left. And number 15 came in at 19%.
He's right here.
Oh, where is he? There he is. He's waiting for his results. Anyway, your bud came in. Jim, the bud came in at 21%. Should be proud of yourself. That's nice. So that's it on the percentages. There's another list of percentages here, but we'd have to have Dimitri here.
Whoop, whoop. Right on.
All right.
So actually,
Shout out to the fact that we have percentages on all these.
We wanted to keep them secret until after they smoked them all, as to not persuade anyone.
Ah, yes, that's smart. That's very smart.
I guess so. If everyone could write your top 3 down, write your top 3, and then I'll pick my top 3 and call those. Just kidding. Yeah, no, in order. Like, there has to be a winner. If I had a vote, it would be number 3, though. Although, which was that one? Which was that neon green one? The one that was in the little cup. The one that had that cup that came with it. No, it was earlier than that, I think. I was like 10 or so. Platinum Punch. Okay, yeah. That one looked the best. I think that one took the cake for me on like how good it was grown. Like every bud had foxtails. It was neon green, lots of hairs. But I guess it was it wasn't super memorable as far as how high I got from it. I don't know though. I was running back and forth the whole time, like bringing. Oh God, joints.
If you could take that soundbite, play it back later.
Do we have something to give? Okay. Well, most of the people aren't here, right?
Did you do a final tally or
no? Sure, I'm sure that's something that will come up.
Yeah. Definitely first place will get something. All right, let's see what Hugh's got. All right, I have my own pen, I think. Here, hold on. Let me switch with you.
Ratings were off here.
Yeah, come over here.
Nice to meet you. We're gonna head out.
Make an announcement about Double Park cars. My friend's trying to read. No, they won't listen to me. They'll listen to me.
You got your top 3 on there? 1, 2, and 3, and then
Awesome.
the second page I had a close.
If your car is double parked, you have to move it. Where are they parked at? Double down there, down the street. If you got your car double parked, you got to move it.
That's me. That's
This is some other spots, I think.
I'll find it, man.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
I appreciate it.
I love your name.
Yeah, if you get, yeah, you're gonna get out. So yeah, okay. He wants to get out. Right on, bro. Here, grab a mic for a second. Hey, Mike, you're giving that mic for him.
Yeah.
So the compliance officer, how was your? Everything was in compliance today. You think?
Yeah, I was more focused on quality.
Quality control.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, compliance comes into play when you're doing other stuff.
Okay.
This year is about quality, right? Without quality, don't worry about compliance. Nobody's going to buy your product, never walk in your store, right? So you need that level of quality, that consistency, and depending on what you're doing in the market, I always expect variation in my flower, right? The manufacturing space, different. But this was nice. This was really nice. It was nice, a good blend of variety, I think, between the strains that you guys selected. So hats off for that. I like that you kept the THC limits secret. And I think I also settled on the GG as well. But I had the lemon cherry gelato as a close second for mine. And I didn't get to see them all.
Yeah.
So for
some, sorry.
some of them didn't have like the buds left. We really did have not very strict guidelines when we were rolling. It was just, oh, I can roll 7 joints, and everyone got a little zealous. So,
But I think next year, just as a recommendation, and I have
yes, definitely
like a little magnified jar of each, right, or a couple of them to hand out. They make those little pre-canned.
Oh,
jars.
nice. That's a great idea.
And then
Thank
have
you.
them on display, maybe a table, But I think at the end of the day, this was great, and I can't wait to.
All right,
see
guys,
this.
can you? Sorry to interrupt you, real quick, Jason. Can you guys pass down your pass down your notes and your top 3s down here so I can tally them all up.
Pass them down. Somebody do my math on mine, and don't tell anyone I'm a quality guy.
Leftina, I'm going south. It was nice to see you. Give me a hug. Someday I will return to the Trentons, and I will love them as I always do.
High five, guys. Yeah, man. Fried unicorns.
Fried unicorns. I'll do it right before. Do we get a picture? Yeah, we get a picture. Oh yeah. We get pictures. Where? Right in front of the bar? Is the sunlight going to be too bright on the picture? I know. Move the ball into the shade. That's probably too big. Is that how we do space?
Hey, there's dead air on that thing. You guys are podcasting right now? Wow, really?
Dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air.
So we're tallying stuff right now.
I'm sorry to leave you all. Love.
Have like 5 more to go here. So far, it's kind of all over the place. We definitely have a second and a third, but first is, oh my God, who wrote this? Oh, it's at the top. Thank you. All right. Royal Haze. So there's a lot of Gorilla Glue, a lot of the Royal Haze here. A lot of people like the lemon gelato. The Royal Haze, one of my favorites. Chris, come help me over here. I can't math and talk. Come speak. Say things on your mind. Who's got something to say right now? Open mic for the next minute. Let's go. All right, Lefty's back.
Sorry, I'm doing some engineering. Some producing. As usual. That's why there's dead air. Busy back here. Oh my God! Look at this pot. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. This is what was handed to me.
Okay. Right on. So Jason's over here tallying up the numbers. Good luck with that. And was there dispensary entries? Was there a dispensary in there or no? We don't know about a dispensary.
No, I'm pretty sure there wasn't.
No. Okay. Okay. No dispensaries.
No.
Grab that mic, Mike.
Nope.
Grab the white one. Right there. Yeah, just grab it. Yeah, pull it out. Yeah. What'd you say?
So who brought the Gorilla Glue?
Yeah, who was that? Who was yeah. Bottom dollars, Gorilla Glue? Okay. I'm just curious. Just curious.
Yeah.
Got the
Oh, you
names.
have them. Okay.
Yeah. So I am missing 1 set of paperwork.
Yeah, let's
I
see-
only have 6.
That was the list we were
Let me see
wondering
the
about.
list. Yeah, just read off the names of everyone who just participated. Just shout out to everyone who participated. And here's the list of everybody who was in this one.
That one. Okay. Okay, I got it. I have all the entries. I will have an answer in a second.
Okay.
Okay, so we have
That's all right. I can deal with it.
Catwoman Dead Tree Genetics was entry number 1, and that was Dimitri's entry.
Shout out to Dimitri.
Purple Mac was number 2, the Urban Hippie.
Shout out to Urban Hippie.
Urban Hippie.
The Gorilla Glue entry was from Bottom Dollar.
Bottom
Number
dollar.
3, Soulfire Garden Banana Runts was number 4 by West Coast Imports.
Shout out to West Coast Imports.
Whoop. Number 5 was Mac 1 by Urban Hippie. Whoop, whoop.
Urban Hippie.
Number 6 was Lemon Cherry Gelato. Oh, the initials are BW. Might have to come back to that.
Shout out to BW.
Yeah, we're not sure who that is. We'll come back to that. Platinum Punch was by Teed Up, number 7. That was very pretty. Yeah, yeah. And the Urban Hippie Animal Face, number 8. Also, Urban Hippie came in with Royal Haze, number 9. Bottom Dollars London
Love you,
Pound
Tony.
Cake was
Later,
number
Tony.
10. Black Cherry Gelato at number 11 by the Urban Hippie. Daily Driver was number 12 by Bottom Dollar. Wet Dream was Dimitri's entry number 13. And JC, Tropicana Sativa number 14. And Big A's Rolling Loud comes in at number 15 with Runts.
Shout out to Big A's Rolling Loud.
Thank you, everyone. What a great day.
Yeah.
What a great day to celebrate the patients. All your awesome donations. We gave a pound of weed away. We smoked probably a half a pound of weed while we were here. I personally brought up 16 ounces plus 7 ounces.
Yeah.
So I know that's all gone. It's already been smoked and given out. Thank you, Urban Hippie, for the honor of giving out your weed today.
Yes. Shout out to Cannabis for sponsoring us.
Shout out to Fried Unicorns for all the free cookies today. Hope you
Yes.
guys enjoyed those.
Yeah, and thank you to everybody that made this happen. Help us make it happen.
This is a great Sunday.
Self-care Sunday.
Self-care Sunday. I love that. Yes, sir. Okay, so is Oregon ready to go live? They have a nice little setup.
Wait.
there. Are
I'm
we
just
not ready?
about to give you the
Ready?
winner.
Okay, hold on. Drum roll, please.
All right, Wednesday, can I have that complete list? Make my life easy, please. So what I did was, the judges were all over the place. They all have such a distinct what they liked, what they didn't. Some numbers popped up a bunch in different spots, some in the same numbers. So I assigned a point value. So if you chose a weed as number 1, it got 3 points. Number 2, it got 2 points. Number 3, it got 1 point. So we're going to go for the total number of points. So the weeds in contention are so number, all right, number 3, we have a tie. We have a tie. We have a 3-way tie for number 3.
For number 3.
Yeah, for number 3, we have a 3-way tie.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
To go by the solid numbers. We have a second and a first place though, by a distinct. Everyone was all over the place. Like if we went by who was in third, I don't know. All right, so second place. Second place, we have the Gorilla Glue. The Gorilla Glue came in second.
Ooh.
That was our second. Who was at Bottom Dollar? We said. All right, congratulations, Bottom Dollar. And the winner by a lot. They like this one killed it, which I'm kind of surprised. Wait, I lost it.
Seth's favorite was number 5.
Okay, here it is.
Number 5 for Seth.
The best with the most amount was Black Cherry Gelato, number 11. Number 11. That was the consensus. Yeah. That is the winner.
That was Urban Hippie or?
That was who is that? Miss
Urban Hippie?
Urban Hippie.
Urban Hippie.
Urban Hippie.
Oh, that's a you. Oh, okay. Yes, Urban Hippie with gelato. Number
Urban
one.
Hippie
gets the W.
The winner of the 2022 Cannabis Cup in New Jersey.
Urban Hippie.
Urban Hippie.
Congratulations. And thank you for your kindness.
Wait, what? Say that again. I love that. That's a great idea. I like that idea a lot.
I'm just saying, I think we need either a dunk tank or some type of boxing ring over here, you know, for constellation prizes. Second and third place, you know, runners up have to fight it out. It's like Big Bud Battle Challenge, you know, or they just sit there and smoke until one of them drops. I don't know, whatever works.
We want to. We didn't talk about it, but we've been wanting to do the cookie challenge. We did it last time. I always enjoy watching that one. So you have to smoke a joint and then eat a set amount of cookies, or there's a time limit. There's a time limit, and then you eat that many cookies, or however many cookies you eat in that time limit. That is that's the winner. And you can't drink anything. It's just straight cookie.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks they can do it until they participate. Then they can't do it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say exactly the same thing with being a judge. Like everybody thinks it's a great idea, and then you do it. And it's like, holy, what? Oh man.
Cottonmouth Cookie Challenge.
Guys, I want to thank all of our judges today. Let's give a big round of applause to our judges smoking through all those 15 strains.
Judges,
thank you for giving us your time, for coming out today.
Also, the rollers, the people that rolled.
Oh yeah, the rollers.
Yeah.
And the rollers as well.
Yeah, everyone who rolled joints.
And
Let's get a round of applause for them.
The rollers.
Joint rollers, thank you.
And I don't know if you guys have told them, if you told 2Z's thank you for cooking food for you today, but they're absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, guys, for coming out today.
Nice.
I'm good.
Oh wow. I'll sure. Why not? Oh yeah. A nice clean peak. I don't know what a clean peak tastes like, so this is nice. Thank you. Thanks for that. Would you like a peak?
Oh God, yes.
Oh yes, I do smoke weed. This is my first time. Am I doing it right?
It is 7:10. Time for some oil. Holio, would you like one?
Yes, I would.
What do you think? You're going to do the bong, or is it too hot today?
No, I can do it.
What do you think? I do have this charging. I think you're good for a few minutes on this thing.
I'm going to play a
get some
couple
video.
songs.
All right, right on. Here we go. You're actually on camera right there. That's pretty good. I'm gonna move it. Hey, what's up? How are you? Great to see you. Isn't that cute? He's getting in the bong now. I'm gonna move the camera over, I think, a little bit.
So that was fun. So I hope everyone enjoyed the cup. I hope you enjoyed the handouts and stuff. Tried to get all the joints out to you. Tried to get all the little bit of leftover weeds out, so you could at least participate a little bit in the Cannabis Cup. So I want to thank you all for coming out. It's awesome. Do we have anything else to give out, Lefty?
We just have Paul Stanford out in
Do we have any other
Oregon.
speakers? Don't we have someone calling in? Who else is on the list to speak? Adam.
Yeah, that's right. Adam wanted to speak.
Would you like to say something? You want to talk?
You can say it from there. You just grab the mic here.
Yeah, hand the mic down to Adam.
Sean, can you give this mic to
Sorry to put you on the
Please.
spot. Just you're the first one I saw that's on that list.
Yeah, you're still on the list there. Watch out for that camera though. Yeah, go under that. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Bongholio's getting in. Oh my goodness, this is great.
I mean,
I want to
can
dab off
sit-
you.
I can come around and sit over there.
Can I please
Here, come over here. Sit on the camera and speak. Yeah, come on over here. Put that down. Come on over.
Sure.
Get this on tape, right?
All right. Bongholio is going to dab you out. It's not. It's all right. It's okay. It's not wet. It's better. Bongholio's gonna sing you a song and bring you some medication. Let me hook up the GoPro.
You gonna smoke yourself? Is that what's going on? You sure this is the right medium for watching him smoke himself? Shouldn't that be like a OnlyFans or something? Okay. We'd like to thank this gentleman for providing the music. He's going to smoke himself. Bongholio is going to smoke himself. Yo, who wants to smoke Bongholio? I bet you people want to smoke you. An anthropomorphic, living 8-foot bong who sings and plays guitar. And there is a 1/16th replica of him. Anatomically correct, by the way.
I just have to shout real quick.
Bongholio is being he's there's a Bongholio dabbing himself. You know, like in this gentleman has infused treats. Hello. Oh, thank you. Shout out to Quality Edibles for dropping off some medicated pretzels and graham crackers and other awesome looking things. Medicated honey. Oh my. Look at that. Yes, you did. Shaped in the 710. Clover honey. Dutch clover honey. Are they all platinum Bubba? Are they all platinum Bubba?
Yes.
Awesome. So there you go. So there is, and these are.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Does anyone here need, healing? Who here needs healing? There's some there's some medicated honey over here, courtesy of Quality Edibles, a New Jersey company. and some stickers. Come on up to the booth and grab one per ailment per person.
It's free.
Yes, have one. And there you go. And they are disappearing. Who's saying my name? And there you go, folks. Free cannabis medicine goes so fast at our events. So fast. Lots of people are in need. Lots of people need cannabis and access to cannabis and better access to medical cannabis. They are, sir, the last medicated honey. Make sure you have that at night, sir.
You say I'm going to hand out pretzels one at a time.
Jason, this gentleman in the green shirt, is going to be handing out medicated pretzels one at a time to the crowd. So find this guy, gets your medicated pretzel for free. Charity. Courtesy of Quality Edibles. You got me, guys? Courtesy of Quality Edibles, a local New Jersey company. I'm sure they have socials that you can find them on. Facebook and Instagram, Quality Edibles, spelled like koala. You know, like that little cute animal. Holy shit, there's a snake. What that? Yo, there's a snake. Yo, who brought the python? Nice. That I wasn't expecting the snake. You guys see this snake? There's a guy carrying a snake.
Hi. I'm sorry, I've been so busy. I'm about to leave, so I'm gonna leave the cookies and brownies on that table over there. Is that okay?
Which cookies and brownies?
I bought some cookies and brownies.
Homemade cookies and brownies?
No, not homemade. BJ's. Oh, yeah. But I'm gonna leave them on the table over there because I'm gonna pack up and go.
Non-medicated.
Non-medicated.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and the hits just keep on coming. Okay, so if you want a non-medicated brownie or cookie, they're going to be on this table right out front. Don't confuse them with the Quality Edibles table, which are definitely medicated. Definitely medicated. Add more. There was just a second ago. There was a vendor from Quality Edibles. You know, I think that the gentleman right there, he's not carrying them anymore. He must have given them all out. Well, these two fine people over here in the pink shirts are with Quality Edibles, and perhaps they can help you with what you're looking for. Or Jason. Right here, this woman right here needs yes, she does.
All right, Bongholio just took off.
Oh, we lost Bongholio. Well, anyway, God bless Bongholio and all the work that you do. You know, when Bongholio meets. Does he still go under Johnny Appleweed, the guy that was wearing the weed ghillie suit? When those two guys meet, it's like a cartoon superhero team up. Pictures with Bongholio. Suggested donation, whatever you got. If you want to make a donation to Sativa Cross, the hosts of this event, please visit sativacross.org. Hey, and here we have a $5 donation for a picture with Bongholio. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, and we even know the donor who wants to be in the picture. Look, it's a musical picture. I think you need a motion picture video recorder for that. You want to turn this camera, Lefty? There we go. Music video. Live on the set at the New Jersey State House.
Bong, thank God for cannabis. Bong, bong, big, big bong, 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 big, big bong. Bong, big, big bong, thank God for cannabis. No one competes with the U.S. green. It's the best damn bud that I've ever seen. It smells so sweet and it tastes so clean. Thank God for cannabis. A cancer patient gets quite the lift when they smoke on a big fat spliff. Give 10%. It's a friendly give. Thank God for cannabis. Grow it in your house, you can grow it in your field. Treat your plants well and you get a good yield. Pay the cop money and you get that shield. Thank God for cannabis. Bong, bong, big, big bong. Bong of a big, big bong, 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 big fucking bong. Thank God for cannabis. Bong, bong, big, big bong. Bong, big, big bong, bong, bong of a big fucking bong. Thank God for cannabis. Grow it in the house, you grow it in your field. Play it swell and you get a good deal. Pay the cow money and you get that shit. Thank God for cannabis. They got the hip
Woo woo! Yeah. Some good old fashioned music. Thank God for cannabis.
Yep. Fire, who's got the torch? Fire up Bong Holio.
Who's got the torch?
Fire in Bong Holio. I love it. Uh-oh. He's disappeared. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. Okay.
This is great. So who's gonna smoke Bong Holio? Everyone should smoke Bong Holio.
Go
ahead.
Like doing it again. Yeah, honey. Course, won't you know, then you know, and you don't want to go. That's wherever it is that you're going wrong. I just want to stay high with you.
So I'm gonna do that. You got it? All right, I need that.
And where I come from, everybody frowns and walks around with that ugly thing on their face. And where I come from, we work hard and we grind and we hustle all day. Yes, we do. There comes a time. There comes a time. At night when we get to play, and we're laughing and we're smiling and we're laughing and we're smiling, hollering and we just feel great. I just want to stay high with you. So don't question my state of mind. I'm doing wonderful, just fine. Thank you. Thank you. Everything is beautiful. How did you get like that? See, all the dough is keep it cool. And don't worry about everyone. I already feel like doing it again. Come on.
stay high. I just wanna stay high. I just wanna stay high with you.
Woo-hoo. Thank you, Bong Julio.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. It's very hot in this outfit. I can't really even hear what's going on.
Especially when
Because my ears are up all up in this thing. So it's very difficult. I'm gonna do one more song. But this is very difficult.
Watch
Can you
out for
hold the
the torch.
microphone for me for this one?
Somebody picked up a grinder, a black grinder. We have parts of it, but we don't have the whole thing. So if anybody might have found it, just drop it on a table. Thank you.
Thank you. Please and thank you.
One more song. Stoner Boy?
Okay, so I'll do one more. Can you hold the
do it?
No, I'm not gonna do Stoner Boy. I never done this one.
Oh, a debut.
All right, so there's a girl part in this song, and I'm just gonna do the girl part myself. So as you're listening to it, just keep in mind that I'm doing a guy part and I'm doing a girl part as well. Okay.
In falsetto?
Okay.
I've got a gal, she likes to suck my bong along ding dong do. She's my best pal. She's always sucking my bong along ding dong do. Oh, oh,
Bong along ding dong do.
oh, oh,
Bong along ding dong.
I've got a guy, and I like to suck his bong along ding dong do. I get so high. Oh, he's sucking his bong along ding dong do. Ooh, ooh.
Bong along ding dong do.
Ooh, ooh.
Bong along ding dong.
Now all of us, we're sucking on the bong along ding dong do. It's such a plus. Always sucking the bong along ding dong do. Oh, oh.
Bong along ding dong do.
Oh, oh.
Bong along ding dong do.
Right on. Bong Julio. Yes.
Hard damn work being Bong Julio.
Yes.
Hard damn work.
That was a well-written song. I really enjoyed that. I see what you did there.
You gonna get undressed?
Yeah.
All right, do it. Do it. Bong Julio.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're gonna watch Bong Julio get undressed. Who wants to watch Bong Julio get undressed?
I mean,
this doesn't happen all the time. Watching an 8-foot guitar get on 8-foot bong get undressed. Oh man, look at this. Don't help him. Don't help him.
As long as it's not obscene.
Don't help him. Oh wow, look at this.
So are you naked now?
Amazing. Yes.
That's
yes, you can use that torch. Absolutely. Help yourself. Yes. Bong Julio. I know bong about 8 foot long. Bong Julio, such a great bong. Brings your medication while he's singing you a song.
Thank you. Thank you.
Whoop, whoop.
Yes, shout out. Thank you, Bong Julio, for that performance. It was smoking. Just want to give a shout out to our food vendor, 2Z's. Make sure you hit them up before they bounce. Their shit's awesome. That jerk chicken was tasty. Spicy.
Yeah, we do. Jason would know.
The judges list.
Jason would know. He's over there.
Yeah, I don't have access to the judges list, but
Yo, Chris.
We did have a cannabis cup not too long ago. Earlier today, there was a winner.
Good, bro.
It was great.
Yeah, no,
I'm too high to remember who won, but you should have been there. This is one of those you should have been there times. Or you could watch it on the podcast, right? Watch it, Sativa Cross on our YouTube channel or on our Facebook. This entire thing is being live streamed as per usual. Repping the patients.
From where you live to here.
Trying to do something.
County. Probably like an hour.
That was a donation, Lefty, for the.
All right, right on. That goes in the box under there. Actually, yeah. Wow. Wow, what an amazing day. What an amazing day. Nothing better than smoking Bongholio. I can't, just my favorite smoking piece ever.
Super stoned.
I mean, you must be warm from all that.
Wow, you guys got a lot of people there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people. Sure. Oh yeah, I gotta turn the camera.
You know what? We're gonna be like that, Lefty.
Are you gonna go live now? You have something to say over there?
Hi, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So we are having just a beautiful day over here. We don't have a lot of people that showed up, but we're a voice. We're a voice for many people. So this is our first time at the state capitol in Oregon, Sativa Cross West, which I've been trying to get here for years. But it's a work in progress, and it takes a team to be able to do what I do, to be able to do what we do, and I have been praying to God for this to be successful for me, and it, with the grace of God and prayers and without, I wouldn't be here without him. I'm so blessed and thankful. But it's beautiful. We've got a beautiful scenery. We got free cannabis right here. Just stop on by. We're just ready to give it away. That's why we love Oregon. Sorry about you guys' luck, but you guys are gonna get there soon. This is why we're doing this, because we need to join together and have similar laws. Like we want Jersey. I want the Jersey laws of being able to smoke anywhere. I'm still smoking anywhere, but we need that law. So, I really like that one. So, there's a lot of different, I haven't prepared every law, but I'm in the works of that. And, our cannabis is ran by the OLCC, and that is the Liquor Commission. And what do they know, So it's ridiculous that that needs to be changed here, and a bunch of other different things. So we're out here just
a normal smile.
Getting it done, and
Someone else speaking?
I'm excited.
Someone else speaking?
What?
Who else is speaking?
Yeah.
Why don't you set up over there so I can hear? Because I'm hearing two people talking now.
Can you see them?
Yeah.
Can you hear them?
It'd be this big.
Do you want me to walk around?
Well, I'm sorry. Getting closer so I can hear them. What are they talking about?
What are they saying?
Oh, okay. Oh, what are you guys talking about? He said.
Oh.
The medical marijuana program and what we can do to make it better.
Oh, that's what he was wanting to hear. So, yeah, the Oregon medical marijuana program has changed a lot in the last many years, and in ways that do not benefit the patients. And so Paul is integral in making sure that people have access to medicine, and other people too. Teresa works really hard. They get people have to have a permit in order to use marijuana. And the situation that we have is very expensive, so a lot of people can't even afford to get a permit. But we're trying to fix things, right, Paul?
Yes. Yeah. That's why we're here.
So, Paul.
Hey.
So we're going to make this an official day. I understand. We're going to try to petition the government to make this a national holiday for patients.
Yeah, I was talking with Honeybee about that. I think it would be great if the more states we can get together. You know, we have to get the federal legislature behind that. So I know Oregon's congressperson, Earl Blumenauer, founded the Cannabis Caucus in the United States Capitol. And I think this is something he'd be willing to get behind because he's already, integral to the legalization movements in the U.S. Capitol. So I don't know if you've heard of Earl Blumenauer, but I think he could help get a national Cannabis Patient Awareness Day into law. But it's going to take some work.
Shout out to Run New Jersey. Thank you, Deanna, for stopping in. Love you guys. We have sorry, Paul. We have people coming and going. We just got a quick announcements here and there. So yeah, this is great that you guys are out there at the State House. Are you able to smoke cannabis legally out there or no?
Yes, we are. We're rolling joints and we have volcano vaporizer here. So we're running the volcano vaporizer, and Honeybee is over here rolling joints. Hold up your buds, Honeybee. We have buds. The patients come by. We can give them free buds.
They're giving free cannabis.
So yes, and we are rolling joints. They're rolling joints. I prefer the volcano vaporizer myself, so that's what I stick with as much as possible.
I prefer regular oil for some reason, just regular BHO.
Oh, okay, BHO.
Well, actually, I prefer rosin, but we can't afford to have rosin out here. So they have great rosin, I know.
I'm going to go to a couple of rosin events. There's one called the Squash Off that Bobby West puts together. I know I'm going to the one in Guadalajara in November, but he's putting on a bunch of those all over the place, I guess.
The Squash Off?
Yeah, it's called the Squash Off. This activist named Bobby West. And then in another lady, Mila Janssen in Amsterdam, is going around doing the Dabadoos. And so it's another extract-based competition. And when I go to, I'm gonna judge a contest in Ecuador next week, July. Oh, what is it? July 18th and 19th, I believe. Anyway, it's I'm leaving. Actually, no, I'm leaving on the 20th. It's the 21st and the 22nd, I think. But there's extracts involved in that. And so, and then in all of the events that I go and speak at internationally, and I usually go on at least 8 or 9 trips a year, mainly to Latin America. But this year, I'm also going to go to Thailand for a hemp-only event. I imported hemp paper starting in the 80s, hemp paper and hemp cloth. And so because of that, I get invited to hemp-only events like the Southern Hemp Expo and the NOCO Hemp Expo and this International Hemp Environmental Forum thing in Bangkok, Thailand, the end of November. And because I help medical patients, I get to go to some medical patients. And I've been a award-winning medical cannabis grower. So I get invited to go judge these contests. And so and give a talk about hemp and cannabis. So
He asked me to write out a Bible.
Next year, we're going to make you a judge, and we're going to send the stuff out there. Well, can we do that legally? Well, I won't say that.
I don't. Not right now.
We'll talk offline.
Not right now. You can't send it in the mail.
Damn.
Interstate. That's where we're held up with the federal law. Until federal law changes. You know, it's already passed. Nadler's bill passed last year, and Schumer and your senator in New Jersey, Booker, has teamed up with Oregon Senator Wyden, and they say they're going to pass a legalization bill this year. I think that would help them win the Senate or maintain control of the Senate, maybe expand their control. That, along with the abortion issue, should hopefully we'll see that happen. That would change the ability to ship interstate. Here in Oregon, in fact, our legislature already passed the law that says when it's legal federally, then it'll be legal for us to ship it, as long as it's legal where it's received. So that's in place.
He put a thought in my head. I do 18.
Yeah, the other day, I was in Pennsylvania, and I brought just like a joint with me because I know in Pennsylvania, I'll get arrested even as a patient. My card's not recognized in Pennsylvania, so I brought a joint, and I was ready to eat it. That's what I'm saying. If the cop came within 20 feet of me, I'm just eating that joint because I ain't dealing with that. I want to have a nice day in the mountains. I ain't dealing with
I'm going to have to move this phone because the battery is down to 10%. So it's going to move across this tent. I'm going to hand it over to Honeybee.
Right on.
That was the part that just really stuck out to me. Like, Jesus is like, I chill and I like
Yeah.
to food, hot herbs.
So Honeybee's out in Oregon
All right.
at the
That's
State
it.
House. What's happening
Got
there?
power. It's just right here. It just needs to be extended a little more. There you go. Like
Oh,
4 or
okay.
5 and 6.
All right, I'll make a mental note of that. I'll check it out. Okay.
Yeah. Is that better? Well, you guys have enough to take off.
All right, Bonnie.
Like,
Bonnie is going to leave.
Okay, can you take a picture of that?
Okay, I'm going to set this down for a moment.
All right, we'll get back to you guys later. What are you guys talking about? Growing the weed? Growing the weed? Talking about the weed? What's going on, Adam? Yeah.
What's going on? Jason's going to he has to head out soon. I was going to say, so I took the mic before during bedtime, and played MC, but I never did get a chance to talk about the use of cannabis for religious purposes and how that impacts our access to cannabis, since we are struggling to have access to cannabis. And long story short, cannabis is now, and disclaimer, lots of people hate religion. That's okay. There's good parts to it too. So one of the things about that is that cannabis happens to be central to pretty much any religion you've ever heard of. All ancient religions and cultures use cannabis for healing, for medicine, for spirituality. And all of the spiritual and religious cultures that you know of today also, are part of that lineage, even if they don't know or don't practice that. Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, Native American spirituality, depending on who you ask, Zoroastrianism, and obviously Rastafarianism. These are all valid identities that people have, and they have a constitutional right to use cannabis for their varied religious purposes. by Wednesday. So we have a lot of made a lot of headway, medical freedom and rec freedom in New Jersey, New York, and across the country in the states where it applies, but it's still not freedom of access. Home grow would go a long way. Home grow would go a long way. You grow it at your house use it for medical purposes, spiritual purposes, whatever. Can't do that in New Jersey. Technically, if you use cannabis for your religion, you're not really allowed to practice your religion unless you can afford to go to a dispensary. So that's, not okay. The difference between that hardship for someone, no tobacco for me, thank you. That's not tobacco.
That's not tobacco?
Give me it.
There you go.
What is this?
What is it?
No. I meant
Oh, here, grab
what
this.
is this? This is a massive,
I wanna know what that is.
massive
Yeah, what is that?
Canagar with a wooden tip. Thanks for interrupting my story about cannabis in the Bible. Don't worry about it. This is awesome. I'm gonna hit this.
What happened to your mixture? There you go. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I don't think it's in all the way.
That's tasty.
Yeah, it's banana and mango with a white grape hemp wrap.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't like tobacco. I haven't smoked or touched tobacco, and well, really just like with other people's blunts. But like I quit cigarettes over 14 years ago.
I
My kids
understand
did it
that.
for me.
I understand that. Yeah, I had a family member with a problem. So if my mom tried to pass me a blunt, I would turn it down.
Yeah.
If Snoop Dogg tried to pass me a blunt, I would hit that as many times as he passed it to me. I think he smokes zigzags, right? Because that's what he says in the song. No, I think he smokes joints, but it doesn't matter because I would smoke, I'd forego my tobacco prohibition for something like that. But just to bring it back on point real quick about our rights. If you're allowed to use cannabis for medical purposes and you're allowed to use cannabis for whatever adult use means, then you're sure as shit allowed to use it for religious purposes. So, God bless y'all and worship Jah. So yeah, that's my little lecture about that. But there's a lot of stuff on the internet about that. If you want to look up cannabis in the Bible, there's a guy named Chris Bennett who did all the research recently. Put it all on the internet, real easy to understand. Turns out it's the foundation of human culture, basically. Cannabis in ancient culture, cannabis in the Bible, cannabis in Hindu culture, cannabis in Asian culture. I mean, we were using this as a primary agricultural and a natural resource, just for as long as there have been people, we've been using this. So, obviously it's part of the foundations of cultural narratives of people's place in the world. That's what religion's about, really. It's not about all these things that get sensational shit in the news about priests or about, scandals. Like, sure, people do all kinds of bad stuff, but, really it's about community and supporting each other and being better people. And if that was, if we were going to acknowledge that as a foundation of all quote unquote religions, then obviously cannabis fits into that. We can all see how. Plus, people who don't like, Christian and Jewish stuff because of, the crazy shit in the Bible, cannabis makes that book make sense. Like, it's not about that. It's about cannabis. That book's about cannabis, but, we'll talk more about that some other time. But yeah, cannabis is the tree of life, regardless of, that's the biblical, historical, sociological, secular, religious, whatever, the tree of life. Clothe us, heal us, house us, feed us, and nurture our spirituality. There's literally no other plant. What other plant are you going to use to, our Western culture of the Bible and Christianity and Judaism didn't invent the notion of the tree of life. That's in like every culture's, old stories. They all have a tree of life. They all have something like that, some supernatural force lets them know that this is the, the tree of life. Use it for this or use it for that. That's the foundation of the Soma ritual, the quote unquote hallucinogenic drink that the Hindus used back in the day. That we lost that, but it was cannabis was in it. So the tree of life is universal. It's universal. So
Remember this one? Is there anyone sick among you? Let him call the elders of the congregation to him, and let them pray over him, applying oil to him in the name of Jah.
Yeah, the oil. I mean, all right, if we're going to talk about the Western stuff, cannabis is in the holy anointing oil of Moses, which is central to Judaism. I mean, a quick lesson about world religions, right? But the anointing oil, central to Judaism. It's what makes things holy. It's what, holy things become anointed, and things that are anointed are holy. The priests are anointed, the kings are anointed. And just as Lefty mentioned, skip ahead to the New Testament. It's used for the healing. Hey, is there anyone sick among you? Call the elders of the church, congregation, temple, whatever. Have them pray over you with the oil in the name of the higher power. That oil contains cannabis and other spices, and that is an ancient medicinal, spiritual, ritual use, and it's continued to this day. Amen. Here, take this Canagar away from me.
Oh, yes. One more for me. This is so yummy.
But so I guess the whole point about all that religious stuff is that it's your rights. If literally like it's such a tiny movement within the cannabis freedom movement. We're all in the cannabis freedom movement, right? We're all in the cannabis freedom movement. And it's such a small piece of that movement that has invested any effort or time to even learn about the religious sacrament aspect of it. But it would benefit all of us to at least learn about it, because that's a legal argument. Disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Consult a lawyer. But they'll all say no because they haven't studied this shit either. But the truth is that it is your right under existing court precedents. If you want to exert your right for cannabis, religious cannabis freedom, the precedents are on your side. The problem is federal prohibition. Like if the federal prohibition wasn't there, do you know how much fields of cannabis we would have in New Jersey? If federal prohibition wasn't there, New Jersey's laws can't get in the way. New Jersey's laws allow the use of cannabis for religious purposes because it allows the use of alcohol for religious purposes. Jewish, Christian, Lutheran, Catholic, Episcopalian, and other houses of worship give away. They basically sell it because they take a membership, right? That's what they would accuse cannabis businesses of. They sell alcohol. They take in money and they give away alcohol to minors sometimes, of driving age. Might not be a lot, but everyone's heard that story of, drunken altar boys or whatever. So it's not like it's well controlled. There's no oversight. And we know that alcohol is worse by every single metric. So just on a common sense level, if that's allowed for religion, cannabis is nowhere as bad as that. But we can have the literal, metaphorical, whatever you want to call it, the kingdom on earth, where everything is good, everything is okay, and there's peace. I think you can have that if you had cannabis everywhere. If cannabis was being grown everywhere, you'd have no scarcity, you'd have no war, you'd have no famine, you'd have no disease. Cannabis could cure all of those things.
Everywhere sounds great.
Cannabis everywhere. So
cannabis everywhere sounds great.
So let me, speaking of mystical, crazy shit, let me relate to you the story of a religious cannabis activist who I know personally, and I know him very well. And he told me that he learned about cannabis and religion from a huge LSD dose induced religious vision where he was transported to another planet and the whole planet was covered in cannabis.
Love doses.
And he was told by some entity that this wasn't another planet, it was Earth.
Shout out to L. D. We love doses.
I learned about cannabis with religion from an American Indian nun.
Nice.
She's American Indian, but she's also a nun in the Catholic religion. And she's like, hey, wait a minute. One of the gifts was cannabis. So it was one of the original, what was it? Myrrh and like all the gifts that was taken.
Yes, the gifts that were brought according to that book to the infant Messiah
Right,
child. Yes,
exactly.
Myrrh, frankincense, and gold. So the interpretation of that through the cannabis and the Bible theory is that, well, myrrh and frankincense. Well, all right. So myrrh is part of the holy anointing oil. I've already mentioned that the holy anointing oil we know contains cannabis. So the law of the time of that book says that you're never allowed to use these ingredients by themselves. You're never allowed to mix them into other things. So that means, if you know a little bit of logic, that means that whenever they say, "Hey, there's myrrh," well, that means that they're using myrrh and myrrh
There's
and
cannabis in there somewhere.
Right, so-
if you're using real myrrh.
Same thing with the frankincense. Frankincense was an incense. It was only supposed to be burned when you burned the sacred cannabis oil with the holy anointing oil. And then the gold was to purchase the hash to make the holy anointing oil, because hash is the most expensive spice on the market, 2,000 years ago, and you needed gold to buy it. It was the most expensive thing. So yeah, that was, you could say that was code, that was an encoded reference to cannabis in that story. A lot of the traditional stories that we've heard, growing up, like the Christmas story, the Hanukkah story, these are all actually cannabis oil stories,
right?
Which is great. It demystify. I know, isn't it? There's yes, yeah, exactly. So, well, think about it. So, all right. So Dan here is mentioning is give Dan a mic. So, hey Dan. So Dan's mentioning the oil. So the myth. Tell us what the myth of
So
Hanukkah was.
This is the story of Hanukkah, was that the Greeks had taken over the ancient land of Israel, and they were defaming the temple with their Greek traditions and stuff. So the Jews got pissed, and then one guy organized a rebel war, guerrilla warfare.
The Maccabees.
The Maccabees organized the warfare to take back the temple. So in the temple in Jerusalem, where the Dome of the Rock is, you had the light that we have is a light that always burns there. So it's a light that's burning. So it is like an oil that they used, and it was a miracle that it burned for 8 nights instead of 1 night, because they wanted it to always burn, but they didn't have enough after getting it back. So that's the miracle. So that's interesting to say that you could burn cannabis oil in that fashion, that it would be burned in that fashion, because I always thought it was never. See, I never thought that's an interesting thing to say. Who uses oil, or who would? It feels like it would almost be a waste. Then if you're just burning cannabis oil.
Wait, if since you are of the journalist persuasion, there's a really good book that documents this really well through etymology, history, and archaeology. There's a researcher named Chris Bennett, and the book is called Soma and the Cannabis Solution. And he talks about Soma as the which is the sacrament of the ancient sacrament of the Vedic people, which is with the precursors to the Hindus. So that's a really good book. And he goes through all the different ancient cultures that use cannabis in their religion, and he does a very good scholarly case. So yeah, the miracle of the oil in the Hanukkah myth is that the oil lasted for 8 days, right? That they only had 1 day's worth of oil, and that the miracle was that it lasted. But underneath that story, right, like you're saying, was that there's a military siege. They were being besieged by the military, and they, the focus of this was the oil. But what other oil were they using in the temple? And that's kind of the key. The only oil they were burning in the temple was the holy anointing oil, which contained the cannabis ingredient, which also, according to the ancient,
there we go. Yeah,
according to the law, the Hebrew law as well, you're supposed to be burning that morning, noon, and night. You're supposed to be burning it in the temple. Everything in the temple is supposed to be anointed. It's basically like the oil lamps in the temple that were burning all the time. What other
Well, they're
oil?
being they're burning anointing oil though.
All the time. Well, if you want to think about it in a very
Right,
secular
because there
way,
was cannabis in that in the anointing oil, because that was part of my bar mitzvah passage. They described it's cannaboom is in the passage before the right before the golden calf story.
Yeah, that
They're
was
describing
your
how to make the anointing, the holy anointing oil.
Exodus
being
30,
described by-
23. 23 or 25.
Mazel tov.
That's funny. Yeah, that's there you go. So right there, they also talk about how that the law says that the cannabis oil, not only I think it was the part of the law that it had to be burned all the time, and that it was also, if you want to think about it in an institutional sense, they took tithes, and that's how they were able to purchase the holy anointing oil, because the spices were very expensive. Hold on one second. We have a board member calling in.
Oh shoot.
Yes, sir. You're on the call. What's up? Hello. Are you attending to call me?
Oh dear.
What's up?
Thank you everybody for coming to the 710 Oil Day show here at the
Yo,
New Jersey State
happy
House.
710, everyone. Thank you guys for coming out. A lot of weed was smoked here.
A lot of weed was smoked. A lot of weed was consumed, drank, eaten. We had a fun contest here.
I'm sure it's
with
embedded
judges.
into the walls here, and they're gonna smell it tomorrow.
Hopefully they will. Hopefully they'll be here for somebody to smell it. It is July. It's not like popping the way it is in the spring and June. So yeah, this was a lot of fun. Cover at HeadyandJ.com.
No, we did all this to raise awareness to patients, and because oil, what today is 710 is Oil Day. Now we want to celebrate cannabis patients because that is the life-saving medicine that cannabis is known for. Everyone talks about it, but this oil is so hard to obtain in New Jersey. All these dispensaries are opening up for recreational, and they still don't have cannabis oil at any of them. They don't have RSO at any dispensary. So you gotta become a scientist and buy $500 ounces in New Jersey to go and make this oil at home, and that's not cool. They should have this oil readily available to all cancer patients because that's what they need. In New Jersey, they're like, yeah, you have cancer, you get an unlimited amount of cannabis. But they don't give you unlimited amount of money to buy this cannabis. So I don't know how the fuck you're gonna buy a pound a month at a New Jersey dispensary and then make oil for yourself. That's just not feasible. And now that's what we want to bring awareness to. And the people that need this oil, they're down. They don't have the money, the resources to make this oil, to even obtain it, even if they have a medical marijuana card, because they don't make it available in New Jersey. So even if you did want it, you still got to go out and search other ways to get this oil to save your life. And, it's supposed to be about the patients. This program is 10 or now 12 years old,
Let's
and
remember,
we still don't have any cannabis oil. What's up with that?
Safi, I just want to say, let's remember Safi's fight.
Yeah.
Let's remember, Jenny Storms and Jax.
Yeah, kids use this oil, and everyone's like, oh, you got to be 21 for rec. But guess what? If you're a baby and you have epilepsy, you can use cannabis and it's not going to hurt you. And like I say, cannabis does not discriminate. A little baby could use it. Your grandma can use it. Your cousin can use it. Your aunt can use it. Your mom can use it. So it's not going to hurt anybody. It's just going to make them better. And it doesn't discriminate. It helps everybody. So happy 710, everyone.
Yeah, and shout out to Jake Honig. Speaking of kids needing oil, Jake Honig, his parents advocated for him, and nobody questioned the gallons of morphine or the opiates or whatever, all of that stuff they were given, and nobody questioned that. And it was difficult for the parents to decide to make the decision to try to use cannabis for their child. So part of their advocacy was to try to make it easier for the next parents who are in a position like that. And it gave him a quality of life
toward the end. He wasn't able to have an appetite, and the cannabis brought his appetite back. And his father and his family have pictures of him smiling toward the end when the cannabis was when they were administering it to him. So yeah, kids need cannabis oil. Nobody questions all of the opiates that they give them. Nobody.
Definitely from experience with the RSO, since it's 10 and everybody has, their own. When I had my urethra reattached, that's actually the only thing I used was RSO. I don't even think I went to call my prescription in or anything at all. I just had some RSO oil, and yeah, I just no pharmaceuticals, no nothing. It healed pretty quick too. Pretty painful surgery, but this is one of the reasons why we also need this to be a national holiday and be recognized through all states. We need this. Taco.
Like Fredo says, we're being stepped over.
Yes.
Fredo, remember Fredo? Says we were stepped over.
Yeah, stepped over. Forgotten.
Yeah. Bamboozled,
Left
hoodwinked,
behind.
led astray, lied
Abandoned.
to, abandoned. Yeah, all those things. Where's the home grow? Why are patients still going to jail for growing weed?
Seems like supposedly, it seems like mushrooms are gonna come before cannabis.
Was there no mushroom lobby? It's gonna pay off anyone? What's that? Mushroom.
No, it's not mushroom. Allegedly.
Is there a mushroom lobby out there that I don't know about?
I got your bag.
I'd like to join this lobby as well. If you're part of the mushroom lobby, come over here to the weed lobby table, and let's link up, man. Let's link up.
Right on.
What? You want to talk? Okay.
Who wants the microphone? It'll reach over there too. It's long. Oh yeah. There you go. Right on. There.
Good afternoon.
Michael Brandon, what's up, my man? How are you?
All right, Mike Brandon from Morristown.
Yeah.
I mentioned that I was a patient. I'm going to need a minute. I apologize.
Yeah, we understand. I get that all the time. Stops me in my tracks.
And we're all patients out here, man.
Get it.
And
We get it.
It's hot out here, man. But happy 7/10, everyone. It's National Patient Awareness Day, and that's why we're out here. It's weed. You bring up weed, everyone thinks it's like a joke sometimes. Everyone's like, oh, ha, ha, it's funny. But there's real serious things that come with weed. It's crazy. And this cannabis can save people's lives, and it has. So, and apparently it can fix the economy and shit. So I think we should just be growing weed in every field possible in New Jersey, and using hemp and cannabis to revive our economy and our people. Stop prescribing opioids to people and just give people free weed. Why is weed so expensive? I went the other day to the dispensary, and just because I wanted to try out the new cookies weed, I spent $75 on an eighth to try cookies weed. And I was like, whoa, that's a lot. That's a lot. And yeah, I don't know. And the special was it's like you spend $120, you get $15 off. No free stuff, no nothing. You go to another state dispensary in like a different state, I don't know. They give you like free stuff the first time you go. They're like, oh, you're a new patient? Here's a joint. Here's 20% off. Here's an edible. Where's the free shit in New Jersey? We're always getting paid. We got to pay for a card. We got to pay for weed. Huh?
Yeah, here, they have free weed here all day. Dab bar.
You can tell you don't have a card because you haven't been to. Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
No, because when you go for your first appointment, yeah, they do give you $75 off 25, 25, and 25 over 3 visits. That's a Curaleaf from Edgewater Park.
But that was too far
It's
for me.
okay. I'm just saying that there is, you got to look for it. So new patients do get some help. I'm not sitting here trying to stand up for them. It's just, yeah, we got enough misinformation flying around. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Because of the way it was set up in the Christie administration, your quote, I can't really call them bud tenders, your clerks.
Yeah.
Okay. They're not allowed to give out any medical information. So therefore they're not allowed to give you, say, one terpene versus another or anything else. They'll get a supervisor for you. But, you know, you need a conversation with someone that you're going to work with. That's why the bud tender, that the whole process of that occupation is getting to know the patient. Are you a high CBG patient? Do you like CBN for when you can't sleep? What's the deal of rocking on there? But yeah, no, I see that all the time with, I take people and the closest place to me is Edgewater Park. It's like 5 miles from my front door.
Okay.
So I take my new patients there. They get that 75, 75, 75. We each get 25. They give me for bringing referral, you get 25% off your next purchase. So
Yeah, a lot of
they
them don't do
that.
that. I went to the
Yeah.
apothecarium, and that's what their 4th of July special at the apothecarium was. Spend $120 and you get $15 off every $120 you spend. So
We were getting
that's my special.
the best deal that I had, since it's 710 right now. We were looking at buy 2 carts at full price. You get 2 carts for $1 each.
Okay.
So therefore you're getting an ounce worth of cart. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, two grand.
Yeah, right.
Good. Goes it down?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got you. But yeah, man. I can't wait till there's more companies out here, so there's more competition. You know, that's what we really need, more competition in New Jersey. There's a limited places where you can go, you know. So once these like micro licenses start going up and people are growing weed everywhere, you know, hopefully, you know, things get a lot better, you know, and everything equalizes. It's like a weird time right now where it's like a lot of grays, you know. Shout out to the people that went to go sell weed in front of the apothecarium in Phillipsburg. They straight up just set up in front of there and start selling weed. Hey, go. God bless you. I support you. But you know, that takes some balls. But you know, that's the latest in cannabis news here in New Jersey. Yeah, we're Sativa Cross, nonprofit organization. We out here fighting for cannabis patients' rights. I'm very stoned. We just had a cannabis cup.
I'm also super stoned, like super stoned. You know?
Right on.
And we gotta get that. We gotta get Brittany back home from Russia. That's some garbage. Get her home already. Brittany. The girl in Russia.
Who do we call about that?
Gotta get her home. That's some garbage. She got caught with a vape pen.
But she pled guilty.
Well, she gotta.
Oh my goodness.
She's a political prisoner right now. She's being
Yeah.
used in negotiations right now.
They'll trade her
They'll
for-
trade her for a drug smuggler or
arms
someone who the
smuggler.
government and Russian government wants. Arms smuggler, you know.
You know,
She's
usual.
all caught up in that, and that's some garbage. You imagine that right now? She's been there since February for some vape pens.
Vape pen.
Vape pens.
A vape pen.
Man. the good vape pens.
Hopefully it wasn't a fake one.
That's what I mean. I don't even know if it was. I bet you it wasn't the good goods.
One of the high lows.
You in the good good? No, but that's just horrible. She needs to come home already.
Even then, I think she's facing 10 years. Like, if not.
Yeah, that's what she pled guilty to.
Yeah.
Max penalty 10 years. So.
Wow.
I think she was actually like playing over there for a league, a Russian league. Yeah, she plays for a Russian league.
Really?
That's why she was going through.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Bangholita?
Yo, grab
Nice.
say heard it.
Is Bangholita going to get into Bangholita suit today? No.
Yeah.
Today?
Okay.
For 420 today? Really? That's coming up soon.
Yeah.
Dude.
We're celebrating 420 by Bangholita.
Right on. Oh my God. Yes.
Bangholita's making an appearance.
Yes.
427.
Woo. Oh, wow. Now I get it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Bungholio, what kind of fun have we been having this year?
Teamwork.
It's been crazy, right?
Bangholio has been having all sorts of fun this year, like the greatest year. Like no one's gonna hijack my good energy. You know what I'm saying?
That kind of year, huh?
All these females, be trying to hijack my energy. It ain't gonna happen. It ain't happening. I get it. You all want a tatted up bad boy, but you're not hijacking my good energy. Bangholio is taking the world by the storm.
Get behind me.
Thank you. Yeah, great year I've been having. Great year. Sometimes you just got to get rid of the poison in your life, cut the cancer out. Then you find out, things be all right. Things be all right.
All right.
Is that why you came out with the new song?
I didn't even think about that. The problem is I'm not trying to bring nobody on board. You heard? You know what I mean? I don't need nobody on board, doing my thing, enjoying life, like life is meant to be lived. It's meant to be, you got to make memories,
Well, you called out sick the other day. No, you called out oversleeping the other day.
Yeah, I had a self-care day where I didn't go to work. And I don't know what you guys do on your self-care day, but what I do is I go to the police station with Lefty and I lay on the ground and I play with toys. That's what I do when I stay home from work.
That was fun.
And that's exactly what I did.
Brielle was great.
Went to Brielle. They got no wheelchair access in Brielle, the police station.
So we set up an inappropriate ADA non-compliant ramp, which is like more of like a roller coaster ride for me.
Yep.
It was really steep. It was like just putting a piece of wood on steps. It was bad. It was bad.
Bangholito.
Oh my God. Get this on camera, please.
It's Bangholito.
Let me move my camera. Sorry.
Bangholita. We need like a song for her to dance to. Put a song for her on. Give something to rock out to. Put a song on, Lefty, for any random song, some dance song, some gabber. Hysterical.
She's serious, huh?
Shot? Yeah. Hold on. I'm good.
No.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna sing a song for you because this won't get muted. I just don't want to get muted, man. That's all. Just about all the towns can't get no weed in. You can't get no weed here. 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 Keep your cancer home, dear. You can't get no weed. Born to get
Berkeley, Bridgeton, Bridgewater, Brigantine, Carlstadt, Chatham, Clifton, Cranberry, East Rutherford, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Fairhaven, Freehold, Garfield, Hasbrook Heights, Hawthorne, Lavalette, Lodi, Jamesburg, Hazlet, Mawa.
You can't get no weed here. 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 Keep your cancer home, dear. You can't get no weed. Manville, Manhattan, Point Pleasant Beach, Hamilton, Caldwell, Oakland, Ocean Forest, Ridgewood, Ringwood, Seaside High,
Bongolito.
Seacrest, Reserve City, Spotswood, Upper
She's gonna
Free,
hit
Hold
it.
Up the Saddle River Wall, and way you can't get no weed here. 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 Keep your cancer home, dear. You can't get no weed.
Weehawken, West Caldwell, West Long Branch, Westwood, Wyckoff, Woodcliff Lake.
Palisades Park. Palisades Park. Palisades Park. Palisades Park. For wheelchair access. It's Palisades Park.
Oh no. You can't get no weed here. 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 Keep your wheelchairs home, dear. You can't get no weed.
Chester, Franklin Lakes, Hardin, Midland Park, Ramsfield, Old Bridge, Old Japan, Ramsey, Denville, Avalon, Parsippany, Pleasantville, Saddlebrook, Brick, and Union City.
I love it. Yeah, you can't get some weed here, though. You can sure get a lot of weed here. All right, we have a new guest on here. This is great. You can't get no weed. Joanne Zito.
Hey.
Hey! Hey!
I guess you can hear me.
Joanne Zito.
Joanne Zito!
Joanne Zito.
Joanne Zito's on the phone. Joanne Zito's on the phone. All right. Hey there.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, there it is, Chris. It's on the table, the blue right there.
Happy Cannabis Patient Awareness Day.
Yes. 7/10. Happy day. Free weed.
So it's Bongolita is dabbing people out right now. Oh, this is great. Bongolita's dabbing everyone
Yeah,
out.
fantastic. This is fantastic. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Christian, you have to be taking pictures. You're the historian. I am. So she needs a dab person, a torch bearer. She's a torch bearer. That's what she needs. Because you need to be filming this. Because I got to film this now. I got to film you doing that. I know there's too much to do, but I got to film you. This is amazing. This is the best thing ever. I got to film this. I'm not ready. Joanne, can you see this, Joanne? This is amazing.
I can. I'm watching.
Oh my God.
It's hilarious. Bongolito.
Yes. Who hits harder? Bongolita or Bongolito? It's a trap.
Yeah, that's trappy.
It's a trap.
That's trappy. That's obstacle-y.
Double hits today.
Oh,
man.
double hit? There you go.
Amazing.
Double hit in here.
Amazing.
You're getting the best of both. Wow. Or you're just basically getting both, which is the best.
That's gold right there. So, Joanne, what are some of the problems patients are facing down in Virginia? Because you know a lot about Virginia's law, don't you? Are they anywhere close to us, or in better shape, worse shape?
Well, they're just different. They legalized possession, and home grow is really the only access they have. They didn't legalize sales or set up any kind of regulatory system for sales, but they have it for our patients. But there's only, I think, 1 or 2 dispensaries in Virginia, as far as I know. But yeah, so it's the land of homegrown. And it's funny that you brought that up, because the reason why I'm not there is because I just found out Thursday that I have to move to Virginia at the end of the month. So I'll be leaving New Jersey. I don't know if it's temporary or for how long it'll be, but yeah, so I was just calling in to remind everybody to reach out to their legislators on the home grow bills, A997 and S342, for patients to have 4 immature plants and 4 mature plants, and adult use home grow bill A3657. The Senate version is S353. That allows 6 plants for adults and 10 plants for patients, with 12 plants per household max. And shout out to Senator Gopal, Senator Singleton, Senator Turner, Senator Deignan, Senator Stanfield for sponsoring both bills, and Senator O'Scanlan and Senator Bucco, both Republicans, for the patient home grow bill, and Senator Zwicker for the adult use home grow bill. And it's 4/19, and I just want to wish everybody a happy 420 on this 7/10. Yeah, after 25 years of living back in New Jersey, and I don't know, I'll be gone, but and 8 years at the State House with you guys. So hopefully you'll just be there celebrating the further advancements for patient access. Happy 420.
Thank you, Joanne. Mike Brennan. I got it.
Hi, Mike.
How are you doing? I bring you said 423 what I posted earlier. Yeah, Mike Brennan. New Jersey medical cannabis expansion efforts. Legislation is pending in New Jersey that will make improvements to the medical cannabis program. A197 would expand the list of debilitating conditions that qualify a patient for medical use of marijuana to include substance use disorder. Further removes the current restriction on limits edible forms of medical marijuana for patients who are minors, and specifies that edible forms include oils and liquids, in addition to tablets, capsules, drops, and syrups. Joanne brought up S343. I have right here A997, which is also S342, which is authorizes the home cultivation of medical cannabis for registered qualifying patients' personal medical use. Specifically, the bill provides that whoever provides notice to the Cannabis Regulatory Commission of the intent to home cultivate medical cannabis will either be allowed to either home cultivate medical cannabis himself or herself, or authorize a designated caregiver to home cultivate medical cannabis on the patient's behalf. A home cultivator will be allowed to cultivate and possess up to 4 mature plants and up to 4 immature plants. And this is something that I posted earlier on social media. And enter your contact information below. did put something up there. There's the Senate President's bill right now for psilocybin. I believe that would do anything but strengthen our argument for homegrown. So, thank you. You still there, Joanne?
Yep.
When you moving?
The end of this month.
Oh man.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I thought I would have a little bit more time, but I just found out that it's
Virginia?
best time. Go at the end of the month. So,
okay.
But I'm trying to maybe come back in October, but I don't know. It all depends. I'm playing everything by ear.
Wonderful. Now we have another friend I can visit while I'm traveling somewhere.
Yeah, well, Virginia's land of the homegrown. That's all they have there, and I have some. And I wanted to say shout out to Tony Liberté. I'm sorry I missed you today, Tony. And yeah, I have some Virginia homegrown here that's it's cured good. I could just eat it raw and it's good.
You got the rise pin on your hat. Did that end well subsequently?
Yeah, I'd like to try that. I'd like to try this right now. Should have entered this in the cup. Oh, we didn't have a cup for oil, did we? No.
And I did want to say shout out to Sativa Cross for always representing the patients, especially those who have passed. Especially Jeff, which we're hoping to get the home grow for. They shall grow, Jeff's Law.
A way to get you equity at a company if you had a good lawyer. With like a license, you know?
Well, it's funny because she had, this is the day after
Mike, hear me. Pick up that mic there, Mike. Mike, there you go.
Hello, hello.
Thank you.
I'm not talking in the
How you
background.
feel? Are you okay? How you feeling?
I'm much better now. Thank you. I've had to use some of that
Just
miracle
need
plant.
that hit. Yeah, yeah. Need that one hit.
Gets
Two
that
hits.
brain balance somehow. Yeah. So where are we at?
Did you mention all of the insurance bills, Mike?
Oh, no. And I did write up something about those too.
Yes.
Just can't remember do you have the bill numbers? I'm real.
I have them Assembly Bill 3248, Senate Bill 313. That's the catastrophic illness fund.
That's for patients to have medical insurance to cover the rig in front of me.
Yeah, PAAD, Senior Gold, and VCCO. And I believe that passed out the Senate unanimously, and Assemblyman Conaway introduced the assembly version, which I think that has to move. And then Assembly Bill 3511 and Senate Bill, its companion 309, which is Senator Vitale and Senator Scutari. That's the workman's comp bill and health insurance bill.
Health, so that
and
Jersey state insurance will be able to cover portions of the costs anyway.
Yeah,
Wait
and
to
then Senator Singleton introduced 782, which is Medicaid and New Jersey Family Care would cover 25%. And the assembly version of that is A 3938. And Assemblyman Danielson and Assemblywoman Reynolds Jackson. Oh, and on the home grow bills, I forgot to mention Assemblywoman Reynolds Jackson. She introduced both versions of the home grow bill, and Assemblyman Wimberly introduced the adult use along with her home grow bill.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to send a thank you to them, that's like a great way to give them support and find out how to
happened to be one of their constituents, sent them a letter and didn't give them a call. They remember
Yeah.
stuff like that, and they do take notes about every call and every letter that comes in. So, and that's what we need is constituents to call in and support. When I last talked to, damn it, I hate this, names fall off my tongue right when I'm ready to say them. Senator Singleton's aide. Anyway.
Dave.
Dave, thank you. Yeah, he was saying that, no, about the not getting any, obviously we're in the breach to say, but they're not hearing enough from constituents to support these bills. And
Yeah.
we need to get a little patient campaign going so we can get some of these pushed across the desk and get it signed.
Yeah, also, I don't know if anybody got to read the opinion piece that I was published in June. Why aren't there hearings for home grow? And if you guys share it, it'll give traffic to that topic, which will get more coverage. And so if you see it, read it, share it, like it, and write your legislators.
Thanks again, Joanne. I don't know how to get up.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Can we do it one more time?
I can
think that's
do it.
part of the
I can do it.
conversation. I see. We're in the
Hi, Joanne.
8 minutes after 4:20 right now, and the dabs are flying left and right here, Joanne.
I know. I'm really sad. I missed it. I'm packing.
Oh, we got to stay here till 7:10 tonight.
25 years of stuff.
If we're going to get serious about it, we got to get serious about it. The sun doesn't go down till after 8:30. So 7:10,
Yeah.
it's right in the bill. We need to get, yeah, jerk chicken was here. Oh my, it was wonderful. Gotta get this more organized. Get some food trucks lining up here. I think we can do that. Who's got anybody here on a food truck?
Oh, there we go. Hey, how's everybody doing? So we have everybody here with the Bongholio costume that was being worn by the new Bongholita over here. It was a very strong dap. I'll report
$5
that.
donation to get
True
your photo
story.
taken as Bongholio. Bongholii. Joliet.
So she's Bongholita. So she's in Spanish, a
Bongholita.
little girl.
Uh-huh.
Versus when Mike wears it, he's Bongholio, as a man. Yeah.
That's it.
For the Spanish here.
Duran, kicking it.
That was my abuelita's name. I love that name. True story. Rosita Ulloa.
Well, let us know.
So this is fun here. You know, we're at the State House on 710 Oil Day. You know, enjoying ourselves. A great crowd here, enjoying the nature of it, trying to figure out what is the meaning of 710. You know, we want to make it patient centric, but I don't think it started patient centric. It's almost like we're trying to take a fun holiday and say yeah, we do need to do this. It's not like Christmas where Jesus turned into a commercial thing. It always was commercial. So, but it is a good idea to make it patient centric and talk about the things that we need in the market, like the good FICO and stuff, and lounges for medical patients as well. You know, that was the first place where they really had patients and activism was Dennis Peron's medical cannabis lounge, you know, in San Francisco. That was the hotbed of revolutionary activity that legalized cannabis. Jay Lasseter was talking about having been there, and it was kind of an intense place because it really is a place where people are nearly trying to survive death or survive not dying.
Jumping off on the subject here there about medical patients and dying. We got one of our members of the coalition is right now in a nursing home in South Jersey. Dan is unable to have any cannabis. We've been talking to try to get some tincture together or some gummies to be able to drop off to him. But it doesn't, try to at least brighten up the day where he's at. So
Yeah, that's hard. God bless him. God bless him. Yeah, that's sad. But yeah, that's crazy, John. You're finally getting to Virginia. Homegrove, New Jersey is going to be have lost its greatest champion, its greatest heroine here.
Well, I'm hoping to still help out, but yeah.
Yeah, I know it's been a long goal of yours, so that's cool. Are you already down there then? What part is that?
It's Virginia Beach, and it's like the most southern part. It's close to North Carolina, and yeah, I mean, I'm trying to come back here, but I don't for my job, but I don't know. It all depends on what happens while I'm down there.
Oh well, I hope it all goes well for you. Virginia's a pretty good place. Yeah, I've been to Virginia Beach.
Yeah, I mean, they have homegrown, but they haven't set any sales, and so far the Republicans have regained control, and they don't believe in social equity licensing, so that's an issue. I don't know how long it's going to be the way that it is, but
Right, yeah, they had a pretty bad turnaround of the Democrats losing power last November, and it's unfortunate because this is what would have happened. In the worst case scenario, had Phil Murphy lost, we wouldn't have moved forward. We probably would have just stagnated. Versus, Massachusetts, I think is they have a Republican governor, but their program is ongoing. For example, he's a moderate, but it is really difficult that way. It's a very political process, and it's weird because it's not like you had to be a political person to get into computers back in the day. Nobody had to legalize computers.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing too now is they're starting to crack down on their pop-ups. They've been having a lot of pop-ups, and because they have no market. So
in Virginia, where I know what that's like, don't we, around here?
Yeah. So yeah, there's still a lot of issues, but yeah, if we could kind of Honeybee was saying, share a little bit of the laws and make it more uniform, that would be great, and keep a lot of the.
Hi, Joanne.
Yeah.
Remember we did our cannabis cup. I think we did 10 strains in a couple hours, something like that.
It was ridiculous.
That was good.
It was ridiculous. Yeah, don't do that.
We had fun. It was good. Yeah.
Look what I'm working on. Yeah, it was fun.
Nice. Yeah, congratulations.
Good times. Thank you.
Shout out to
Are
Angels
you?
on High
Where are
Street.
you at? Are you at home?
Yeah, I'm at home. Getting my
Oh,
stuff
nice.
together, and hopefully, I'll have it done in a couple weeks. So hopefully, and yeah, I'll send some pictures of the home grow
Where
from
are you
there.
going?
Virginia.
What? Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, and you can,
Everyone on the
come out and
table.
visit me
I
there.
just pass it down. Chris, Tracy, everyone. Yeah, I think it'll be empty. You have a stronger strength. Oh, you're at the right crowd here. This is an extra strength crowd.
I will.
Wait, here, grab that mic.
Virginia.
I want to hear you. Have to stay there. Yeah, what's going on? Can I hear you? There you go.
Can you hear me?
There it is.
Sweet. Yeah. So that is a CBD healing salve. We make it ourselves. It has arnica, St. John's wort, lavender, beeswax, mango butter, cocoa butter, olive oil, and 532 mgs of CBD. And then I have a 532 mgs of CBG with terpenes, but I'm just about sold out. It takes a month and a half for us to infuse. We actually let it infuse by the sun and the moon, and we put our own energy into it. So we, put our intentions to help people and take them out of pain, and hopefully it proves what it does, you know. But you could use it for migraines, fibromyalgia, rheumatoid arthritis, plantar fasciitis, muscle spasms. Yep. And it works anywhere from 4 hours up to 2 weeks from that one application. Yep. It works, yep, for about 95% of people.
I love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yep. So a little backstory about like Angels on High Street. When I started my business 5 years ago, I'm from Pennsylvania. And I started off with THC edibles. I had eaten a very strong edible, and I had to go sit down. It was like a wave of energy went over me. It was like, Angels on High Street. This is who you are. This is who you're meant to be. And I was like, whew, shit. This is, you know, an Angels on High Street became about. And then almost a year to the day that I started my business, my son got cancer. He was 15 at the time. He wound up getting stage 4 Burkitt's lymphoma. And I wind up meeting the lead nurse at Jefferson University, who put me in contact with my grower. And we wind up getting my son in remission in 4 months using my cannabis, CBD oil, and chemo. Thank you. Yeah. So 4 months he was in remission. Now he's 4 years cancer free, and we're helping other cancer patients. You know, we have now CBG, and that is great for cancer patients. It has anti-tumor properties, antifungal properties. It actually helps put a neuroprotectant around your brain to help from degeneration and disease.
CBG is also one of the only.
The what?
CBG is one of the most effective things with MRSA.
Yeah, the CBG. Yep. Yep. This with the nerves. Yep. Yep. I actually sell a 2130 mg CBG oil. It's a very high dosing, and that's what we make our oils with, is with that oil. So that oil you can use, you know, topically and orally. Yeah, I can't believe like the fact that it could take your pain away anywhere from 4 hours up to 2 weeks. Like no pill will do that for you. You know, you don't have to live in pain. You know, everybody's like, oh, I just deal with it. Exactly. Exactly. You don't have to live on pills to be in pain. It's all organic. It's flowers. You know. But now we travel around anywhere from Maine down to Florida helping cancer patients. We've got 2 other patients in remission in about 5 months and 1 week. So
Amazing.
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I used up all that stuff you gave me last time.
That's great.
It was so good. It was helpful.
Yeah.
So helpful.
I'm so happy to hear that it helps.
Oh. It's all about shaving points. When you're in pain, you have to shave points throughout the day. Find ways to
Yeah.
combat the pain.
We just started using, we added reishi mushrooms, chaga mushrooms, and lion's mane. That's also great for cancer patients, but anybody that has like brain trauma. My son's actually going to start using it because my middle son wound up getting a brain trauma injury last July. So we haven't even come to a full year, and he's, you know, he has a hard time remembering anything. It was a bike accident because he was sleeping over a friend's house, and the parent was careless and didn't care and let him go bike riding at 10:30 at night. Goes down a very dark, steep hill, speeds up to go down the hill, and just completely loses control, wipes out, smashes his head off the ground. The bike is going so fast that it's sparking. And he wound up getting 3 blood clots and a fractured skull. So now it's just been a lot of like recovery and like trying to figure out, like, because he'll still pass out and they don't know why. So I'm going to start adding these mushrooms to his regimen to see how it does, because there is proven, you know, records of it helping that.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Wow.
And then myself, like, So I have a rare autoimmune disorder. I get biweekly infusions of human antibodies. It's called hypogammaglobulinemia. That means I'm just allergic to everything. Like I get so sick. I've had pneumonia 9 times in 7 years before I found out that I had this immune disorder. So as long as I keep these infusions every other week, I don't get sick. But eventually I want to figure out how to not have to get these infusions and be able to just use natural herbs.
Have you found any that are helpful besides cannabis?
Well, I've been using like the arnica.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is amazing. That's a huge anti-inflammatory, you know. But what else have we been dealing with? Oh, did you guys ever hear of colloidal silver?
I've heard of it, but what is that about?
So colloidal silver is like the first antibiotic before there was antibiotics. Pharmaceuticals.
Get too much, you turn blue.
I mean, you have to drink a lot of it. You could turn blue.
You do turn blue.
Yeah, you could turn blue if you drink too much of it.
Yeah.
But it has just amazing properties to it. How's your back feeling? That's awesome.
I can't hear.
Mhm.
It just, I can't move without it. Like even with my foot right now, my foot's been messed up. I'm like in my tub, my foot hanging out. Like,
put it on.
It's, I'm just, I like covered my leg. I'm like, oh man, it feels so good. And like, and it did immediately. I could feel it's not doing this weird
Throbbing sensation.
Yeah, it's like it's weird spasms. So not all the time. Most of the time, it's only when I'm leaning on it. I have femur shortening. Too hard against it. It bothers. Man, I was trying to avoid the mic today. I've been chilling out. But no, the spasms really they hit me more at night, and like right now, it's like no matter they're one of those things that no matter how stoned I get, no matter how much I ingest, these spasms will be the only thing that does not stop. It just doesn't stop. Like I'll be totally comfortable, like all RSO'd out, like okay, I'm going to sleep, and if it's one of those nights that they want to start, that's it. It's just nothing. And that like last night, today, the weather change is when it happens the most. So these last couple of days have been torture. On top of it, I have the radiating pain because I don't feel where my injury actually is on my foot, which is why I didn't feel it when I did it. But so I feel the radiating and the rest of my leg, and it stopped the burning immediately. Like I put it on there and it knocked that burning out. And I've been my whole foot, leg, everything has been feeling since 4th of July like it's been on fire. And that I didn't get on the whole leg, but the part I put it on stopped, and it's awesome. That's just really.
Yeah, with my fibromyalgia, I had a pain in my shoulder here, and it felt like it was on fire, and for like a week straight. But I had my boyfriend like put it on me, and it was so painful just to the touch. And finally, after a full week of him just putting it on daily, it was gone, and I haven't had it since.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, my pain is so. Yeah, it's chronic, so I've had it for so long that most of it, it's just like, yeah, all right, it's just annoying. Like, you deal with it because it's there no matter what.
Right.
But then there's some days that it's just like.
You can't ignore it.
Yeah, I can't ignore it.
Yeah.
You know this very well. Like some days it's just like, wait, I want to go. Like right now, I've been trying to leave for about like the last 20 minutes but the leg is like, no, I'm not walking you to the car. So, but now I put that on and the leg's feeling much better. So I might give it a couple more minutes, smoke a little bit more, and then
do it. Put more on.
do it.
Put more
'Cause
on.
that's like,
it absorbs super quickly. It's not greasy or oily. It doesn't stain your clothes.
It's great. That's really nice.
So I was suffering from migraines like really, really bad. Like I was getting Botox every 3 months because of how bad my migraines were. Because I was getting them every single day for weeks upon weeks. And that barely even helped. The Botox, like I never even wanted Botox to begin with because it freaked me out. But I was willing to try anything to stop my migraines. I've missed Christmases. You know, I wasn't able to be with my kids because of how bad they were.
What about psilocybin for the headaches?
I've never tried it for that.
Because they say for cluster headaches, and I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I live off the salve. If I put that on, I'm good. Like within 5 minutes.
Then you don't have any problems.
I don't have any problems unless it's like a really bad one where I'm like haven't eaten all day, I haven't really drank, and then that's like
Have you ever tried psilocybin for a headache?
not for a headache, but I do love it.
Right on.
Yeah. My problem is that I cannot trip anymore. Like my stomach is so messed up that I barely even feel high off of it. And it's high dosings of it. And I just have not been able to find something to help that.
Strains of mushrooms they have that people like. I don't know. I know there's a few.
There's even different kind of acid, to be honest with you. Like certain acid that'll have certain effects more than other kinds. You know, when I was a kid growing up, I thought that it was just like one type. That's it.
Right now, there's like
it's like it's chemistry. It's like
it's a science.
there's a lot to it.
He's not on.
Oh, sorry.
What? Thanks a lot.
I heard a lot of noise over there, so I had to turn it down.
Yeah, but psilocybin it used to make me so sick that I had nothing but bad experiences. I couldn't trip, I couldn't do acid, I couldn't do LSD, couldn't do mushrooms, because anything like that, like for what I don't know if it was just the mindset that I was in at the time. I don't know what it was, but oh my God, I would get so sick, and the throwing up was just not worth the like 1 hour of like okay that I would, and it was only okay because I was throwing up so bad that the spasms were just like
that's the worst part about it.
It's like no. So I stayed away from it for years, and talking to my therapist and to people in the community and said, hey, look into the microdose therapy. Best thing I ever did.
Yeah.
Best.
Yeah, and if you take it in capsules, like if you grind it up and put it in capsules, then it's not going to affect your stomach like that. Like if you just ate it regularly.
Right. Another thing that I do too is that I take it at night, so that way, like it's when I'm sleeping, it's going through my dreams.
Yeah. Do you have any crazy dreams?
I don't, because I stopped dreaming. Like I had some pretty traumatic stuff happen, and after that, I stopped dreaming. And it's only been recently that I've started to have dreams that I remember at all. And a couple of them have been weird, but not like freaky, scary, not, but my therapist said that it's like that I'm processing things on a different level now. So I do notice that throughout the day, like little things don't scare me the same way.
That's good.
Before, like I'm not jumping over my shoulder. Like my anxiety, it did bring up a lot of anxieties that I thought that I had dealt with over the years.
Yeah, it'll do that.
It has brought them up like, woo, wham.
Yeah. All that stuff that you shelf, all the emotions and the problems that you shelf, forget about it.
Yep.
Time to confront.
It's like you need to fix it right now.
Because I'm doing it at night, it's making it so much easier to really process and break it down, and the integration is a lot easier because I'm sleeping through the most misery as it's coming up. So it's still there and it's present enough for me to talk about it in the 8 hours of talk therapy that I do. But it's worth it. It's worth every single minute of it. I have learned so much about myself, the way that I interact with the world, the way the world interacts with me, the way like
Absolutely.
so many things about so many different people that I'm like, I was sitting down having a conversation with my mom the other day, and I was like, man, I don't get it. Like, for somebody who always had to be such on that she always had to be so on the fly with everything, because there's second to second things changed with me as I was growing up. Now her world is nice and peaceful. So she's a creature of habit. She doesn't like change.
Shout out
I'm
to
like-
psychedelics for medical use. There's a lot of
Right.
medical
I mean,
use
it's amazing
behind it.
that I'm learning, I'm understanding so much more. I'm like, now I get more about your struggle, more about what you went through, because I can see it now that, oh, wow, like, how did you do that for all those years with that this woman cannot deal with change at all.
Last
But she
last
did
couple
it for
times.
so many years with me that now it's like she just doesn't want anything to do with it. And you know what? She's earned that right after all the years.
Last couple times I've taken mushrooms, like last 2 or 3 times I've taken mushrooms, I wound up falling asleep, because sometimes when they start coming on, they'll be like
puts you to sleep.
overwhelming, relaxing, just very relaxing.
Yep.
So,
Not the only one.
and
No.
normally when I start falling asleep, like normally I love fighting sleep. I'll fight sleep all day, like on a regular brain, but when I'll take the
Oh,
mushrooms,
no.
I won't fight the sleep. I'll succumb to it.
Let
I'll
it
just
come
let it do
on.
its thing.
Yep.
And then wake up like 45 minutes, an hour later, and then I'm
It's a
tripping.
different world.
And I'm tripping.
It's like, well, I don't know yet if I've actually like had the tripping feeling, but I've been told one of two things, because my body's used to the microdosing, or that because I just haven't taken a dose large enough to make me actually trip. So I don't know. I mean, back in the day, I used to love me some X. So, and rolling, I would fall
Shout out to
asleep.
Tracy back in the
Yo,
day partying.
I would
Yes.
sleep, because as that roll would come on, you would go to sleep, and then you would like come up to the top, and man, that would hit you. You'd pop up out of nowhere. I don't care what you were doing. You were up and you were ready to like go run laps. Back when I could run laps.
That's right, girlfriend.
Yo, I would stand there like swinging my arms just back and forth, like just standing there, just standing, loving life, just leaving, just talking to me, just swinging my arms, like, and it's funny, like, because now I'm sitting here, I'm talking about it, and I think I've ingested so much cannabis all day that I can kind of feel the same, like,
Good for you.
I'm talking about, like, oh man,
Good for you, Tracy.
that feeling that you would get. Of, like,
We
just
love you, and we like when you're
air.
relaxed and feeling good.
Yo, my anxiety has been crazy.
Has it?
Like lately.
It's been shooting your nerves.
Yo. Like
self-care. Shout out to Self-Care Sunday. You got to take care of yourself. The best relationship you'll ever have in life is the one with you. You ain't going nowhere.
100%. Because at the end of the day, the one that you got to deal with every single day is you. And it's misery if you hate the person you are. Ever you try to fake that you don't hate the person you are? Everybody sees it. Everybody knows it. Everybody's like, yo, bullshit. Bullshit.
I'm just happy I can make myself laugh on such ridiculous levels.
So now, with
It's a great thing to be
recreational
able to
being new,
make
I'm
yourself
having,
laugh.
I'm having new people come to me saying, like, people who weren't, they weren't big on smoking before it was illegal and everything else. Now records passed, and they're like, yo, man, you never told me that my high could get high. I'm like, but I always told you that you were smoking the wrong stuff. And all the years you wanted to argue with me about, nah, my alcohol is better than weed. I told you you were smoking the wrong weed. And now, and one of the brands that he was smoking was Runts. He was in Jamaica, and he was smoking Runts and something else, and I don't know what the other one was. And he was like, oh my God, I didn't know. Like, well,
First time you ever smoked weed?
First time I ever smoked weed,
Yeah, when
I
was it?
was 16 years old. First long-term boyfriend. You know, back then the nickel bags were
Yes.
actually
Nickel bags.
$5. You know, and I remember.
1972, and I was there.
So I was like, I'm 1994.
Dime baggies.
Wonderful experience.
94, 95 was my first.
Well, you're a young thing.
Like I know Kurt Cobain had just died, and it was like a couple weeks later was the first time I ever smoked weed. Like I had been around it and all, but I had never actually smoked it until he died, and then I was at a party somewhere and we smoked it.
I used to break up weed on a Boz Scaggs album.
Oh no way!
Every time, Boz Scaggs. Every time.
Which one?
That's good shit.
Which one?
To be honest, I forget what album it
I
was.
used to.
But it was always the same one. I know.
We used to roll up
Exactly.
weed next on down on the train tracks, and then detectives would pop out of the bushes and be like, "Oh, what are you guys doing over here?" And we're like, "Oh, we're just having like enjoying our time over here by the lake." And then they're like, "Oh," and they start picking up garbage off the ground, empty baggies. These are yours. These are all your baggies. And we're like, "What are you talking about?"
Like, relax, man. We don't litter.
Yeah, relax. Like it's like a whole shakedown. And now it's like me and Chris with the Dover Cannabis community. We went back to that same spot where the detectives popped out on the bushes, and we started cleaning it. We cleaned up all the beer bottles and everything around there, and we were giving out joints. We gave out 70 joints that day. It was great. It was a great feeling, you know. It's like now they can't pop out on us anymore. Now we're popping out on them, yeah.
Remember smoking out of a can?
And we're cleaning.
Smoking out of like a Coke
Yo,
can?
there's literally boxes of beer just floating down the Rockaway River. And it's like in every corner, there's this beer, just beer glass broken, cans broken, more boxes of beer. I found one bag of weed and like a couple of Dutch wrappers. That's all the cannabis garbage we found upon like, I don't even know, 100+ beers. Like my boy came out to volunteer. He came out with like boxes of beers and glass and like.
And I bet you the Dutch wrapper
God.
was from a dude who was drinking.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh my God. But yeah, man. So that's how we're fighting the fight. We're giving out joints and cleaning up garbage. So happy 710, everybody.
Whoop, whoop. Yeah.
We're gonna stay out here all
Just
night.
want to give a quick shout out to Sour Diesel. Shout out to Sour Diesel.
Sour Diesel.
Shout out to Sour Diesel.
Yep. Thank you very much for that.
Shout out. Shout out to Golden
Golden
Goat.
Especially morning coffee. Oh yeah. Nice high CBD. Wow, wakes your body up.
All I know is you guys got me good today.
Shout out to RSO.
Yeah, that's what got me good. The RSO pill.
To start off with.
Oh.
Shout out to Pain.
Yeah.
Shout out to No Pain.
Right? I feel good now. This morning I was like, now I'm more stoned than I'm in pain. Like now I'm not in pain. Now I'm actually
That's
stoned.
it. Shout out to
Like,
Feeling Loose.
This is the only time I get stoned is when I come up here.
What's up? Oh, sorry, Joanne. I had you down. Did you say something?
Oh, no, I was just going to say before I go, there is no excuse to not write your legislators because Jim Miller is willing to write letters for you. If you send him a talk to him or send him a message on social media, or his email is pot4ms@yahoo.com. I don't know if Jim's still there, but he doesn't mind me giving out his email address either.
No, he's not here.
He was there earlier though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, great show. Great day. I'm happy for you guys.
Yeah, it was fun.
No doubt.
What a great Sunday.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I'm tired from just partying. I need a dab
Nope.
nap. I need a dab nap.
No pain Sunday.
Are you gonna come with me to Bayonne, Mikey, and drop the bong off and
Yeah, I'll come with you to Bayonne.
maybe smoke at our favorite
We'll-
intersection?
Yeah, we'll do a smoke and then yeah.
Smoke and do some laps.
Yeah, I'll stop there first before
Why
I go
not?
home.
Why not?
Yeah, that would be the way to end the day.
Top the day off with some yelling at us.
7:10. Patient Awareness Day.
Be aware of the patients in crosswalks where it says stop for pedestrians. Let's stop for patients too. Ooh, look at that. What's that? A box. It's a box, man.
Got a Dover Canico CBD box, shirt. Got CBG, CBN gummies, couple CBG strains,
Yeah.
CBD strains.
Yep.
Rolling tray.
Yo, this is the best box here. Yeah, look at all of this. Not sure this. Oh, it's even a large. Oh, that's the
There you
best.
go.
Yes.
Boom.
DoverCanico.com.
Got a nice tray here.
Nice.
Roy.
Happy 710.
Nice.
Yeah, the tray is in like a good baggie that could be used for
It's a
other
nice
things
size,
Thank you.
that one can accumulate on 710.
All right.
Bring that one on the go.
Look at this. It's like a good sandwich
Earlier,
bag, you
I
know?
rambled on about a couple of bills that were, and Joanne just brought up about Jim Miller writing. We also have Normal writing for us supporting too. If you know how to navigate Normal's website, norml.org, you can go to action, ask what state you're from. You can just touch the map or right in New Jersey, and it brings up this page right here. There's actually a few other pages. There's 20 bills right now that are active in the State House. What I had put up before was regarding the medical cannabis expansion efforts. Now, there's another one that I have to dig through. I don't have it in front of me, where the Senate president is proposing legalization of psilocybin cubensis for treatment. The amazing results that they're getting right now, state by state, city by city, all across the country are lighting up with therapeutic psilocybin. And the Senate president has joined on to that. Now, the safest way, apparently, for a patient to use is to grow it at home yourself, because one of the sad things about shrooms, they can get infected pretty quickly, fungus, and you don't want that, mold and everything else. So by growing yourself, you learn how to keep an eye on that and control it. Something just went ding dang. So yeah, so there's a bill coming up right now to legalize homegrown mushrooms. So homegrown shrooms is great. Dealing specifically with trauma survivors and aimed at, if we can go to the code, code 33. Come on, I forget it now. Help me out. First responders.
Dan knows.
What's the question?
The first responders group, code someone. I can't think. It's a number. Oh my God.
Oh, I definitely don't know that. I thought we were talking politics.
Anyway,
I know about
going back to
politics,
the
man.
bill is to legalize home grow for psilocybin cubensis.
Right, it includes that. Right. This bill is like a 5-year plan that this guy's got here, because this shit's wild. Yeah.
So
like the nature of these centers, like when do they, like, how good is the results out there from Oregon? Do you guys know like people from Oregon? Like, are they raving about like centers that could be like where people work though? Or how does it, like, is it licensed? Does Honeybee know?
Oregon. We have a question for Oregon. Oregon.
Hello, Oregon.
Hello, Oregon.
Because I don't even know if there's really that great results
off
so
your
that we
mute.
should even like do this.
You're live.
Oregon.
So people are very cynical about like why there's home grow for mushrooms. Whereas it's like, oh, no company is like lobbying against this to take their lobby share or in
No.
fear of their market share. Rather.
What you have going on right now too is some immediate pushback from the homegrown cannabis supporters because like, hey, wait, it's getting really confusing.
Is that what it's called? Confusing?
Yeah. What? Cart? No, I don't have any.
Yeah, no, it's just wild that he just wants to like push mushrooms.
Okay.
Because like, who else is pushing for this? Is that there's no other? Yes. You run into them at counterculture conventions.
Yeah, I do. I just can't. I got too many pockets. Yeah. So that's what Scutari is proposing, homegrown shrooms. So it's just great.
I think you already started inside the State House.
I don't think so, man. So, right. So what? Yeah. So that's the thing to say. Like, is this stuff even good? But you got to recruit like more
Get that off the
people.
table, please. Yeah, thank you.
We got to recruit more people to the cause out here for the cannabis, for the homegrown. Figure out like what are the other. If you can get like other progressive activists and be like, yeah, this is a good idea, kind of a thing, and view it as like a site, for example. Oh, the show's developed. No, thank you. It's like a kind of guy here. Look at this thing.
That thing's still going. I
One
will
more
hit
time.
that. I will
Oh
totally
my
hit that.
God. Just so around for your
Oh
passing.
my
I'm sorry, you
God.
stick your arm out.
That thing is amazing.
Man.
So-
Wow. Every person who has that looks extra pimp.
So, you get my
They have like an
picture
extra
taken.
pimpness going on all of a sudden when they're puffing on that thing. Like, look at Dan.
Yeah.
He's like a pimp.
Thank you.
Right? Pimp Dan.
Hold on, Dan.
Puffing on a can of
Yeah,
gar.
All right.
Look at him pimping. I don't know what you heard about me. That's it.
Don't know what you heard about me.
That thing's a cannon. Man.
It's an interesting hit. Oh, you want 212? Hold on, hold
Yeah,
on.
I'll get some pictures too. There we go.
Oregon, can you hear us, Oregon?
Man.
Is there anybody out there?
It ain't easy, but it's got to be done. You just got to do it. Wow, yeah, it's still going.
What strain is the Canagar? Is that a
Banana
sativa?
mango.
What do we know about?
Can I have that after you, please?
Oh,
I like this. I feel like in the talking mood now.
It just went
For the
everywhere.
show.
I'm just
We're
trying to get
sampling
my
our
turn.
unique Canagar here on the generous 710.
Before I go running off, as I
good
usually do,
over
this
an
bill
hour at
Scutari is
least,
proposing for
right?
legalizing
Hour and a
cannabis
half,
homegrown. I
something?
mean,
That's been going on.
psilocybin
That thing's been
homegrown.
Way
We
long,
can
right?
use the
Going.
same exact arguments against him because
crazy.
he's been the big brick wall against
Right.
homegrown cannabis.
Lefty
This is
pimping.
right, but like I don't need like this isn't the kind of thing that's passing and getting like set up though. It's just I don't the whole thing is weird.
No,
It's just like out of nowhere. It's like we're in the middle of cannabis, we're all jumping at shrooms. Right. There's other like there's other drugs besides shrooms, like ketamine.
Now, understand this is
Special
going to be
K,
over,
Molly.
this
So
is
much
going to
people
be
have, like,
mushrooms
results.
over the counter, but you're going to be working with a therapist, and usually within 6 months they're getting excellent results.
Right, but like where is this happening? Like how long have like people been doing like that? For example, in Oregon was what I was trying to ask. Like how like well is this documented?
You're talking about psychedelic therapy.
Right.
Yeah, psychedelic therapy has been well documented. Anyway,
Yeah, this guy.
it's been well documented. The reason home grow is being proposed, it's the safest way for a patient to have it immediately available.
Of shrooms, you're saying, or
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
The,
The
right,
best
so
part-
that's the interesting thing. But like, I
have
want to
to
try
dig-
amamine and
I gotta
mascara.
dig
Yeah.
through my phone to give you the bill numbers.
I want to try amamine and mascara, which is a mushroom that Super Mario takes to grow and the Smurfs live in. But I think that's the one you're supposed to see like shit on. Like I've never really like seen stuff.
The Santa Claus comes from that.
Right. The Santa Claus mythos comes from, or story comes from the that because you get the red and white suit. He comes in and out. Right. It's a Siberian thing, so it's very cold in the north. So he's on the sleigh in the winter, and he's getting pulled by reindeer. And reindeer like to eat the mushrooms, so like reindeer pee, their pee can be like mushrooms. Because like amamita is like a kind of like a dangerous mushroom. Actually, it's not one of the safer ones like cubensis or lion's mane is like the safest. So they have that like in the health food store now.
Yep, that's what I saw.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Right. So then they have that. So amamita, right. So then like they had the shaman. He would come down like the tree, and they would like I guess like dry the shrooms on like I don't know. He'd come down the chimney, and then they would dry the shrooms on a tree. So the
Everyone
whole
looks
thing.
good when they smoke that thing.
Right.
So it was
Everybody
like a
looks like a
northern-
pimp
Everyone
when
looks
you
pimp,
smoke
That there's nothing better if you're gonna smoke weed, you might as well look good while you're doing it. Everybody looks
guys-
good
Who
when they
took a
got that
picture
thing
of
in their
me with
mouth.
that thing? I gotta ask
Everybody
for-
looks damn good with that thing in their
Yeah,
freaking teeth.
I gotta get that picture of me with
Teeth
that.
that thing, Tracy.
It's a great accessory.
I can't believe that.
Badass.
Can you guys believe that like homegrown mushrooms
Yeah.
are coming on the list before weed even being
I don't know about the
legal?
list though. If you
Like,
say
it's crazy.
there's like a bill, like I don't
Yeah,
know.
like the bill. Like,
Right, but there's like there's like several homegrown bills. So it's not like there isn't like the sponsors.
just
so.
the fact that
We're
that's
making
even
progress
the
with the
offer.
sponsors.
Yeah, that's awesome.
For just the idea, like it's a pie in the sky idea. Like I feel. It's like what else are we gonna
Nice.
legalize now? Like we're trying to work on cannabis here, trying to get lounges, y'all. Trying to have lounges have like events in nice, peaceful fashion as cannabis people do. It's not like drunkards, when people get fights, get petty, they throw up, it's stupid.
No, everybody's
You
just
know,
happy and chill
It's
and
like a very like
want to share their weed.
right, like people don't really realize that, right? Like how generous people are. Just like, yeah, just join in. Like on the nature of this, on this great plant here. That's what we need, more lounges,
Absolutely.
Getting away
People-
from.
They just need to be more open to it. Like they're so brainwashed to it, and it's just like
Right, it's
more and more
ridiculous
people
though.
are-
It's like people that believe that like that the world revolves around the Earth instead of the
Right.
everything revolving around the sun or something like ridiculous like
something
that.
ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like right, we're like cavemen or like primitive like hunter gatherers versus like the people in the developed markets. Like they got like science like in the city states.
Yeah.
And like they got like the nice like architecture going here. You always feel like hunting mammoths and shit.
Man, Seth looks like he owns a construction company when he smokes that thing.
Oh, especially with that shirt, yeah, with like the cut off
Right?
arm.
The
yeah.
owner of a construction company.
Right, like in the Sopranos
That's
episode,
what I see.
yeah, with that.
That's what
beard.
I see right there.
He's got the big dually.
Man. Thing's nice.
Yeah, that was a good counter guy there. Yeah, but we got to recruit like more allies to like the homegrown movement. Yeah, that's the problem though. Is like just having like the same group. It's hard, you got to figure out like who in society likes this and like who's working on this. Because like a lot of people were working on like social equity for like the industry, for example. They're focused on that a lot. So like, that's a good conversation like to talk about with like Leo Bridgewater. Talking about like Leo, because he's good with like kind of like doing like the bridge too. I talk to everybody in cannabis. I know the green rushers, I know the hustlers, the MSOs. I know you guys. You guys are better guys. You guys are guys I'm hanging out with here. So it's a great range, but like Leo would be good to talk about that, and like there's a few other like good like people like that work for like the equity thing, which is like a thing, and it is like a busy season if you go and try to like turn it into like a business. Yeah, but it's hard, we have more like guys like Chrissy and Denver Cannabis Company. It's difficult. Not the money.
Plug the monitor. Plug our camera back in, please. It's out. Yeah, that's our wire. Yeah, our wire is out. It's over here somewhere. Uh-oh. Ken Walski. Hi, Ken.
I was going to say to what Dan was saying about equity and homegrown, if you look at the legislators who are sponsoring the bill, Senator Singleton and Senator Turner are from the Black Caucus, and they're the most supportive of both of the bills. Senator Gopal, Senator Wicker, Senator Deignan, and Assemblyman Wimberly and Assemblywoman Reynolds Jackson as well.
Yeah, Verlina Reynolds Jackson from around here, I believe, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have made some progress with like getting sponsored, which is like a good sign. it's just like trying to get like other people and seeing like who's really against it, and like all the attention's on the industry and like setting up the industry and getting the money from the industry and opening licenses and like making money on licenses and like providing the thing we all fought for. And it's just difficult, trying to get like home grow. And then like if the CRC can't do it,
I've got some.
it's really difficult. So you gotta recruit more people, like see like what the civil rights groups, what they thought of like home grow and like what they're focused on. Because that's the thing with like a lot of activist groups. There's like a million issues. It's like I'm on the Latino Action Network board, but there's like a million issues for like fighting for like an underclass of people, in the United States here in New Jersey. Against discrimination, all the issues that come against that, negative economic repercussions, negative social repercussions.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's Senate President Scutari's goal is to get everything set up before allowing even patients to grow, which I think is, a detriment to patient access.
Right. So that's the catch though with this kind of thing. Like, yeah, I know there's worst case scenarios, but like, what happens like if they don't, like, if you like, basically like, how hard is it to actually grow in New Jersey? Like if you're like law be damned, I'm gonna grow. Like it's not like as long, it depends, on the conditions. Because I guess if you have to do indoor, that's why indoor is so popular on the East Coast, I guess.
Yeah, well, not only that, like a lot of people can grow. I didn't write that in the piece, but a lot of people can grow and get away with it. But like someone like me, I live in the 2-family house in the suburbs. I have, my neighbors are literally right on top of me. So, if anything happens and they call the police or, and they smell something, then, that's an issue. So people that live in closer quarters, like that are at more risk. And that's usually where the cities are and when people live closer to each other.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, no, it is hard that way. Right. It's very difficult, in that fashion. That's where you're trying to do like the closet with the lights, the smaller grow versus, like people in the farmlands. It's a different story.
Yeah.
It's difficult.
And their neighbors are a couple acres away.
Right. Yeah, precisely. So they can go.
So yeah, I mean that's the justice issue there. I think to share the law equally.
Joanne, have you talked to like a lot of like the people like in the industry about like trying to get like their support for this to grow the coalition for home grow?
Well, interesting. In fact, I was going to tell you after my the piece came out, my opinion piece came out on NJ.com. Governor Murphy's guy, chief of staff, I believe, or
George Helmy.
No, I don't have his name in front of me, but yeah, he said that he wasn't against home grow and that he didn't say anything about the governor, but he did say that I guess originally it was the municipalities, I guess what they would go for, but honestly, the home grow would help with allowing cannabis to be grown in a town because
I think we have our issue. Yeah. Oh dear, with the town's power, the town's collective power in the form of the League of Municipalities.
Well, I mean, when the law was being written, I spoke with the head of the league then. She was the mayor of Maplewood. No, this was like 2018. Yeah. Yeah, she didn't say there was any issue with that. So I think it's kind of an excuse because to say that we didn't do home grow because towns would be against it. The towns are against, the stores that they want to be built. So to me, it would only help.
This is why like there's a need to get, get like mayors like on support and like get like, a few places to say like, yeah, we would be for it here or like in like a progressive town.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's difficult.
Well, I think that's why they want business set up, because that's the most important, I guess, for what they're trying to do. But as far as patients and access, doesn't say much for that. So, because it would apply to every town. It wouldn't matter, they couldn't say no.
Right. Yeah. No. So that's an issue. So right. So that's interesting. So like the governor's open to it was what he said like on the news like before the election. So it's difficult, when you have like a guy who's open to it versus being like for it, the way he was for, like social equity in the adult use industry. It was fun at the opening of the market when it's great when politicians repeat your talking points back to you. That's
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, he did say it twice while he was campaigning. I haven't heard much since. So, but it's really not on him. It's about getting the bills support and get the bills moved, and then he can have his say. So.
Right. So that's the need to like build the coalition to get like more people like talking to the people in the legislature about the issue.
Yeah, and just
More
because they're on
lawyers.
break, they're definitely taking calls and emails. They're definitely listening. So that's why I was saying hopefully there'll be more businesses being licensed and opening so that they can make moves on that a hearing for those bills.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing. The whole nature of home grow and how to do it and deal with it.
Well, thanks for your help, Dan. You've been very helpful and supportive and active.
No doubt, right. So that's like the thing about like the nature of the issue is that like the community like loves it. Like the patients, the people that like the activist legacy guys are all for it. Is my base of readers subsequently. So it is like a popular issue in that like respect actually. And why it'd be great if we could have like more sponsors to announce, or like there was talk of doing like a cannabis lobby day where you have like a busy day in the state house. You try to talk to like a lot of legislatures. You get like a lot of activists to talk to like a lot of the legislators. Ideally, for example, if you got like a guy from a town in one district, then have him talk to his assembly person. So
yeah,
it's one of those things that would be ideal.
The NJ Can poll, they did a poll, NJ Can 2020, and I believe it was 64% support for home grow. So that's a majority support, just like legalization was a majority support. So
America, unfortunately, is not a country that runs that way. Or it just sucks, or it's like the thing that you still need, and then it'll take 5 years. Like if you don't like maximize that or like turn that into like activists talking to somebody, for example, that's what you actually really need is people talking to people like about these things versus like a poll is great. It is a good poll to say. It's just hard. There's like a lot of things like a lot of people would want. Unfortunately, like God forbid, like the nature of abortion. Majority of the country is for it. Things are a little dark in that respect.
Yeah.
Right now in the United States, despite popular majority opinion because of the nature of the judiciary.
Yeah, well, I hope. Yeah, I mean, I know Scutari is just waiting on time, but, or if there is enough pressure, but yeah, I mean, the numbers should matter to legislators, considering, they're all up for re-election in November 2023. It's not very far away.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna get off and get finished with my work here. And I wish you guys all a great summer. And
happy summer, Joanne.
You too.
Love you, Joanne.
Thanks. I'll see you guys.
God bless. Happy 710.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. I see Mario's trying to join.
Mario Ramos?
Mario, you there? It says joining.
Super Mario? Is Super Mario coming on?
It says waiting room. He's in the waiting room. How do I get him out of the waiting room?
waiting room participants.
Thank you.
There we go. Honeybee, can you hear us in Oregon? Are you there yet in Oregon?
Right, so that's the interesting thing to figure out, like in the New Jersey Senate, who is actually for it or who's like against it, and then like the nature of their like opposition. No, I'm good. Okay. Right, so like I don't know, like Scutari could be say he's open for it or doesn't want to push it, but like what do the other members say? Like what does Ron Rice think about homegrown? What does Dick Cody think about like homegrown?
No.
What does like other people think about homegrown? They don't like it.
No.
Sacco, Brian Stack.
That's their answer. No. How do we stop that?
We're gonna talk to more people. Got to grow the coalition.
Grab that microphone there, Michael. I can't hear you. Michael, grab that microphone.
We're on a radio show, Mike Brennan. You can't be making
I'm
the argument.
yelling over everybody.
Yeah, there you go.
How you doing? I'll just talk louder.
There you go. I can't hear you though.
You can hear me
Now I hear you.
Yeah, what I was saying is the same arguments that you use to rationalize home grow mushrooms is the same argument that you can use to rationalize home grow cannabis. It's making the fight a little bit more level, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see about that.
It's been tilted, in the MSO's favor for a while now.
Right, that's an agency, like they're against it, I guess, or like their lawyers are against it.
In New
and
York, they were.
nature
In New York
just
State,
out of the
they were.
lawyers.
We haven't had any evidence in
New
New
York?
Jersey
What?
yet. New York State, there's a few that wrote a letter.
Right, but that was like a while ago. Like Kathy Hochul, like I thought, like allowed it. Like there's some, I don't know. I think like New York homegrown is like past us. There's like a few ways. Like New York is the only state trying to like beat like New Jersey and like lowering barriers to entry, dealing with social equity, trying to create like a competitive like market. We could have like 300 licenses by like the time we have my next event, and not on September 25th in South Hackensack.
Where's it going to be at?
It's it's at
that an
Ambassador
event?
Studios. Yeah, Hetty and J's.
Hetty and J?
Yeah, Hetty and J's New Jersey cannabis policy discussion.
HEADNY.
Yeah.
NJ.
Yeah.
It's going to have an event coming up in September.
Yeah, we are.
What's going to happen there?
It's Ambassador Studios. We're gonna have a panel with some of our new license winners.
All right.
So we're looking forward to that, having a great gathering. Yeah.
Earlier that same month in September, on the 8th, 9th, and 10th, there will be a NECAN in Atlantic City again, and we got a booth for Coalition for Medical Marijuana in New Jersey there. Same booth as last year. Thank you very much. Number 620.
Nice.
Come on down and say hi.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's great. Right. That's what you guys would need. That's what I'm saying. Like you got to build like allies like in the industry, which has like the clout, like and like the size, like along with this. Like, if they like you guys on this, talking about that, they can talk to people, like having, like activists like that, like talk to people is like important, and like getting the industry to understand that.
Amen, brother.
They're just like obsessed with like the federal issues that they can't like with like that they pay like a high tax. Can't deduct taxes. It's like a big like issue that like all the green rush is talking about. I'm good, thank you.
A lot of this conflict that's coming up with municipalities really, charging exorbitant fees or limiting the amount of licenses that are available.
Right, but like nobody guided them like in any way. Like who's just they're saying things are bad. Like who are these people to like be experts in cannabis policy? So it's just like the worst haphazard coalition of like license seekers and like license assistants, like and lawyers and like business people, like pushing this town by town, and then like regulators and like land use attorneys. And it's such like a disjointed effort. It's disjointed is the best way to describe the effort to get legal joints.
A quick glance over.
Disjointed effort to get legal joints in New Jersey.
A quick glance over what you got on PubMed about psilocybin and patents that are showing up. Therapeutic
patents is a hell of a
psychedelic
thing,
patents all over the place. What you're talking about, remind me of people are jumping, but they're just taking little things from the sideways and be able to use it. They're trying to get to a 2-hour therapeutic dose so that you'll be able to go into your therapist's office for a 2-hour visit and have yourself an experience with the therapist.
I'll be back.
Anybody looking forward to that? A little guided meditation out of hell. There you are. Just looking for you. All right.
Yay. Yay.
Woo.
Yes.
I want treats.
Wow.
Cheesecake? What?
Yeah,
Do me a
salted
favor,
caramel.
grab that bag.
Thank you very much. Cheesecake.
Yeah, everyone's-
Thank you.
What's that one?
Oh my.
Yeah, this one's pass it around, folks. This has coming up for it. All right. This one is handmade, it says.
Am I saying it right? Quality.
There you go.
Shout out to Quality Edibles. Yes, these are amazing. That's the salted caramel. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so the new bill,
Best thing ever.
197, is supporting edibles.
Salted caramel, anyone?
Medical cannabis is now legal by telemedicine. Get the medicine you need by getting reviewed for a medical cannabis card. Contactless appointments available at cannasense.com. For as low as $39, you can get reviewed for a medical cannabis card. That's cannasense.com for a licensed medical cannabis doctor review. Cannasense.com has all the information you need to get connected with a doctor. That's CANNASENSE.com. Cannasense is common sense.
Not back to your regular schedule program.
Bring it down.
Yeah, pretty soon.
4 more of them.
Well, that was lovely spending today together, guys.
No doubt. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun here. Nice, beautiful day on Trenton.
Beautiful day.
Smoked a lot of weed. I wrote a story in the middle of this. I already wrote the story in the middle of the event. Or near the end.
Salted caramel.
Oh, those all pretzels? Oh, damn.
Cookies and cream.
No, thank you.
Try this one?
No, thank you.
No.
I'm gluten free. That's why I'm thin. Then I'm to really drink. De facto Cali sober. Mostly Cali sober, rather. I was just talking to somebody about that who was that, like doesn't drink, just smokes weed, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's what I do." Or like we're saying that, you know?
They do what?
They smoke weed. They don't really drink, so I don't really drink that much either.
I thought you were gonna say edibles.
I go to like cannabis industry events. I drink. It's kind of funny.
How often do you eat edibles?
I like edibles. I'm getting into doing them regularly. It's supposed to be. It's better for my eczema.
But do you eat them regularly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I
so you
do.
have to go on a new diet now. Is that what it is? You're on a new diet since you're gluten.
Yeah, right. So like I have like a strict diet, so I can't really eat like the like a pastry infused. So, but like I could eat like the chocolate, for example, is like really good for me. And I was drinking like some pine lemonade and juice as well, so that's really good. And, oh yeah, I got the crispy here. Oh, I'm saving these. Maybe I'll take a little nibble here while we're having our discussion here. Yeah, look at how beautiful it is. It's gluten free. It's rice based, fruity pebbles. Crispy treat.
That looks
here.
really good.
It does. Yeah, I never was really a big fruity pebble guy. I might have to get into it in general as a cereal. It's very hard. Like I do eat like very like strict cereals that way. Right. So,
What kind of cereal did you grow up on?
Lucky Charms. Lucky
Lucky
Charms is still gluten free. Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
like everything across the board. I think it was pretty good. Like
Yeah.
I had the honey-
No, I did not.
honey bunch
Yeah,
of
you have to be
oats,
talking
Cookie
to Mike. We're on a
Crisp,
radio show. You have to or a
honeycombs.
podcast show. You have to be
You
talking
know.
to the microphone. Oh fuck! What happened to the
Where'd
microphone?
mine go?
It fell on the
I do
ground.
not know.
It just fell on the ground.
Count Chocula.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
Lucky
that was
That was the
Charms.
bomb.
Lucky Charms just was
Captain
in the
Crunch,
news. There was a
peanut
handful
butter
of
Captain
people that got
Crunch.
sick.
All that.
Say-
Stuff,
wait,
all
say
that.
that
Yeah.
again?
There's a handful of people that got sick after eating Lucky Charms.
No.
Yeah, it was
No.
magically nauseous.
Oh.
Not so lucky.
That's awful.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know if they haven't found what it is yet.
That's awful.
Really? This is like a recent story?
Yeah.
No, no good. Stay away from Lucky Charms.
Oh man, I was eating Lucky Charms.
Recently from the
Cereal is
headlines.
like a great snack. It's like Honey
Snacks
Nut
right from the
Cheerios.
headlines.
Honey Nut Cheerios is like my go-to snack because, like, you know, it's like a hard thing, so it's not like puffy with gluten, and it's just like really good, nice and sweet with honey.
It's so good.
So let's see how this is. This is the most generous person, lady, who was passing these out, and I wish I got more than one. I'm gonna have to save it. I don't even get like a business card attached. There's no logo for like to get more. That's part of the thing, though. It's a very egalitarian person. Usually, you know, people get free samples with like a card, you know, and a logo to contact them. For example, you know, that's like a standard business practice. You know, here,
Just nothing. No logo.
right?
It's hilarious.
Like, right. Oh, here's a great company, Snacks. They're good guys.
I wonder sometimes I was like, damn, everybody got look good.
We're so like
I
underdeveloped
like
in like the nature of cannabis and like all the things to like learn from like these developed markets and like the nature of like their cannabis events and like their protests and like their festivals and cups.
How about that cookie? That's
Oh, what a day.
syrup. Oh,
It's interesting doing that legacy cup there.
purely by accident.
Nice, interesting brands there. Good people, but you aren't interested in that nature of that like market. Quite thing, you know, in this day and age.
Man, you can't get nothing anymore without paying expensive prices for it. And today was a nice little day of free stuff.
It was. Look, it's mad generous, yo. I got like a
Yeah.
whole bag here, yeah.
Shout out to all the donations.
So many joints passed around.
So much free goodies.
Damn. Yeah, you know, I think we're winding down the show here. You know, it's been a good day.
New York City. You guys go to City?
710. I don't know.
I don't think we're gonna be here till 7:10. I think the momentum's gone. Probably other
Lefty?
going on. There's a lot of 7:10 events.
Oh, I got
You know, I'm sure around, you know, New Jersey, other cannabis markets, legacy, a lot of legacy open air markets, get good prices from very friendly people, variety of products. You know, I love going to those types of things.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, I was behind a red roping one actually.
Oh, yeah. What? Oh.
I was like in the VIP section of the market. The market show, hanging out. It's just a hell of a thing trying to get like a good location. But there's something you could do with like a space, you know. We could have like an avant-garde theater where you could smoke weed or something, you know. But who wants to smart like, you know, we could smoke weed at a concert inside, you know, in the winter, for example, would be fun. You know, and all these like interesting events people do, puff and paints.
I like smoking weed.
Oh, you sing? I don't sing.
Wow, this is the first time I got the this angle here. I'm looking into Oregon right now. It's like a portal.
All right, yeah. you're
I'm
working-
looking into Oregon State House right now. I got New Jersey State House right behind me, and I'm looking at Oregon State
Did we get
House.
the
This is
Cali-
beautiful.
Did we get the
Completely
Cali guy
on the
going?
other side of the country. This is great.
So who's speaking from California?
And it's funny because it looks like there's people visiting there and shit.
Who? Oh, okay. You don't. I'm good, thank you.
Well, it looks
so
windy
much.
over
I
there.
could eventually drop. You're gonna be smoking all the can of guys and shit, looking like a pimp. Yeah, that was really interesting. Yeah, like the nature of like cannabis activists across the country. So it'd be interesting to talk to them to see like what they did right that worked, like, you know, like in their activism. Figure out like the nuances of
We
that.
work with CBD farm out in Oregon, the Tweedle Farms. So that's cool. We gave out some Tweedle Farm CBD today.
Oh yeah, I got the sweet box. Yeah, I just even like the nature of this box is just like well branded. I feel. Oh, I love the plug here within the leaf. Yeah, the actual electric
we get plug.
Invented in New Jersey by Thomas Edison, I believe. Probably.
Add some color you'll like. Yeah, add some color. This is all the same shit.
So.
It's all the same shit. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, we had a lot of interesting companies here, along with Heady.
It's great where we're at right now. Remember before when we had to smoke across the street? I know everyone keeps bringing that up, but I keep thinking about that now. And it's like we really, as patients, we walked across the street to smoke, and we were okay with that. Like as long as they don't bust our balls, right? Like we're smoking. This is the area we're smoking here, and that line just kept coming closer and closer.
Has there been no ashtray this whole time?
Wait, but what was that then?
No,
the ground.
No,
ground.
That's something we spaced out on.
I feel like this one's different. This one's different to throw away.
No, well, that's the biggest round.
This one's different.
We're gonna have to
like,
adjust for next time.
The roach roach.
We did that in 2009.
Yeah.
2010. I'd walk across the street to smoke.
Really just
Now we're
wanna
on
eat
the
this
lawn,
magical looking
baby.
Christmas treat. Yeah.
We're on the lawn.
We are right. This is all right. So as long as I've known you guys, like you've been on this side, you know. I think you guys have definitely grown as legalization has progressed and like gained steam.
And it's a lot of different, people now. A lot of different faces now. It's good
Yeah.
to see everybody. You know.
Yeah. So
Good times. Good times.
yeah, no doubt.
Happy, Patient Awareness Day. This is it's a good day.
Happy Patient Awareness
National.
Day. Happy
We're national
National
now.
Patient Awareness Day. Right, so we gotta get to gotta talk to the New York activists, all of them.
Yeah,
Maine,
and
Massachusetts.
every time we come out here, there should be a little bit more people,
Yeah.
And it's pretty cool because it's so diverse when we're out here. It's
Yeah.
diverse, all types of walks, life, old, young.
Yeah, it was a
you
pretty
know,
good crowd here.
Yeah.
Before, it's easier you do a weekend versus the weekday when you're trying to lobby.
And now we
It's
have a
always,
Porta John.
Tension, right?
Yeah,
oh, that's
Porta
important.
John,
We used to have to hide and smoke weed in Porta Johns. Now we got one rented on the State House to smoke weed outside. Up on
You,
the Porta
you wanted
John.
a hot box to Porter John.
I was like,
Actually,
let's go
I was
hot
like,
box to Porta
I don't
John.
think it's a good idea.
Like
now.
old times.
Oh God, no, I'm good.
Maybe back
Good.
in
I
the
don't
day,
need
it's
to
a good
inhale
idea.
anything in that room. Thank you. I don't need.
I
to
remember
inhale
down at the
anything
shore
in
that was the
room.
thing too. On the shore, there's a bunch of Porta Johns. Like, oh yeah, just hot box over. We're like, oh, hopefully they don't bust us.
Well, the summer ones, they might be sanitary. That might work.
Well, we try to find the cleanest one. But then in our town, there was this one Porta John that everyone used to hot box. That was like the hot boxing one.
Nice. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, we came out, but the point is, we came out a long way.
Yeah, definitely have come a long way. Yeah.
We're here.
Yeah, we've definitely made progress. Yeah, we do have an industry that's making progress in terms of getting guys licenses and having it be open. It's just
hey,
hard. We'll have more money. The state will have more money to help give out small businesses like you very soon. So the second wave, hopefully, we're trying to get guys like you, but a lot of them are guys with money who are serial business people. It's not like activists. It's a businessman.
Yeah,
You do the second business.
It's a weird cross.
Third business.
It's I want to help people, but then it's you gotta make it like a business.
Right, it's hard, right? It's a hell of a thing, the nature of that, or the nature of getting a license, or having those connections, or access to capital and shit. Because then if you have one business, you can take a loan out against that, and then you have money to expand. So then it's not even an issue really to get that much capital to expand. Because that's the thing that you can have companies fighting each other when you have the new idea, TikTok for the short form video. Now Facebook and Instagram and other people have and YouTube has the short form video.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to outdo TikTok.
We made a lot of progress when officers can smoke off duty. That's big.
Oh wow, that's a hell of a thing in certain areas, and who's against that? Right, but I don't know if that bill's passed. Right, that's a whole thing about the nature of having we need more people to actually smoke weed. to actually have them understand the merits of this plant and like how it feels. Right. So they haven't really smoked weed. There aren't places where you could have like person go like a coffee house and try this and see how they are. And say like, oh, what is all this talk about? You think it's like heroin? You think it's like alcohol? This is what it's like, and then you can tell other people what it's like, and then you can go back that way.
Are you talking about a consumption lounge?
Like a lawful, in the lawful form.
All the towns are scared of consumption lounges.
Right, it would be a lounge up to
Kind of like we were doing right here on the inside.
We have a lounge right here, right now. That's what we got to do. Pop-up lounges.
Pop-up lounges.
What about winter time?
Yeah, right. That's the issue. Right. Yeah.
That's the problem.
If it rains, that's why I don't want to do outside.
Patients should have been able to consume inside somewhere safely anyway. From the beginning, I think that should be.
Right,
and that goes with people like on disability, and they get help from the state, and they move into places where they can't even consume inside. If not, they
I'm
break.
in an apartment complex, where I'm not allowed to smoke inside anymore.
Right, exactly. So and if you're a patient, how are you? You know what I mean? You got to go outside.
Not allowed to smoke in public either.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you can get away with smoking.
Well, if you're a patient, you guys can.
If there's an ashtray nearby. People are
right there you go. So
tobacco,
if you're a patient, you can smoke outside.
Yeah, you gotta wait. You gotta wait around it.
Right, that's like the way people will treat it like cigarettes. Somebody's gonna really you have to get like a real Karen NIMBY Karen to get to call the cops on you.
What are you doing?
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, that sucks.
All right, they can't hear us in Oregon. I don't know what's going on over there. They must be really stoned too. Their sound guy must be high.
Yeah, but it is. All these hits, yeah.
Let's see if this works. 3 hours behind us.
Yeah. I don't understand how you can conclude that it's safer to ban men. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna
for your
give
time.
Sasha a ride to the
I
train
surely
station.
do appreciate it.
I'm out of here.
It's beautiful here, by the way. I love it.
Thank you, Michael.
Good evening, Jeff Oakes, 60 Pemberton Avenue, Promotionport, New Jersey. I'm here to speak on the ban on medical cannabis as well. I just finished up a week ago my 44th treatment of chemotherapy. I've had 2 liver resections. I've had 3 microwave ablations. I've had 3 intensive rounds of chemotherapy. I really don't think I'd be able to tolerate all that treatment without medical cannabis. One of the things patients like myself and other patients in the program suffer with is the public stigma of cannabis. And it breaks my heart to see a lot of the communities coming out and banning medical cannabis, especially in these times where we're seeing people left and right overdosing on prescription drugs when we have an answer, a big part of the answer right here in this jar. But I really want to address the stigma. It's terrible for us. This is a beautiful place here, facility out here, the park and the beach. I was born and raised in Monmouth Beach. When I was a young man, I used to deliver seafood here to the bars, the Connors Hotel, and I had a lot of friends that lived in town here. And to see a town say, your treatment isn't welcome here, or we don't believe in it, or that it's bad for public health, I think that it's a terrible way to frame someone like myself, or someone else in my shoes. We ask for compassion, the groups that we advocate with, education, compassion, and awareness. I love this town. I spent my whole life on the shore here, and I don't want to be alienated from Highlands. My wife likes it here. We come to dinner. I have friends that own real estate on Bay Avenue here, and we're not from town, obviously, but we're part of the community that makes up the Jersey Shore, Monmouth County, and the stigma is terrible. I'm a stage 4 cancer patient. I have unlimited monthly amounts. I use this no matter where I go. I have to use it to keep myself from getting nauseous. And I'm frowned upon at times. And sometimes I need to go, obviously I can't do it in the parks and in the community centers like here. I can go right out in the street if I need to medicate. That's my right as a patient in New Jersey. But we don't want to be put out to the street. We want to be welcomed by communities. We want to be able to go to the beach. We want to be able to enjoy the parks. But we keep getting stigmatized and put into the pen of tobacco smokers. So what we ask for is compassion to help us out with more access to, this building's great, the handicap ramps are nice, those type of things. So we don't suffer and lose access to being out in the communities. So we would actually advocate for here, a safe area where cannabis users can go and safely medicate, do what they need to do, and then go back and enjoy the beach in a safe manner and not be stigmatized by 80-year-old propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Oakes. Hashtag They Shall Grow. See you, I don't know when we're going to see you all next. September? Really? Nothing till September? I think we're going to do a protest at Scutari's office, and we're going to make a Beach Bongholio video, so maybe we can do something down the shore. Yeah, Beach Bongholio video. Let's do that. Get a bunch of people down there. What's he with the mic? Yes.
Another thing, and something that I want to do, and I'm sure Steve Across and Dover Cannabis will be willing to do, is do another burn up cleanup somewhere, anywhere, we're willing to go and to do what we do, clean up the community,
Fair enough.
raise
Clean
awareness,
Clean up your town.
Yeah, we just want to be more active,
Fair enough. Clean up. Too much junk around. We're gonna clean it up. We cleaned up Dover a couple times. It was great. Great turnout. People brought back beer bottles. I think it was the beer that they drank, but that's still okay. That's fine. We'll accept that beer that you drank. At least you didn't litter. And you get your free joint. You still get your free joint. Don't worry. Give you a joint for garbage. That's amazing. What a great idea.
Yeah, and sign petitions and take part.
All right, Honeybee, I guess we lost you. Or you lost the audio. So we're cutting out of here in Jersey. It's time for dinner. We're hungry. We got the stoner munchies. Not just the munchies. We got the stoner munchies, plus the edible, plus all the FICO, plus all the... It's ridiculous. And these guys are still going. They're still going over here. So, yeah. So, later, y'all. All right, boys and girls. Hashtag They Shall Grow. Hashtag Jeff's Law. Happy 7/10. Happy National Cannabis Patients Awareness Day. Slav, thank you, brother. Thanks for coming out, man. Thank you all for coming out. Sticking out to the end, man. Hey, what else you got to do on a Sunday, right? I'm just chilling. This is great. I'm in no rush to go nowhere. Getting nowhere fast, actually.
75 minutes.
Whoop.
75 minutes.
Whoop. That's my ride home right there. I'm going to put on some Gabber and listen to Gabber on the way home. If you don't know what Gabber is, put it on your car really loud. You'll thank me later. Thank me now and you'll thank me later when you listen to Gabber and you're addicted. Gabber. Gabber. YouTube it and then just crank it in your head. Do it to your, put the headphones on. Headphones, loud, a lot of bass. I wouldn't steer you wrong, bro. Yeah, we're out of here. So hashtag They Shall Grow, hashtag Jeff's Law. They went with songs to the battle. They were young, straight of limb, true of eye, steady and aglow. They were staunch to the end against odds uncounted. They fell with their faces to the foe. They shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning,